My friends. All right. We've put it off as long as we can. And by put it off, I mean tried to do back-end work. And I think we did it. I think we did it. Hey there, people. Would you like to own your very own comfy politics is dumb but important anyway shirt? Still very important. Of course you do. Absolutely you do. Okay? Obviously, of course. There's really no it's you know, some people say meaning in life is subjective, but I say no, dumbass. It's obviously not, okay? You can get a t-shirt. Dumb fuck. Look. We got a site and everything that I'm super zoomed out of. Look it, check it. Whoa. Look at the print. Look at that. Custom screen printed by a worker cooperative that I bought in bulk from. Look at that. We got modeling photos. Look at that. Wow. We spent in excess of 3 minutes taking these photos. Damn, look at that. You want to see it without the wrinkles? Oh my, look at that. We flattened the shit. Look at that print. Oh my God, it's so clean. Look at that. Whoa. The screen print captures so much quality. Look at, oh my God. And it can be yours for only 24 bucks. There you go. That's the promise. No, I'm sorry that purchases will not show up as donations. I'm very sorry. That those are two entirely separate procedures. But yeah. Yeah, 24 real dollars, not 24 fake dollars. If you want this beautiful product adorned on your figure, your body is a temple, okay? If you want that, all you need to do, merch.vosh.gg or vosh.gg/merch. Yeah, that's right. Much like in my sex life, we go both ways here. All right, there you go. Yeah, you like that? You like that salesmanship? There you go. There you go. It's a very comfy shirt. Seriously. You know how sometimes you see a cool shirt online and it's like from Crunchyroll or something? And it looks real nice, but then you buy it and it's like stiff. It feels like cotton cardboard. You know what I mean? Nah, these are real comfy. I'd wear these as pajamas, except I've slept naked every day of my life. So, you know, I won't be wearing anything as pajamas. You know. Oh yeah, it's super, super comfy. Yeah, undeniably. Anyway, don't make me regret being kind to you people. Oh, retweet the tweet. Retweet the tweet. There we go. Tweet, retweet the tweet, tweet. There we go. Nicely done, people. Proof that I've gone outside. How long are we going to go before people start unironically accusing me of hypocrisy for selling merchandise? It's probably already happening on Twitter. Already are. Yeah, it's already happening. Quarter of a second, you know. Picosecond. What's the shortest length of time? Is it the Planck length? What's that term? You know, it's happening. Anyway, in all seriousness, exclamation point merch. Wait, there was no exclamation point there. That was just me typing merch. Exclamation point merch in chat. Look at that. It's got a little dancing frog. Everyone likes dancing frogs, you know? There you go. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoy. There's about 550 shirts in the initial run because I have never sold anything before in my life. I have no idea how many are going to sell. I have no clue. So the initial run is small, but if they sell out, then I'll buy more. I think that's fair. Not a limited edition item. We'll get as much as we can. Were you serious about making a vaguely gesturing and imagined hypocrisy shirt? I'd buy that in a heartbeat too. That would be a good shirt, wouldn't it? Can the next shirt drop be of your face? No. That would be silly. I've said this a million times before, but the thing that really bothers me about like YouTube YouTuber shirts, you know, like YouTube merch, is that it comes off unbearably cringy. You can't wear it outside, you know? Now, I would wear this outside. That's just me. I wear graphic tees, whatever. You see me wearing anime shirts here on stream. I do that when I go to Home Depot, too. So, you know, fault me if you will. That's the Sigma male. That's the Sigma male promise right there. But a lot of the YouTuber shirts, it's like the YouTuber soy facing, you know? Like something like that, you know what I mean? And you can't wear those to a restaurant. So my goal is to make this restaurant orderable, okay? You know? Bring it there. I can't wear a Wojak shirt in public. Pussy. Also, it's not a Wojak shirt. It's a shirt with a Wojak on it. You'd wear a soy face shirt to a restaurant? Fuck it. Yeah. A lot of brave people here in chat today. Vosh Fleshlight win. Oh, we'll get there. You know, we'll diversify. We'll expand, okay? The empire will grow. Make the kind of shirt I can wear to a date. Do you want, like, my face just screen printed on a button-up shirt? Does that work? Just like a JPEG of my face. Not like art or anything. Just a low-res image of my face. And it stretches from, like, shoulder all the way down to the bottom hem, you know? Very good. Wasn't there supposed to be a less meme version of the design? Yeah, and we might release that too. But hold on, one run at a time, okay? We're already how many thousands of dollars in the hole on actually getting all this put out there. So let's grow slowly, okay? $12.50 international shipping, Vosh. That is criminal. Yeah, well, that's the economy of scale for you. That's me post conversation with the USPS. Not my fucking fault. Now, of course, if you're Amazon, you can want to do international shipping. You can pack everything together in a single box and yeet it over and get proportionally less money spent. But unfortunately, this type of thing is not. Yes, can't do it. Can the shirt come with a sub? No, but you can get a sub because of the shirt. All you have to do after you get your shirt is you take it out of the package, you put it on, and then you go to a local Subway and you order a sandwich. And that way you can consolidate, you know, you have it all going on. Does the shirt ship to Canada? Well, I mean, there's international shipping, so I should hope that it goes at least to Canada, right? What size are you wearing? I'm XL, but I'm 250, 6'2", so, you know. Anyway, I will look upon the sales figures with great interest, because depending on how much this sells, we'll do more. We have a lot of other ideas. We have pin ideas, and we have stickers. There's a lot of stuff I want to throw out there, but we need to, you know, one foot forward. 1 foot forward. Oh, wait, hold on. We already have order numbers. Wait, how do I math this out? Hold on. Wait, let me do math in my head. Yes. Anyway, hopefully it doesn't get too annoying me shilling this, because I'll be talking about it more in the future. Biden-Syria bombing segment when? Probably the next politics stream, because today we have to go over CPAC. Holy shit, we have to go over CPAC. Did you guys see that Twitter thread? Oh, we're going to talk about CPAC. Oh my god. I saw a couple of quick clips, and oh man, I actually got like that ba-dum, like in my in my heart, you know what I mean? That ooh, you know. On your ass, can I get a free shirt? Well, I mean, we're going to be getting a big order of them to our house. 100 already sold. White Nervosa, thank you. 100 already sold in what 5 minutes? Jesus. All right, well, we're probably going to have to order a second round. Whew. Okay, well, let's one thing at a time, okay? We're going to work on the logistics of this later. But I'm going to keep being annoying about merch. Have you guys seen that some YouTubers, they have... It says my zip code doesn't work. If there are any technical issues whatsoever, please direct them to White Nervosa, who I will be compensating for the difficulties associated with making an online store. That's another reason you want to start small, by the way. Like site design, all the back-end stuff, and also shipping. These are all things that I want to be more familiar with, you know? Want We'll work on that a little bit. We'll get more. Yeah. Throw them away. I was order 301. No way. We can't be at 300. No. Come on. Okay. We can't jerk me off all stream. We actually have a lot of political stuff to cover. So some of you may know, later in this stream, we have the Hippy Dippy Championship. The Hippy Dippy Championship is going to be rolling out. So for those of you who don't know, Dylan Burns, cool guy, youngest foreign policy advisor in all of United States history, I know, part of the Gravel teen squad. Now, unfortunately, my man Dylan had some misfortune befall him recently. It's a domestic situation. I don't know how much detail is appropriate, but essentially, had to quickly leave his abode. And in spite of that happening just 2 days ago, we're still on for the debate. The debate is going to be in about 3 hours, and it's going to be between me and Bastian. It's capitalism versus socialism, baby, okay? Bastian, respect the guy. Liberal, more neo-libby than soaked Demi, but, you know, intelligent guy, respectful. I appreciate that a lot. Better than a lot of the dullards we get on here. We're going to have that. But before then, we've got plenty to talk about. I mean, wow, do we have a lot to talk about. Also, donations from this stream will be going to a charitable cause of sorts. So we'll I'll provide the details on that later. What charity? Not charity, just charitable cause. Okay, you have to believe me, trust. Is it my mortgage? It could be Sin Phoenix's mortgage. That's entirely possible. Okay? That's entirely possible. You don't know. You have no idea. It could be any one of your student loans. How wild would that be, actually? If it was just like a lottery, basically, you know? It's like, donate. There you go. Not, mind you, that I make enough in one stream donations day to pay off somebody's student debt. Well, okay, just to be perfectly clear, let's bring this back down to earth, okay? I do not make $20,000 a day. Just, just to make it clear, okay? Just to make it clear. You know, some of you may doubt me, but... Hey! Bricklayer with the incredibly kind 17 gifted tier 1 subs. Yeah, that does help with the charitable cause, actually, dipshit. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Man. Whew, throwing it out there. Bathing everyone in name colors. And congratulations on your 2020 bonus, comrade. Seriously. That's awesome. Sorry, I'm a thirsty boy today. But when am I not? Stay hydrated, people. Lamau, the influx of gray names. Oh, yeah. Well, everyone's here for the merchandise. Bitch, you're gonna make 12 grand off these shirts, lol. That'll just barely pay back the hole that I sunk myself into getting everything set up. Do you have any idea how hard it is getting all the... Well, maybe other people had an easier time with it. It's hard for me, okay? It's complicated. We'll get it working. Watch, place an order. If any technical questions, go to White Nervosa. Please, God, go spam White Nervosa. Okay, that is where it'll be going. If we're already in the 300s, then there's a decent chance that pretty soon we're not going to have any more of certain sizes. The original is the charitable cause funding your merch. Maybe no, it's not. We got 50 extra smalls, and then 100 small, medium, large, extra large, and then 50 double XL. And 50 triple XL. So 100 each of the primary sizes, I think. I consider them primary, S through XL. And, yeah. I want XXXXXL. Yeah, sorry, we don't have baby onesies with my merch printed on them just yet. We'll work on it, okay? That's, you know, that's down the line, you know, the merch empire grows. We'll work on it. Okay, how long can we procrastinate before we actually get to the content here? Hey, Tailson, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. That's big for a baby onesie? I don't know. Oh, one other thing. What's the name of the co-op? Goods for the People. I think they're tankies. No, I've talked with their people there. They're fine people, very reasonable. Also co-op, local, good work, good product too. That means a lot. So anyway, can we focus up, people? Focus up. Before we get to the actual content, and we are about to get to the actual content. Okay. Has anyone here? This sounds so dumb. I can't believe I'm bringing this up. Have you played Phasmophobia? I've been really getting into Phasmophobia with friends lately. I don't normally play games with friends because that would be too good for my mental health. But it's actually been like super fun lately. I'm playing fucking Ghost Hunters over there. Reminds me a little bit of, do any of you remember that stream rant where I said I'd really like to play a game where you try to use like military ingenuity and technical expertise to defeat a supernatural threat? That's what it feels like a little bit to me, you know what I mean? You're like, it's, yeah. My God, you people. Hi to my brother, Matteo? It's Matteo, right? So I'm pronouncing it correctly. If I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, Lucretius, I apologize. Thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. And hello, my good friend whose name I would never mispronounce. Matteo. Thank you so much. Matteo? Matteo. What do you want from me? Yeah. Isn't it Matteo? Enough! Jesus. What is happening? I don't know. I'm not getting involved in whatever trans destiny drama is taking place. Hold on, let me see how mean people are being to me on Twitter real quick. This is my day to day, okay? Hold on. Nobody being mean, no being mean. Nice. Okay, we're good. All right, nice. That's my it's my threshold, okay? People are being nice to me today on Twitter. That's when you know it's a good day, okay? All right, we're getting that goddamn CPAC. Literally order 420. Hey, White Nervosa, the sizing limits are working appropriately, right? If we're already selling to order number 400-ish in the 400s. I'm just to make sure we don't sell more shirts of a given size than we have. Wait, can I check that? Wait, hold on. I think I can actually check that. Wait, hold on. Okay, sorry. There's a stream somewhere in this stream. Hold on. I think that... Hold on. Does it show the analytics? Numbers. Numbers. Okay. All right. Very good. Products. Get that? I can't see the sales by variation, so I'm just going to close my eyes and trust White Nervosa, which is pretty much how I handle everything. Oh, the White Nervosa respond? Order numbers are given before it's confirmed. They are sold out when it's confirmed. Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. All right, nice. Here's someone being mean to you on Twitter. Oh, Madame Banana? We don't care. That person's not playing with a full deck of cards. Oh, what is this? Oh, yeah, this is what I meant, by the way, with the lefties. Vosh made a 45-minute long video about how Biden's kids are in nicer cages, actually. Holy shit, Lamau. So this is what I mean, by the way, about people who don't actually care about solutions to these problems. They just want to LARP as lefties online. This person probably has absolutely no idea, no understanding of the actual processes behind this, but any nuance will be interpreted as both sidesing. Nothing is worse for, like, leftism, like, conceptually leftism, than the belief that nuance can't be radical, which is ridiculous to me. But some people do legitimately believe that. To them, radical beliefs, truly radical beliefs, are dogmatic, thoughtless, loud, and simple. That to them is like a radical belief, you know? And nuance, like trying to actually understand these issues and give context and approach them in a way that maximizes the likelihood of addressing them, that's being moderate. That's being cucked, you know? It's very unfortunate, but that's about the level of prescience I expect from Matt Empanada, you know? It's bad on the level, you know? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get distracted way too easily. Where's that goddamn CPAC thread? Gimme! Gimme! Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Aaron Rupar, for providing this for us. Oh god, how long does it go? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, God. Oh, man. Rupar is a lib, by the way. You know, you don't have to be a socialist to to appreciate how bad CPAC is. You probably addressed this? Yeah, I said they're tankies, didn't I? Yeah, I think that I said they're tankies. The goods for the people, they do some, like, cringe shit with the Holdemer. Yeah. Or, like, Holdemer denial. Yeah. I mean, I've talked with them about it before. As opposed to the stellar political beliefs of the people that you would otherwise buy shirts from. Hmm? Yeah, but why would you do merch with them then? Oh, God. Do you know what the political beliefs of every person who ever, like, provided any step in any, like, supply chain at any product you ever bought are? Oh my God, come on, guys. Jesus. Save the snarky comments for Destiny, okay? All right. My friends. CPAC 2021. Holding Hillary accountable. Okay. CPAC is a big conservative convention. Earlier today, I was thinking, why doesn't the Democratic Party do stuff like this? I mean, why doesn't the Democratic Party facilitate these, like, gigantic conventions where people would, you know, come on down and, and I don't know, talk shit. But then I saw CPAC, and now I'm actually really, really, really glad the Democratic Party don't do this.
Last Sunday when I went to church, yes, I know I went to church during a time of COVID, which shows I live in Oklahoma, not in California, where you can go to swanky restaurants, but not to church. I even dared to sing in church, contrary to California doctrine. Last Sunday, when I gathered with people at church and talked about the goodness of God, it was good for my soul.
The entirety of CPAC was I've seen a couple of clips. I wanna I'm just gonna roll through these, okay? I don't care. I'm gonna roll through these and I'm gonna have a good time, and you're just gonna watch me do it, okay?
But I also want to mention one thing, and I know this might sound like a little bit of a downer, but we also believe in property rights, and this is a private hotel. And we believe in the rule of law, so we need to comply with the laws of this county that we're in. But a private hotel, just like your house, gets to set its own rules. Carly, our CPAC director.
Well, as Dan mentioned, we are in a private facility, and we do want to be respectful of the ordinances that they have as their private property. So please, everyone, when you're in the ballroom, when you're seated, you should still be wearing a mask. So if everybody can go ahead, work on that. I know it's not the most fun.
You have the right. You have the right to set the own rules in your own house, and we're borrowing somebody else's house. So we need to comply with their rules. So thank you all for putting on your masks. I wear a mask when I'm in the halls, and we're going to comply with their rules.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good conference.
Woo! I love it. They're actual children, dude. Not even the simplest requests can make it past these motherfuckers. Oh yeah, here, wait, spoilers for the good. The golden Trump statue. I saw the shit wheeling through on Twitter.
Trump's going to make his first pro-station. That's why he says he's not going. From PAC.
That is not a video clip of what I'm looking at. Wait, did they? Why would they make an article with a title about a subject and then have the video in that article be about something else? Golden Trump. Give me that Twitter. Give me that Twitter video. Yeah!
Awesome. That is so cool.
That's so rad, dude. That should be on the Kekistani flag. Very good. Holy shit, that looks horrible. Wait, was that statue a joke? Nope, nope. Statue's not a joke. Sorry. Why is he wearing sandals? I don't know. Is it because he's on vacation or something? That might be the reason why. Merch sold out? Hey! Maybe a couple sizes did.
The last samurai is right back.
What?
Hello, America. Hello, American conservatives. My name is Genki Fuji. I'm a Japanese journalist and an author of more than 70 books on international relations. I run online World Forecast News Service. I respect President Trump and American conservatives. President Trump fought against Chinese communists in order to protect the entire free world. President Trump, he's a real American samurai. I want to make US-Japan alliance stronger. I want to build solid friendship with real American patriots or American samurai. Let's fight together for freedom. Let's slash the cancel culture. Let's start US-Japan samurai to samurai alliance.
None of you get to call that racist, because that guy was Japanese, okay? None of you get to call... That's it. They're protected, okay? What do we got? This whole set of clips is just a fucking grab bag, okay? Please.
Kicked off YouTube for covering it. I don't know, man. I'm serious. I don't know. I mean, I go back to what I said before. There's a lot of people there. There's a lot of people there. The Antifa was there. BLM was there.
The Capitol riot.
Yeah, everybody was there. And if Joe Biden wants to talk unity, there was unity there on that day because America is sick and tired of being pushed down. And we're sorry for, a lot of people are sorry for what happened. I kicked off YouTube.
Literally, what do words mean? Biden wants unity? Well, I'll tell you people, okay? There was a lot of camaraderie down at that insurrectionist attack on the Capitol building. Oh, I saw this. Ted!
God bless CPAC.
Woo! So I clap.
I gotta say, Orlando is awesome. It's not as nice as Cancun.
Ha 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 ha.
But it's
Major crying Wojak vibes, by the way, on that one. The entire fucking country dunked on him. The whole country dunked on him for fucking dashing out of Texas during a statewide crisis and then like coming back and then blaming it on his daughters and then doing nothing and violating quarantine protocol and everything. And he goes over to CPAC. He's like, yeah, it was nice over there. Too bad you had to leave right away, buddy.
It's nice. And I gotta say, what an amazing...
Ooh. Wait, did you see how hard his approval rate fell? 20% among Republicans? Wait, is that true? Wait. Is that actually true? Holy shit. I had no idea. What do you have to do for Republicans to dislike you? These people don't give a fuck about anything besides what color your fucking title's in. Can you not hear the boos he's getting? Yeah. No, I heard the boos. It was a pretty tasteless comment, but I didn't realize it was a 23% drop. Hold on, I'm sorry. I hear pigeons screaming outside the door. Can I help you? Cat? Yeah? Got the fucking zoomies over here. Jesus. They're all in Texas? Well, no, the CPAC is in Florida, I think. CPAC is in Florida. Jesus. He was always hated even by Republicans because he always had no charisma. I actually think that Ted Cruz is fairly erudite. He's just like a sociopath. He's just like a festering monster of a person. Oh, yeah, speaking of.
Bernie is wearing mittens. And AOC is telling us she was murdered.
What the fuck was that voice?
And the media desperately, desperately, desperately wants to see a Republican civil war.
And
AOC...
Wait for the drop, okay? The silence after he says it. Is this Cruz doing stand-up? Yeah. We're gonna keep watching, especially with Trump Jr. It's like they do these little stand-up routines.
He is telling us...
Get ready for the...
She was murdered!
That's why, if you're doing stand-up, you keep the cyanide pill tucked away behind your molar, okay? If you ever get that long of a delay on a joke like that, okay, you just bite down and close your eyes, all right? Just bite that, just escape, okay? That's the fastest escape you can get.
By the way, how many of y'all have eaten at a restaurant in the last 6 months? Can I just stop and say how strange the rules are right now? I want to understand how this virus works. So when you walk in, you got to put your mask on.
This is stand-up.
Sadly, I've got two. You walk in, you got to put your mask on. You sit down, you take your mask off. See, apparently the virus is actually connected to elevation. No, remember, this is all about science. It's actually, it may not be elevation. I think it's that there are hormones that are released in your thighs when you're sitting. So you can sit at the table and there's no virus being transmitted. But if you stand up, put the mask...
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, guys. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, more of the site is selling out. Okay, wait. Apparently, goods. I assume I can say this publicly. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to, because I had conversations about this before, and there was a bit of an incongruity between what I was seeing and what I had heard previously, which didn't make sense. But I can't really address that on the fly. But apparently, multiple people had keys to the Goods for the People website, and they've taken down the Holdemer article. That it was not a part of the people who currently run the co-op. That's not representative of them. So that's the extent to which I know that, but I'll talk with them later. Apparently multiple people were a part of the project before, and now fewer people are, and the fewer people don't agree with some of the stuff that the previous people did. But I'm working on very limited info. Anyway, I don't know. That's what I know. Does anyone have the link to what the previous link? Like the link that was used previously, so I can see? Oh yeah, cool, yeah. Sick. There we go. Looking pretty good over here, you know? So it says void here is the coffers of the poor Ukrainians back in the 1930s, you know? Ha! Get it? See, I incorporated that. Vosh, a lefty shirt co-op and infighting. Well, I mean, lefty infighting. They still have pro-China stuff. I mean, they also have like hammer and sickle on their merch. So, like, yeah, but I think there's a pretty huge difference between that and having Holdemer denial on the website. Anyway, I'll talk more with the people there, but I've got a strong relationship with the people who I've spoken to, so yeah. Talk about James Charles. All right, you're not distracting me. Back to CPAC, back to CPAC. Should CPAC be considered criminal? I mean, I would consider these attempts at stand-up to be tantamount to violence. It's my personal opinion, but...
Mask on!
Oh, God. Just back up. Get it back in.
See, apparently the virus is actually connected to elevation. No, remember, this is all about science. It's actually, it may not be elevation. I think it's that there are hormones that are released in your thighs when you're sitting. So you can sit at the table and there's no virus being transmitted. But if you stand up, put the mask on!
So I don't know if Ted Cruz has really thought about the logistics here, but the reason why you can take the mask off when you're sitting down is so you can eat. I don't know if he's thought... I know that Ted Cruz doesn't eat out at restaurants because they don't serve, like, human flesh. At least not in the restaurants that I go to. So he probably hasn't really engaged with the mechanics that are underlying this process. But the reason why it's okay to take your mask off when you sit down is so you can put the food into your mouth. Have you guys seen... There was this attempt. I don't know who designed this mask, but there was this attempt. People were... People had these masks where you could open it in the middle to eat food through it. Have you guys seen that? I think it was more popular at the beginning of the pandemic when people didn't actually realize what masks were or did or how they functioned. But what would the point be? There's no point. There's no point. Oh, you see the cat running around? Hello. What's up? Yeah? Just gonna stand there? Oh, there? Oh. Whoop. She's good. She'll run around for an hour. Yeah. That's how life is. Fucking kill me. Ooh. There we go.
Everybody can get immunized. We can have herd immunity everywhere, and we're going to wear masks for the next 300 years. And by the way, not just one mask, 2, 3, 4. You can't have too many masks. How much virtue do you want to signal?
This is where we're at.
This is just dumb.
Can somebody explain to me how democracy is supposed to survive the existence of people like this? Like, unironically. Like, this is literally, like, zero thought. Absolutely empty. There's nothing here. Like, yeah, you gotta wear a mask. Well, maybe we should wear 1,000,000 masks, huh? Yeah, that's what the libs want. Ha! Like, that's where we're at. There's nothing here. It's empty. Yeah, I don't know how these people are capable of surviving in their day-to-day. I don't know how Ted Cruz hasn't had some sort of pants putting on incident, some sort of, it's like he hanged himself from a chandelier while attempting to tie his fucking necktie. I don't know how he's avoided these pitfalls. I say that, but Ted Cruz is actually a really smart guy. Ted Cruz knows that what he's saying is bullshit. Ted Cruz, I want to be clear. Ted Cruz is not stupid, okay? Donald Jr., I think Donald Jr. is pathetic and stupid. I do. A bunch of the other people here, pretty dumb. But Ted Cruz, I think, is actually a really smart guy. It speaks a lot to the state this country's in, where people like him feel that this is the language they need to adopt to do well with Republican voters. Vosh, by the way, just so you know, the stage is literally in the shape of an Othala rune, so that's a fun one. Othala rune? Wait. Sorry, I'm not up on my Nordic Nazi meme oh, wait, this one. Oh, yeah, everyone knows this one. I didn't know it was called, but everyone, yeah, that's what it's shaped like? I guess I'll have to see an aerial view.
Country. I remember there were reports that riots were going to come into suburban, mostly peaceful, fiery but mostly peaceful. There were reports riots were going to come into the suburbs. I got to tell you, in Houston, where I live, there weren't any rioters. Because let's be very clear, if there had been, they would discover what the state of Texas thinks about the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms.
Soy! Soy clap! The reason why there weren't any protests in your neighborhood, Ted Cruz, is because you probably live in a gated white community. That's probably the reason why.
Words of William, in the immortal words of William Wallace, freedom! In the immortal words of William Wallace, freedom!
Hey, who was that presidential candidate, like, from a while ago, who yelled one time and the news wouldn't stop talking about it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Howard Dean, that's right. Can we get that? Wait, hold on. My dad told me this story when I was a kid. I don't know much independently.
You know something?
It's Howard Dean.
You know something? If you had told us 1 year ago that we were going to come in third in Iowa, we would have given anything for that. And you know something? You know something? Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. We're going to California and Texas and New York and South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
Yeah! This actually, the Howard Dean shit was actually in my mind, actually one of the best examples of fake news media bias that I've ever seen. Howard Dean was a promising candidate, and I think he was actually pretty based. I mean, he was pretty cool, you know, like he was definitely like a pretty good one. And what he was doing well, and what the media did was they clipped out that, yeah! And they just ran with it, just that clip. And this was before the internet, you know, or sorry, not before the internet, but this was before the internet was as widely used for media and news consumption as it is today. Even though there's nothing wrong with this whole thing, the media really ran with the yeah, and his approval rating just tanked after because it made him look like a lunatic. That's all they would just talk about that, you know, like, oh, wow, the Howard Dean, you know, yeah, he's that's his first bill, you know, his first executive order when he comes into office. Yeah! Like that was the entire the whole media dynamic. Now the cat wants out. This is why we don't let them in. Hey, dumb fuck, yeah, outside, yeah. Oh. Whew, these morons. Let me see. CPAC stage. Oh, nice. Damn. Wow. Well, I'm sure it's totally a coincidence. You know, honestly, normally I would say that it's a coincidence, but given the fact that Tucker Carlson is like the #1 broadcaster right now, and Tucker Carlson had basically a Nazi working as his top writer for years and years and years, the idea that some stage designer wouldn't have thought like, how based would it be if I slipped this in right here? You know, it's not impossible. It's actually maybe even more likely than the shot of this having been an accident. The Nazis appropriated the Udall rune. Nazis appropriated everything. Yeah, this is a pretty deliberate symbol. I mean, the little like gaps right here, this is a pretty like purposeful, you know? But Nazis appropriated everything. Everything. Nazi appropriated everything. Okay, unironically, wait, I'll give you guys an opportunity to think for a second. Can you think of a single art form or like a genre that was produced by Nazis? Their architecture was neoclassic. All of their architectural elements, the way they organized their society, all of it, it was all organized around attempts at bringing about tradition. Volkswagen? No. I don't mean like, yeah, of course there were companies in Nazi Germany that made things. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm saying like, we're talking about a, okay, I'll put it this way. If you wanted to, you could trace a ton of artistic development to the Enlightenment, okay? The Enlightenment, big paradigm shift, you know, big ideological juxtaposition. You could trace a ton back to that. You could trace a ton back to the revolutionary period back in the Soviet Union or just prior to it. You can look at that and you can like, there were distinct artistic movements that you can see that have their ties and roots. But Nazi Germany, nope. Nazi Germany is where art goes to die, motherfucker. Because art, good art, tends to be subversive. It challenges the norm, and they don't like that. All right, what are we doing? Let's go.
In the immortal words of William,
1,130 criminal convictions for vote fraud. No, not accusations, not indictments, but criminal convictions, 1,130 of them. So don't tell me that vote fraud is just some right-wing hallucination. The November 2020 election was a nightmare. Judges and other officials made last-minute rule changes that only state legislators were authorized to enact, as the U.S. Constitution requires. 1,130.
So, Roy set it up for us perfectly. If we had actually followed those principles, we wouldn't be sitting here today talking about an election that none of us can wrap our heads around. And we're going to talk about the how, but before we do, let's find out what happened. Why didn't the judges, why didn't the media, why didn't they look at all this evidence that was collecting everywhere?
This is CPAC, huh? CPAC is now hosting an entire panel discussion to push lies about the 2020 election being stolen by Trump.
Posed in cross-examination reports and data it was looking at. That's just absolutely wrong. It was in the expert report, and our expert...
Can you imagine watching a panel of this? What about futurism? As I understand it, what we consider to be futurism spawned mostly from the American Gilded Age, didn't it? Remember the, what were they called? The World Fair? Or like, the World's Fair, right? Or like, no, it's Italian? Oh, okay. Well, pre-Mussolini Italian. Yeah. That's not futurism? Oh, well, I'm not an art historian, okay? But it's certainly not Nazis. That's not futurism? I'm thinking of Art Deco. Okay, oh, hold on! Futurism, artistic movement. Italy in the earliest 20th century. Okay, but not Nazi Germany. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Anyway, the CPAC tickets were, I'm pretty sure, $350. Can you imagine, like, really imagine, paying $350 to watch a panel of some people going like, yeah, Trump did win. Yeah, the media just covered it all up. Yeah, they wouldn't even hear the evidence or something. Yeah, dude, if they had just heard one more court case from the, like, 50. If only. Oh, by the way, according to the website, we are damn near sold out of shirts. So we'll order another round. I'll get that set up today or tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Jesus. Man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we're gonna have to put some more out.
Was deposed in cross-examination by one of the main partners at Perkins Coie. It is hogwash to say that we didn't give him that information. And the next thing that USA Today, the fact checker, did was read the court's opinion and say, well, the court disagreed with this, so it must be false. Again, we get back into this circle of disinformation.
Jeez. How long? Okay, I don't know how many clips I can watch of people whining that Trump secretly won but wasn't. Hey! Madison Cawthorn. How you doing? I wouldn't go outside after getting owned like that on CNN. Remember that video? I would not. I would stay inside perhaps. I would adopt a life routine similar to my own. But that is to say, I'd stay on the computer and not see the sun. But here we are outside. How's that working for him?
Taxes, because people wanted to give away free tuition, because people wanted to try and buy votes. But you know, I believe that in this country, we should push back on that. We as Americans must realize that our #1 guiding principle is personal responsibility. We have to realize that what happens in our country when the government comes and tries to come to our aid and raise us up, if you have a government that is strong enough to fix all of your problems and heal all of your woes, then my friends, you have a government that is also strong enough to one day take away all of your liberties.
Some extremely high IQ logic right there. If your government has the ability to help people, then it has the ability to hurt people. Damn, that... What can I say? He's younger than me and he's a congressman. Clearly this works. Whatever his brain is doing, it works.
And as conservatives, it is our mandate.
Hey, wait, that's actually a super good point. We should get rid of the police. They may be necessary to protect private property rights and are basically the foundation of capitalism in this country, but the existence of police also allows the government to inflict harm on us. So maybe if we got rid of them, we would allow people to truly take responsibility for the circumstances of their life. I would love, why, oh God, I know it's CPAC. Nobody's going to challenge anything, but can you imagine, hey, my buddy, my good friend, Madison Cawthorn, my good, wonderful friend, my news-aired friend, how are we doing today? I have a question for you. You say that the government, if given the power to solve people's problems, also has the power to create those problems. What do you say then about the police? And if you believe the police should exist, do you acknowledge then that there are things the government can do which have net benefits to society? Madison Cawthorn being a filthy hypocrite again. This guy's like a rapist Nazi. I don't like... Sure, you know what? What is it? Last year, Madison Cawthorn said Dems who used pandemic proxy voting were cowards for hiding and not showing up to work. Wait, what? Pandemic proxy voting. What does that have to do with... Oh, by Dems, he means Dem officials, not like Democrat voters. Okay. He just filed with the House clerk to proxy vote as the relief bill comes up due to the ongoing public health emergency. He's in Orlando speaking at CPAC. Yeah, to be perfectly clear here, Republicans do not believe in anything. They have no beliefs whatsoever. Any claims they make about another person, any negative claims, derogatory insults, whatever, they'll happily do the thing next time they want to do it. They don't, and I want to be clear about this. It's not just because they don't believe in anything. It's because they don't believe anyone believes in anything. That's the void in their hearts that they work off of. It's not just, they don't think like, oh God, whatever, people have principles, but I am just kind of a weasel and whatever. To them, nobody believes in anything. Everyone is just clamoring for pure power, no principles, no broader justifications behind it. But the reality is, that's generally just how fascists work. And the reason for that is because fascism, hey listen, being powerful as a fascist is like easy mode, okay? Because deliberate incoherence is part of the game. You don't have to develop anything workable, sane, rational, or functional. All you have to do is get power. Power on its own, just raw power, just power, is utterly worthless to a leftist. I mean, you know, to a socialist anarchist, because power on its own is nothing unless you have the ability to channel it in a way that develops a good society, you know? Just the power isn't enough. You can have all the power in the world to command people's attention, to hurt others, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have the power to build a good world. But again, if you're a fascist, the ability to build your world and the ability to hurt people are basically one and the same. As long as you have the ability to inflict harm on minority groups in the right way and to, you know, present it in the right way to the audience, the population, that's it. That's the bar. That's the threshold. So yeah, you can get away with anything, honestly. It's easy mode, okay? That's what we need to do, okay? Impugning fascists for being immoral monsters, that is so 2020, okay? What we're doing from now on, we're impugning them for playing political power grabs on easy mode, okay? That's what we're doing right now, all right? We're gonna get them down on that one. Summoning phantoms for every Dark Souls boss. Can you imagine? Honestly. Summoning 3 people for Ornstein and Smaug. They're just laying down while other people do it. Come on.
To limit that power of government, to make sure that our liberties stay intact. Because, my friends, let me tell you, when I look at what's going on in this country, when I see that they are trying to silence us, they are trying to take away our rights to be able to defend ourselves, they're trying to make us become dependent on the government. They're trying to have indoctrination camps of schools. And the way they're trying to make us dependent on the government is through trying to say they want to get rid of all our student loans.
Now that, in case anyone in chat was wondering, would be an appropriate time to echo his post, because that motherfucker is dog whistling like crazy. Jesus. Oh, somebody linked this. German inventions in the Nazi period. I wonder how this compares to what Americans were. Do we have that, like American inventions during World War II or something like that? Since that would be pretty similar to the Nazi period. This isn't very much, not for a country that's in wartime. Fanta? Oh, do we have Fanta? Wait, wait, real? That Fanta? Oh. I didn't know. No, I didn't know. What? Damn. Okay. No, I didn't know it was a Nazi drink. Well, the more we know. Huh? Oh. Timeline of United States inventions. From, oh, this is from the Great Depression to the Second World. Oh my God. Oh God. Nice. Yeah, this starts in 1890. So if we skip, say, to 1833, I guess we can use that as the arbitrary starting point. It's, there we go. Now we're 1933, sorry. Oh yeah, and this is like important shit too. A lot of these German inventions are like here are 4 of them for iteration of computer, the V1 and V2, and a lot of these are war machines, but these are much broader inventions. That's kind of cool. A lot of people like to push this narrative, this myth that the Nazis, Nazi Germany, was like this ruthlessly efficient militarized industrial society that was on the cusp of taking over the entire world. That is an absolute lie, and I really, really, really wish people would stop saying it. It's been mythologized in movies and games and TV shows because it sells a really good narrative that they're like the big bad evil that are on the cusp of taking over the world. The problem with that is that it really, really sort of obfuscates the fact that the Nazis were really stupid. Even if America hadn't got involved in the war, Nazis were doomed the moment the Soviet Union turned their eye on them. That was done. That was over. The idea that like we came in and saved the world is absolutely not the case. We helped. I mean, we helped. We did. But logistically, they had no shot at all against the Soviet Union. If you actually read into Nazi Germany, you have to realize they actually had a comically irrational society. I mean, they were fascists. What do you expect? For example, people talk, I hear this one all the time. Hey, the Holocaust medical experiments they did were unethical and wrong, but we also got some data we never could have if they had to go through ethics boards. How have you heard that bit before? Have you heard that before by anyone, like in anywhere, media, individual? You? Yeah? See a lot of that you have? Utter bullshit. We got nothing. We got nothing. You know why? Because the Nazis didn't keep good records. And they didn't even adopt the scientific method. A lot of it, they would even drop working theories because they considered it a component of Jewish science. Whenever there was an element of genealogy that they didn't like, they would drop. I'll put it this way, okay? You know how IQ tests are a favorite of modern Nazis? They dropped them because Jews did better than them. I want you to really think about that, okay? Not kidding. They dropped IQ tests because they were getting outdone on them. Yeah. That's the rigorous. Yeah. We were able to crack their codes because they kept saying Heil Hitler at the end of all their encoded messages. During wartime, every radio message that they provided at the end, like you're providing a cipher. Oh, at the beginning? Oh, whatever. Yeah. And if you really read into like the functioning of the Nazi government, like really in there, you know, the people up at the top were not particularly intelligent. They were ideologically driven, obviously. They were druggies. Not a great thing to be when you're managing a world war. The reason we know so much about the Holocaust is because they kept such good records. Where are you getting your info from? The reason we know what we know about the Holocaust is because we dug through all their records and then did a fuck ton of anthropological, like, research. We had to dig up mass graves. They burnt their research. When Nazis realized they were losing the war, they retreated and started blowing up and burning the shit within their own concentration camps because they were so afraid of what we would do to them when we found out how bad they were. They kept great records, then they burned them. Yeah, they didn't even do that. No, I promise you, if you look into the historical accounts of of Nazi Germany and their internal record keeping. They were not. We made their records for them, okay? We had a hell of a time decoding all their shit. The funny thing is there are actually a lot of Nazis who will use their poor record keeping as evidence that the Holocaust didn't happen. Oh, you say the Holocaust happened, but all the records you use are secondhand sources developed by Allied powers. Well, yeah, because you burnt everything. FDR indexed the Holocaust? Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, well, we did. We keep good records. Well, better records, at least. I'm sure there are things that America has kept very poor records on. They were trying to hide their sonic porn. Nazis gave us rocket ships after their scientists left Nazi Germany and worked for NASA. No, Nazis didn't give us rocket ships. German scientists gave us rocket ships. And they left because many of them were Jewish. That's the Nazis' fault. Sorry, Nazis. Can't blame other people when you fucking push out. Yeah, Operation Paperclip. Yeah, hold on. Embrace the distractions, people. Yeah. In which more than 1,600 German scientists, engineers, and technicians, such as Werner von Braun and his V-2 rocket team, were taken from Germany to the United States, primarily between 1945 and 1959. No. This was after World War II. The Operation Paperclip was after World War II. They helped us with the space race. I'm talking about, like, Einstein fled Nazi Germany because he was Jewish. Yeah? No. Yeah. Einstein was general relativity, right? Not. Right, Vosh, that's just not true. Many of the scientists who were taken during the war were actual Nazis whose crimes were forgiven by the U.S. government. Wait, what does that have to do? Wait, what does that have to do with anything? When we took them, they were no longer part of the Nazi government. Wait, we're talking about there being Nazis in Operation Paperclip. Of course there were. Yeah, obviously. What are we talking about right now? Wait, Operation Paperclip was after the war, wasn't it? Yeah, primarily between 1945 and 1959. Yeah, it was after. So why are we talking about it? What are we talking about right now? We were talking about record keeping during Nazi Germany. Why are we talking about Operation Paperclip? Okay, stop. I'm confused, Vosh. Yeah, I am too. I have no idea how we pivoted onto that. I have no idea. Wait, Vosh, bad take. You can't say Nazis were no longer Nazis after they left Germany. Wait, what point do you think I'm... Okay, wait, hold on. I'm really confused right now. I think chat, we're talking way past each other. Okay, hold on. I don't even remember what we were talking... The point that I was making was that Nazis kept poor records and their government was very bad at facilitating the development of science. I'm sure there were scientists in Nazi Germany who were very competent, but their government was ideologically driven and didn't allow for failure. The scientific process requires failure. That's how you move forward. Nazi Germany was not capable of facilitating development. Fascists are not good at facilitating social and political development. I don't know why we're talking about whether Operation Paperclip Nazis were Nazis. I have no idea what that has to do with what we were talking about. Okay, back to CPAC. I feel like I'm in the process of getting canceled for something I don't believe from people who I don't understand, but I guess that's the life, isn't it? All right, back at it. So a typical stream day, yep. Tom Cotton.
Although something is a little different this year. You know, for the first time ever, CPAC is not in our nation's capital. That's because they won't let us anywhere near our nation's capital. Think about it. Even though cases are plummeting and vaccination rates are surging, we are still banned from getting anywhere near our nation's capital.
Yeah. Because CPAC is a gigantic indoor convention and Washington, D.C. has different COVID requirements than Florida. Yeah. You're not being kept away for political reasons. Wait, why is he phrasing it like the Washington, D.C. doesn't allow Republicans near it anymore? You have a job in Congress. This has nothing to do with the coup. It's just because of COVID requirements. That's it. That's the only reason why you're in Florida.
I wrote an op-ed in the New York Times.
Wow.
It had... It had a very simple message, very simple, very common sense message, grounded in American history and law, supported by a majority of Americans, arguing very simply, if the police cannot, or especially if they are not allowed to restore order, then it is time to send in the troops. And what happened next? Total meltdown with the little social justice warriors at the New York Times. All these children.
Social justice warriors. Social justice warriors. This man is in Congress. I cannot believe that the language that originated from like 2014, 2015 Gamergate era skeptic community YouTube politics wars is now like the official language of the Republican Party. That is unbelievable to me. That is insane. I want to be really clear to you guys, okay? I want to be really, really, really clear. If I ever, and I never will, but if I ever was running for office as some sort of public official, you would never hear me utter the words tanky, soy jack, social justice warrior, triggered, cucked, or anything else. Well, actually, hold on. I shouldn't do those things, but it would be tempting to. I might still say poggers. It's just, oh God. This feels like such a Libby thing to say, forgive me, but I really do feel like there is some value in maintaining a certain level of decorum with your public officials, okay? I don't want a world where public officials are like, who act like the way I do here on stream, okay? This isn't even an optics thing. Now, I like how I act on stream. I mean, I do it on purpose. I like how I am. But hyperbole, in-group language, exclusionary behavior, a lack of decorum and decency, I think these things actually hurt our ability to, like, manage the political process. Yeah, it's just like, don't act like a child, basically, would be my preference. Like, don't act like a literal fucking child. That would be my personal preference, okay? Like, he's talking right here about SJWs. You know, if somebody went up on stage and challenged him about that, he would call them like a cuckold triggered or something like that's the level we're at right now, you know? It reminds me a little bit of McCarthy. Remember? McCarthy? Senator McCarthy? McCarthyism? That whole thing? There's this quote. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. McCarthy, for those of you who don't know, and you really should, because this is kind of pivotal info if you're a leftist, this guy, you know, 1950s, senator, this guy saw communists in his shoes everywhere. He saw communists in the reflection of the windows, the storefronts that he walked by on his way to work. He saw communists hiding in the gutters and the drains, and what he essentially did was he whipped up the conservative portion of America, which back then, I mean, that meant a little bit of a different thing, but not too different than what it does today. He whipped them all up into seeing communists everywhere. He said, McCarthy said, I have lists of communists everywhere. I have they're in Hollywood, they're in our government, they're in our military, they're absolutely everywhere. And you know, it got him a lot of attention. He said he had these lists. He didn't really talk that much about where he got these lists from. He never revealed these lists, but he had these lists. His caterwauling led to a lot of people getting blacklisted. And what was eventually his downfall was the fact that, in spite of the fact that people were terrified of communists back in the 50s, in spite of the fact that he was, you know, taking advantage of their fear, he actually went too far. The big mistake he made was this, and I'm going to read this from an article off of Senate.gov. This is a government article. In the spring of 1954, McCarthy picked a fight with the U.S. Army, charging lax security at a top-secret Army facility. The Army responded that the senator had sought preferential treatment for a recently drafted subcommittee aide. Amidst this controversy, McCarthy temporarily stepped down as chairman for the duration of the 3-month nationally televised spectacle known to history as the Army-McCarthy hearing. That's right, 3 months dedicated to this. The Army hired Boston lawyer Joseph Welch to make its case. At a session on June 9, 1954, McCarthy charged that one of Welch's attorneys had ties to a communist organization. As an amazed television audience looked on, Welch responded with the immortal lines that ultimately ended McCarthy's career. "Until this moment, Senator, I think I never really gauged your cruelty or your recklessness." When McCarthy tried to continue his attack, Welch angrily interrupted. "Let us not assassinate this lad further, Senator. You've done enough. Have you no sense of decency?" Overnight, McCarthy's immense national popularity evaporated. Censured by his Senate colleagues, ostracized by his party, and ignored by the press, McCarthy died 3 years later, 48 years old, and a broken man. Rest in piss. The reason why I said all of that, yeah, good, bitch. The reason why I said all of that is because back in those days, in spite of, I mean, this is the 50s. We're not talking like progressive wondertopia here, but McCarthy's behavior eventually became severe and ridiculous and cruel enough that he was ridiculed and forgotten by his own party, by everyone. Everyone rejected him. Nowadays, I would be willing to bet the average Republican congressperson would say that McCarthy was right. There is nothing a person like Tom Cotton could say outside of something utterly ridiculous, like some absurd, you imagine in your head, but there's nothing within the realm of semi-acceptable public behavior that Tom Cotton could do to warrant that kind of condemnation, that kind of censure from his party. Where back in the 1950s, people had a limit, today they do not. Isn't that interesting? That's one of the things that gives me a little warm feeling in my chest, that for all of the ridiculous showboating McCarthy led the whole country on, there was a limit. Eventually, McCarthy was cruel enough, stupid enough, aggressive enough that people dropped him. But nowadays, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that could happen. I don't think there's that limit anymore. And that's the reason why, to an extent, I do like civility in politics. Not, hey, if you're a black person who's protesting injustice, you should be real nice about it. Not that type of civility politics. But it's very easy for fascists to make their moves when you get rid of the expectation that people behave decently. Does that make sense? Once you get rid of the expectation for decency, the ability for the stakes to ratchet up quickly escalates massively. Things quickly escalate. And Tom Cotton and Ted Cruz and Donald Trump are symptomatic of that development. But Democrats will never move in that direction. Democrats aren't capable of meeting that game. Democrats aren't going to come out and have like these aggressive like preacher types coming out there who are going to condemn the Republicans day in and day out, to be cruel, to be harmful to them. Democrats can't do that, which is unfortunate because I think that might be preferable to Biden's current direction. Can't you make the argument that if lefties stopped engaging in civility politics or polite streak, then we can reach more normies and appeal to more people? Wait, since when have lefties engaged in civility politics? Lefties tend to be the most openly angry and aggressive political demographic in this country. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. I think that there are elements where being civil and engaging in decorum are effective, like if you're an elected representative, and I think that, generally speaking, the expectation of civility is something that's wielded in bad faith against protesters. Does that make sense?
That had been marinated in the language of the campus seminar room. They said things like, "Your words put my life at risk." As if typing on their phone, sitting on their futons, was as dangerous as being a cop trying to stop rioters in the streets. Or your words are violence. No, I'm sorry, kiddo. Words are words. Violence is what your friends are doing out on the streets of America.
Damn, dude. Words have never led to violence. That's crazy, dude. Nice. Very big brain analysis.
Up. Sir, I see a lot of hands going up. You know, we all lived through it in this election, didn't we? I've been through it too, but nobody has been hit by this like President Donald Trump. First, they decided they were going to fact check him, the leader of the free world, and then they were going to block him, send a message, and then...
Oh, no. Not fact-checking the president. You're right. I'm sorry. I forgot that we live in an autocracy. I'm sorry. I forgot that we live in a monarchy where you shouldn't be able to fact-check the leader of your country. I'm sorry. That was very rude of me. I thought that I lived in a democracy where the balance of powers and journalistic accountability are some of the most foundational elements of our political freedom. But no, it's that was my bad. You know, I've got a bad memory. What are you gonna do?
Then they were going to temporarily ban him. Then they were going to permanently ban him from Facebook and Twitter. The leader of the free world. Sir, I see a lot of hands going.
I hate discourse today, dude. You know what? You know those cringy ass kids who are like, I was born in the wrong generation? I was born in the wrong generation. I want to go back fucking 50 years, okay, and deal with the discourse back then. I don't care, okay? Put me back in any era. Put me back 20 years, I'll deal with the Iraq War discourse, okay? Put me back 30 years, okay? We'll talk about the Gulf War. Put me back there, okay? Take me out of this time period. Take me out, okay? Put me back 40 years, okay? I'll scream at Reagan for not mentioning AIDS on air once during a pandemic, or during thousands of Americans dying. Put me back. Please, God, take me out of this, okay? Put me back in the 60s, okay? Let me argue against segregationists. Just... please, God, take me out of the time period where the premier conservative convention in this country has people bitching and moaning that the president got blocked on Twitter. Okay? Ugh. Just bring me back. This, it's just too much. I can't do it. I'm too weak. I'm too weak. It's too much. But we're gonna keep on doing it anyway, okay? Because that's my job. Whoa! Don't fucking scroll me all the way up here. Jesus. Oh, so many clips.
So I come bearing great news. I just got word while you've been in here that Mitt Romney has been banned from Twitter. I got bad news. It was only his fake account. It's not his real one. Just his fake account. My bad. My bad. We are under attack.
What? Was that a joke? Hey, people, hey, great to see you. I got some good news. I just heard, actually. AOC, she slipped on a patch of ice and died. Thunderous applause. Actually, it was her twin sister. Anyway... let's go. Like, that's the level we're on right now. No, that's the level we're on. What? Oh no.
Look out, Mr. Potato Head. You're next.
This is the discourse.
I'm sorry. I think now he's going by Potato X. Can't be Mr. Potato. And see, to me, the whole concept of the Mr. Potato Head was you could move the parts around. I mean, Mr. Potato Head was America's first transgender doll, and even he got canceled.
What does canceled mean? Can anybody tell me what canceled means? It's being pushed out of my brain. I don't even know what it means anymore. What does it even mean? I don't know. Comedy. Dude, this would be embarrassing if it came from a small YouTuber.
Deaths could be Meanwhile, they were stripping Granny out of the COVID ward at the hospital and tossing her in the nursing home, just enough time to infect everybody and then go back to the hospital so that deaths could be recategorized for politics.
Well, fuck Cuomo. I will say that much. Fuck Cuomo. Yeah. Yes. I'm not defending that guy. Let's move on.
I mean, the left now speak.
Bosh, that legit didn't happen. No, but there's a lot of nuance to it. I've read like bits, but Cuomo did a lot of bad shit, didn't he? I know that accounting wasn't exactly true. It's like a nuanced thing. I don't want to be like wrong about it, but I haven't done a segment on it. But I think Cuomo did mishandle elements of the pandemic pretty severely. Yeah.
Speaking of all this bias, it was awful the way the media treated Ted Cruz. I mean, the left and the media were more worried about Ted Cruz going to Mexico to spend his own money than they are about the caravans coming through Mexico to take ours.
Damn, dude. That's a sick... What? That's a sick equivocacy we're talking about right here. You claim to care when I murder and dismember and consume 13-year-old girls. Sure, great, but you don't even care about the MS-13. What? I don't know. Wait, actually, I have a... Sorry, that was a bad joke. Wait, hold on. I have a real question, though. Why would he be making a joke defending Ted Cruz if Ted Cruz took a massive hit to his ratings after his Cancun vacation? Like, what benefit does he derive? What's in it for him to attach himself to this? You know what? It's probably not going to mean anything. It's probably not going to matter. Whatever.
Hunter Biden's laptop.
Well, obviously, how many people here have lost followers on social media recently?
Oh.
How many have lost 10,000 plus followers on social media? I know both KT and I have experienced that.
Premier
when the purge
conservative
happened on Twitter, and the same thing happens on Facebook. Well,
Premier conservative conference, let me out.
Hunter Biden's going to win and get richer. So don't think out loud. Don't suppose you have freedom to worship or that the churches they closed down during the coronavirus are essential. Don't complain about men, women, women's sports.
Wow. This title kind of says it all, doesn't it? Holy shit. How do you get elected with this little...
Don't think you have the right to bear arms. Like socialist dictators, our adversaries will confiscate your weapons. So I believe we need to start acting like we really believe our principles.
What? Maybe? I don't even know. What are your... If your principle is small government, then sure, I'd prefer that to whatever the fuck you're doing right now.
America is, in fact, not racist. Many of the woke athletes in the NBA and the NFL, we stand for the flag. Why is our nation so divided? Well, our unique individual differences as human beings become divisions without our flag, our national anthem, and our unique American identity.
That statement can mean so many different things depending on who's hearing it. There are a lot of different directions you can take that one in, I'll say that much. Hello, Holly.
Last 6 weeks, the radical left, their corporate allies, the liberal media have tried to cancel me, censor me, expel me, shut me down, stop me from representing the people of Missouri, stop me from representing you. And guess what? I'm here today. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not backing down. Not a chance. Not a chance. And neither are you, am I right?
Why don't we ever get this energy from Democrats, man? We don't get any of this. Bosh, I always thought you were exaggerating a bit when you called Republicans fascists, but I think I agree with you now. Yeah, all it really takes is looking at them for a couple of minutes and you get that vibe. Why don't Democrats ever talk like this, dude? Every Democrat feels like they're constantly apologizing for their own existence. The only Democrats who act like they have any fucking stones are the Justice Dems, Bernie Sanders, the types of people who will go on out there and condemn people they disagree with. But most Dems don't actually do that. If you take a look at a Republican, Republicans are like committed to, more than anything else, making their constituency hate the opposition, okay? And look, you can say that's healthy, that's not healthy, whatever. Me personally, I'm okay with people hating Republicans, all right? I'm okay with it. I'm sorry, wait. By Republicans, I mean the officials. I want to be clear about that. Not the people here, but Josh Hawley. I'm okay with people hating Josh Hawley. Okay with people hating Ted Cruz. And nobody in the Democrat Party pushes that. They're such unity cucks. They're unity cucks is what they are. Yeah, it's like the when they go low, we go high thing. There's a great video on that from Innuendo Studios about the you go low, we go high thing. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure we have info on this, but that we go high thing doesn't work. It doesn't actually work. What I'm interested in is how far can you push the Democratic electorate, you know? Because the thing with Republicans is, by here I mean the Republican voters, the Republican electorate. You can do whatever you want to them, they'll still vote red, okay? No limits, no threshold, no standards, no decency, no self-respect. You can do whatever. You can have Republican politicians spit in their coffee, hand it to them, and they'll drink it up. They do not give a fuck as long as they are sufficiently convinced that Democrats want to end the literal world. As long as that's where the Republicans are, you can do anything you want. But Democrats are, well, they don't like Trump, that's true. But I feel like Democrats aren't really aware of the stakes here, you know? At least they don't act like it. I'll say this much, okay? I'll say this, I'm not going to get too into it, but Democrats will say, Trump is a fascist, our country is turning into a fascist government, we need to resist, this could be our last chance. Liberals say that often. It's not just lefties, liberals will say that. But they don't act like it. They'll say it, but they don't act like it. When Republicans say, yeah, all Democrats are pedophile Satanists and they're trying to destroy America by selling it to China, they act on that. They put out money to their politicians. They show up and vote. They act out that belief, you know? The Dems don't seem to. I wonder how aware they are of how true their words are. Vosh, you condemn Republicans for not having decorum, yet criticize Democrats for holding decorum as paramount. Inconsistent much? I think there's a happy middle ground to be had there. Also, I think that you can engage in decorum while also cultivating resentment to your opposition. I think that's possible. I mean, with that McCarthy quote we looked at earlier, that's a good question, by the way. Don't make fun of the person who asked that. With that McCarthy quote earlier, that have you no decency thing, you know, that was a sick line. It landed well and ended up destroying that guy's career. But it was still pretty damn civil, you know, even within the purview of aggressive political advocacy, there is still room for decorum. Decorum doesn't just, well, let me make sure I'm not misusing the word. Decorum just means adhering to a set of social standards, right? Behavior in keeping with good taste and propriety. I guess it really depends on a person's standards, but to me, I think it is poor taste to play bipartisanship with fascists, and I think it's good taste to remind your electorate how threatening they are. In my opinion, I think that decorum, it doesn't necessarily mean polite, but it certainly means that you do follow some set of rules, I think. That's my opinion. And it's really, really very contextual, you know? It's very, very contextual. Yeah, being civil doesn't mean you have to be a pushover. This is how you burn someone while keeping decorum. Let's see.
Used God to enslave my foreparents. You used God to segregate me in school. You used God to put me in the back of the bus. Have you no shame?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. The Republicans will say shit like, you were never a slave. You never had to sit at the back of the bus, which, depending on how old that guy was, he actually may have had to. I never owned any slaves. Like, that would be where Republicans are at in response to that. But, you know.
Speaking of being canceled.
Canceled. Canceled!
I objected during the Electoral College certification. Maybe you heard about it. I did. I stood up.
This is what it takes.
I stood up.
This is what you get. That's what it takes. That's what resonates. Oh, by the way, I just want to say, and the site analytics are a little delayed because it doesn't update perfectly, but it looks like we have already sold out of almost every single shirt that I got, including those of the edge sizes, which means I guess we're gonna have to order some more. Damn. White Nervosa, are you there? If we need to, I guess we can double the availability. Which leftist org will you be donating the funds to? Vosh Vidya LLC. They're a promising leftist advocacy group. What? You know? What? I'll talk to her later. Don't bother her. She's probably busy doing something else. White, hello. Hey, White. How you doing, White? Doing good, I hope? That's good. The shirts seem to have pretty much sold out. That's pretty crazy. Oh, wait, you get... Okay, wait, hold on. You DM'd me a link that shows me the thing that I'm looking for, okay? So where are we missing... I see. I see where we need more orders. Okay, that's what I was looking for. All right. Just 1 second. Oh, hold on. All right, sorry. Just gotta set up the next. All of the shirts are being made by like a guy with a screen printer, you know. So we're gonna have to. Oh God. Okay.
And I said, we ought to have a debate about election integrity. You know, on January.
Yeah. CPAC audience appears to skew old and white. Dude, this is like the audience for TP USA events, Turning Point USA, like the which is supposed to be like a college campus youth organization, and all the people there at all the events are like absolutely ancient.
By these modern day oligarchs. What we need is a new nationalism, a new agenda to make the rule of the people real in this country and give the people America back. Give it back to them. Give it back to you. No more rule by oligarchs, rule by the people. That's what we've got to do. And I can tell you how I would start.
Oh, yeah, dude. That's the Republican Party in a nutshell. Rule by the people, not by oligarchs. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, well that's the fascist game, right? Nazi Germany did the exact same thing. Oh yeah, if Jimmy Dore was watching this right now, he would be going, "Beast! That's beast! Oh my god, he said by the people, we should vote for this guy. Fuck AOC, that stupid whore, Josh Hawley all the way." That would be the Jimmy Dore response to this particular, you know.
Would start by breaking up the big tech corporations. Just break them up.
Yeah, he's anti-corporate too. I bet he wants higher tax rates on the wealthy.
The rule of the people.
I bet he wants higher taxes too.
Will accomplish.
Oh God, this woman, no.
I will confidently say that President Trump from his desk at Mar-a-Lago will accomplish more for America in the next 4 years than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris could ever dream of.
What?
I will confidently say that President Trump from his desk at Mar-a-Lago.
The way she talks make me wonder if everything's going okay up there, but Donald Trump will do more good shitting into his golden toilet than Biden could ever do in a million billion years. I don't know. She could say anything here, people would clap. Oh, hello! Don Jr., my favorite fail son. How are we doing today? Still living in a shadow? You're pretty tan for a guy who's never seen the sunlight.
How's it going, CPAC? Or I heard someone earlier phrase it a little bit better. TPAC. That's what it feels like, guys. How's it going, CPAC?
Wait, I need to... Hold on, let me...
Or I heard someone earlier phrase it a little bit better. TPAC. That's what it feels like, guys. How's it going, CPAC?
Stop. We need a soundboard, like a shock jock radio host.
Liz Cheney and her politics are only slightly less popular than her father is at a quail hunt. What?
Okay, we can make fun of Dick Cheney. That's fine. All right.
Fact checkers, please have at it. Fact check true. Right? Listen, like I said, Liz Cheney, she hates Donald Trump and his policies because her family has a long history of friendly fire. But Liz Cheney and...
Okay, now, all right, okay. This is probably the only okay comedy we're gonna get for the entirety of CPAC, okay? No, okay, it's fine. It's not great, but okay.
These are the issues.
His hair is so greasy. Dude, Don Jr. is the greasiest boy. Literally no millennial will understand this shit. Then good thing it's only the silent generation in the audience.
Radical left won't cancel.
Don Jr. is unbelievably greasy. Yeah, he looks like a pizza. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look. Like, every picture of him, he's shiny. I'm one to talk, you know, whatever. He's such a... It's not just the actual grease. It's just like... It's the way he looks. Like... He looks like he's about to sell me a bad car. You know? He looks like somebody whose childhood inspiration was Saul Goodman. You know? Like, he just looks like such a fucking greaseball. He looks like he would go door to door selling vacuum cleaners when he doesn't need it because he's living off his daddy's trust fund and he's really just hoping to slam some MILFs. You know? Actually, wait, that's king shit. Never mind. Let's not give him too much praise.
Cancel. Hasbro now wants a gender-neutral Mr. Potato Head.
Again? We're doing this again.
These are the issues of our times, folks.
No, they're your issues. Nobody cares.
If Hasbro really wanted a gender-neutral Mr. Potato Head so badly, they should just slap a picture of CNN's Brian Sletler on the cover of their next potato.
What?
What?
Who's Brian? How do you spell Brian Slentler? How do you spell that? Are they like an androgynous person? Schlattler? What are we? Are we dealing with poor pronunciation or what? Stelter? Stelter. Okay, wow, he was way off the mark there. Oh, I get it. Okay, hold on. The joke makes a little bit more sense when you actually see this Brian character, okay? Because they are perfectly shaped, their head like a potato. This is actually kind of uncanny. Not an insult. If anything, this is divinity. They actually have like a perfectly symmetrical... no, this isn't body shaming. I promise. This is a perfect physical form, okay? This is the opposite of body shaming, okay? This is... Though I will admit, bit of a creepy smile, you know? We'll admit that though. I don't know. It's in the eyes. Maybe there's something. I don't know. Need to bring the cheeks up, squint a little. I don't know. But maybe this is just the sheer terror of gazing upon divinity, right? I mean, isn't that part of the narrative that human eyes can't comprehend the form of God, so they have to take the form of other things? So, you know, like that's what it's like. Know what I'm saying? Lights are on, but nobody's home. I know nothing about this person at all, though apparently he's on Fortune's 2020 40 under 40 list, which I'm not on, so it must be a shit list. Anyway.
They don't call him Mr. Potato Head for nothing. I mean, you know,
well.
we might as well get something out of the branding. The million that voted for Joe Biden, had they, of the 80 million that voted for Joe Biden.
How do you reform a party that this far gone? Look at this.
Had they, of the 80 million that voted for Joe Biden.
Like, the opposition party leaders legitimately just aren't in the same reality that we're in. They don't even acknowledge like the basic tenets of what happened in the previous. Yeah, I feel like we're trying to reform a tumor, you know? Like, how do you do that exactly?
Disappoint. That crowd had a lot of fun listening to Donald Trump Jr. Broadside against Liz Cheney, threats against Rhino Republicans, but he spent most of his time talking about the collusion between the left-wing media and the far left in the Democratic Party, and just at the end there, beating up on Fredo.
How can you simultaneously believe, as Trump said many times, that the media screwed, that Bernie Sanders was screwed out of the nomination, but then also say that the far left media colluded with the far left Democrats? How can you believe that? Was Bernie Sanders actually right-leaning? Like, what are we talking about? So are people not allowed to coalition build? Vosh, what is this guy's point? There's no point to be made here. And again, the irony of a Newsmax host complaining about media companies being preferential to a given political party is unbelievable. But again, a reminder, this man, I don't know anything about him, but I'd be willing to bet, believes that not only he, but everyone believes nothing. That it's actually very similar to the thought process of the white nationalist. So here's something you've probably heard before, okay? This is a really, really common thought pattern, okay? So if you go about it logically, there's really no justification for racism. There just isn't, okay? If you go about it logically, if you think like, okay, well, if you assume that people act reciprocally, and if we're trying to maximize social and economic benefits, if you actually run down the list, there's really just no benefit to it. Even if you believed all of the race and IQ bullshit these types do, even if you believe that some races are inherently superior to others, even if you bit the bullet on that, which don't, because that's wrong, but even if you did, there's actually still no real good justification for racism. It just doesn't pan out that way. Because then you get into questions like, well, do you want to deport low IQ white people, or like what? What about high IQ black people? Okay, like what about, so what part of your culture? You know, you can't like preserve culture, right? It's not actually possible. Cultures change whether you want them to or not. It's just not, it's not happening. Anyhow, So you never want to bite the bullet on that. But. Here's the line that they use. It's a wrong line, but it's one they use often, okay? Whites need to stand up for their race. They need to be preferential to their own race because all other races are preferential to their own races. And if we're the only group not engaging in self-defense, we'll be wiped out by the rest of them. That's the common line right there, that Asians defend Asians. And which, by the way, have you seen Asia? Yeah, they're all getting along. And white people defend white people. And yeah, have you seen Europe? Okay. And black people defend black people, except have you seen Africa? No, nobody gets along with anyone, okay? It's not a racial line thing. But their argument, essentially, it's like the prisoner's dilemma. They've already chosen to fuck me over, so I need to be ready and fuck them over first. And that's what people like this guy believe. Not necessarily with regards to race war, though he's on Newsmax, so it wouldn't surprise me, but with the logic that nobody actually believes in anything. You might have grown up believing that some people were principled, but as you grew older and you lost your own, and you became disillusioned with the world, as many politicians I imagine have, you come to believe that nobody is being honest, that everyone is fighting for power, for emptiness, and that if you're the only principled one left, you end up looking like a sucker. That's one of the reasons why, by the way, so few people like Bernie Sanders in the higher up levels of government. Because Bernie Sanders is a very principled person by any account. I have to assume he is. He's been saying the same shit for 50 years. He's incredibly principled. And he doesn't seem to have made very many friends. And I imagine that a lot of that is because, not just because he's hard to work with, not just because he's a crotchety old man, and he certainly is, but also because I imagine that when people who've lost that spark see him, they feel offended. In the same way that an insecure carnivore feels offended when they talk to a vegan. It's defensive reaction. Oh, you have your principles? Oh, whoop-de-doo. Great. How good for you. That's wonderful. You're such a good person. And that inspires a lot of defensive aggression. You know? Does that make sense? Anyway, just a thought. But it reminds me of how these people believe nothing. Like this guy bitching about media collusion with a political party when he is on Newsmax, you know? Like, okay, sure. Yeah, you're very committed to the impartial delivery of news to an undiscerning audience. Thank you.
And his brother, his older brother, the governor of New York, and the liberal hypocrisy that we've seen in the covering of the scandals of Andrew Cuomo. Well, he certainly did.
Covering of the scandals. I feel like Cuomo's under a lot of fire from everyone at this point, but... Oh, did we reach it? Did we reach the end of the thread? No way. I was having fun. Ah, well. How do we steer people away from these toxic media news sources? I don't know. That's a complicated question. Censorship won't fix the problem, though. I'll say that much. Cuomo's been public enemy #1 here in New York from all sides, from what I can see. Yeah. There's more scattered. Twitter videos are just so short. It's hard to piece together anything lengthy. Joe Biden slipped the N-word. Please watch this. Is this that video from like 40 years ago where he's reading out loud a document? No, it's new a few days ago. Really? All right. It's dumb, not worth it, Vosh. Then I'll listen to it, and you guys will just have to listen to me listening to it, dumb fucks. All right, let's hear it. No. That barely even sounds like it. That's weak. Weak. That's barely even sounds like it. You have to stretch to hear that. It doesn't even sound contextually, like even if he was saying the N-word, it wouldn't have made sense like grammar-wise in the sentence. It doesn't, yeah. Ted Cruz got BTFO'd by his Senate mates in the locker room, Lamau. Yeah? putting memes of his Cancun trip in the Senate gym locker room. Bienvenido de nuevo, Ted. I didn't know that Ted Cruz visited the gym. That's good for him, you know? Good for him. If we have extra time, this video explains why Nazis would lose really well. Germany could not win World War II from potential history. Generally speaking, when it comes to historical topics, I am really skeptical of YouTube videos with a lot of views, because a lot of views means public appeal, and public appeal means not very much nuance, and not very much nuance tends to mean incorrect. Now, this is good. The potential history person is good. Oh, we can watch it? Yeah, sure. You know what? Let's watch it. Sure. How often do we watch videos that we're just watching to appreciate? Let's give it a shot, okay? All right.
There, I've finished fine-tuning my what-if machine. It can answer any what-if question accurate to within 1/10 of a plausibility unit. Who wants the machine to show them an alternate reality?
Oh, I want to know.
If Germany wins, if Hitler stops making decisions.
Has a question for the what-if machine.
Copyright, stop.
Do they win if they mass produce the mouse tank?
Make that machine show me what would happen if they
End
took
this
Moscow.
bit.
That's so plausible, I can't believe it.
People love rooting for
Thank
the
you.
underdog. These stories strike a chord with us at a very basic level, and you can tell this by how popular these stories are in media. This also translates to real-world stories, although real life does not have a plot that always turns in the underdog's favor. So there's...
Bosh, it's Soviet, it's not copyright. No, not the song, dumb fuck. The Futurama clips. If he put this in his own video, so why is it a threat if you show it? It's complicated, but there's a reason.
This kind of romanticism connected to fighting for a lost cause that a lot of people assign to a lot of real-world groups. One of these you see talked about a lot is the German army in World War II, that if only dumb Hitler hadn't been in charge, or if different choices were made, that the war would have turned out different. And a lot of these arguments seem to hold water on the surface, but upon reflection, mostly miss the point or do not make a significant enough change to sway anything. These are my favorite how Germany could have won scenarios, and how they're wrong. I hear this one all the time, that if the Germans had just driven onto Moscow and taken it, the Russians would have capitulated. But it is rarely backed up with evidence as to why. Even in the memoirs of German generals after the war, they constantly mention that the drive to Moscow would have meant victory in the East. And I think the reason for this is that they model the Russian campaign after the French campaign. In the French campaign in 1940, the French surrender once Paris is cut off from its forces and looks like it's about to fall. Using this model, a lot of people think that the exact same would apply to Russia. The only problem with this is Russia is a whole different animal, both politically and geographically. Stalin was going to put every man, woman, and child in the Soviet Union between him and the advancing Germans, and this is exemplified by the way the Red Army fought the war, often trading casualties for time. So if Moscow was taken, sure, it's a political and also logistical defeat, given that the rail network was centered around it, but no way do I think Stalin is just going to shrug and say, well, we tried, after Moscow was taken. And with that, we would probably see the Soviet Union fighting to the bitter end, just like the Germans did in reality. This is also backed up by real-world history from Napoleon's Russia campaign in 1812, where he went on to take Moscow but still lost the war. Russia is such a large and vast country that they have the ability to trade casualties and land at a higher rate than any other country can, and therefore the normal rules of war such as taking the capital and ensuring victory do not apply.
Are they not seeing this?
Another commonly heard point is that Hitler made terrible decisions.
Are you watching this? Because I want to, dumb fuck. Stay mad.
And he should have just listened to his generals. Now, I'm not here to defend Adolf Hitler. He's a crazy genocidal maniac. Let's not make two ways about it. But this isn't always the case. For example, Hitler and the High Command were all in agreement on invading Russia. They all very much wanted to, in their eyes, destroy communism and save Germany, as Hitler laid out in his book. But once this...
Wait, bashed it in 5 minutes? No, it's not. Wait, isn't the debate in an hour? When's the debate? Oh. Wait. Hold on. If it's happening soon, then there should be something on Twitter about it. Is it 10 or 5? I thought it was in it. Hold on. Nope. It's in 5 minutes. All right. Let me take a piss. And then I guess I'll be getting right into it. All right. All right. Okay, wait, okay, close this. Damn, I was about to learn something too. Okay, we got to join this thing. We got to do this thing. Okay, hold on. You know, I probably should have gotten clued into the fact that the thing was going to be happening soon by the fact that the group chat was popping. Know what I'm talking about? Fuck, I need to tweet out that we're going to get more shirts soon. You guys know that these shirts aren't going to be delivered for a little while. Just so you know. We got to figure the whole process out. It'll start moving faster the longer. Okay. I need them by tomorrow. What the fuck? Yeah. They're being used in random memes. Yeah, I saw that. My fucking Wojak is now being used for just completely random shit. Like, okay. All right. Yeah, transcendence. Very true. Okay, hold on. Let's get in here. Jumping whereby. Okay. Okay. No, hereby. Dylan Burns. TV. Okay, got that. Now we join the round table. Just don't know how this shit works. Yeah. Okay, got that. Change title. Nah, fuck you. How many flannel shirts do you own? Like 3, I think? I lived in Humboldt, and they're kind of fashionable over there, so. All right, there we go. We did it. I'm in the Discord. I'm in the thing, but I'll show it all when the time comes. Oh, God. What do good sleeps feel like? Who knows? Yo. Oh, shit. Bastian's there. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Does it feel to not wash hands? I don't. This meme is outdated. We need to stop the hand washing meme, okay? It's outdated. It's not good. It's a bad meme, okay?
Okay.
And washing isn't a meme. Yeah. I'm just waiting on everything to get set up on their end, then I can swap over. You know, it'd be sick. What if we genetically engineered humans so we didn't need to wash our hands to just constantly exude water and soap spuds from our pores, like of the pores of our palms? The efficiency Be unbelievable. Constantly know how would you eat? Well, there have to be sacrifices, don't there? You know, I'm just gonna switch cam over. I can't tell if they're memeing right now because nobody can hear anybody. So I don't know if they're joking by talking or if they're talking to their streams with everything else muted the way I am, or that's probably what they're doing, isn't it? Because we're all live streaming. Well, I'm doing the exact same thing as they are. Yeah, I don't know why that was even remotely confusing to me. Hide cam? Dude, what if what if we took over? Look at that, huh? There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Bring me right in there. We're just all talking. Should I undeafen? Hello?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. What's up?
Welcome, Vosh. It seems Bastiat is still muted. Capitalism was already lost, it's over.
What a cringe lord. How you doing, man?
I am doing okay. All things considered, I'm alive, so that's good. I'm not dead. That's another positive. And I still got good hair. So that's 3.
Nice.
There you go.
On. Good to see you, Dylan.
Before taking the usual route, which would be having
Great to see you too, Vosh.
Having you to introduce yourselves. I have somebody here who will be doing that for us, our hippy dippy ring announcer. Can you take it away?
All right, let's get ready to rumble. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, envies of all ages, and welcome to tonight's Hippy Dippy Championship match, which promises to be a classic in every sense of the word. Standing in the red corner, representing socialism and weighing in at 170 pounds, the man known only as Voosh, Vouch, Vosh. And
generous.
in the blue corner, representing capitalism, weighing in at 165 pounds, 5 ounces, Boss, the Blue Dog, Tiat. And tonight's prize, eternal glory and a shiny belt.
Holy
Thank you
moly.
so much for being the announcer. Thank you very much. You may exit the arena. You do not get to join a union. Thank you. Okay. Now, I think you all know what you're here for. It is to become the inaugural Hippy Dippy champion.
Yeah, I
The
grew out of
topic
all
is-
my old belts. I'm here to supplement.
And I have apparently shrunk out of all my old belts, so thanks for that, buddy.
No problem.
I've been
Now,
absorbing your power.
165 pounds. I mean, that's a good win.
Yeah, 170 was very generous to me as well.
we here at the Hippy Dippy Championship, we really care about our combatants' public image. So I am just going to make it clear. The topic's simple. Capitalism versus socialism. This is simple. This is a no holds barred match. I will not be coming in to regulate niceness in any manner. All banned words, except for things that violate Twitch terms of service, have been unbanned. All general hippy dippy rules have been taken off, except for the usual, which is if I speak up, nobody talks over me. I'm just here to regulate, and I would not like to get banned off of the platform. So, with that being said, you will both have a simple introduction time of 2 minutes to hopefully restrain yourself before going head to head for the title. We have 3 separate judges. Chat will not get to judge on this occasion. We will have a poll to see who you think won in chat, but it will play nothing more than an advisory role. Okay, is there any questions?
I'm ready.
Wonderful. This is an official Hippy Dippy sanction match for the inaugural Hippy Dippy champion. Whoever wins this will have this actual belt mailed to them. It took about 4 months to schedule this match. Due to recent events, it was a little harder to get going than would have thought. And of course, it has costs. If everybody at home would like to support the show, I would deeply appreciate it, either through subs or donations. This match is a go. 1 second, let me ring the bell, and I will let Bastiat start with his introduction at first. You may begin.
All right. So, folks, my name is Bastiat. I am a liberal, and I believe in liberal democracy as a system of government with a capitalist economy. What do I mean by a capitalist economy? I mean an economy which exists predominantly in the, as it exists in the developing world today, or rather the developed and largely developing world today. That is, say, an economy developed and defined by private property, self-interest and the profit motive, competition, a market mechanism, the freedom to choose with respect to consumption, production, and investment by the individual, and of course, a relatively limited role of government. Government is, of course, essential for capitalism, but what I mean when I talk about a limited role for government is that it respects that there is a delineation between the private sphere and the public sphere, right? It does not seek to completely absorb, to completely politicize, to completely dominate the economic sphere. So that is where I come from. I believe that, generally speaking, capitalism is the best way people have yet discovered to improve living standards, to improve quality of life, and generally to make it possible for all of us to do the things we want to do in our lives as individual human beings. I believe, in contrast, that the brand of socialism that Vosh proposes fundamentally, at best, makes no sense, and at worst, might well be something approaching incoherence. He talks about the idea of democracy in the workplace. He talks about the idea of decommodification. But then he simultaneously says that social democracy is basically a sinkhole, and then talks about how his long-term goal is for the workers to seize the means of production, presumably through some sort of violent revolution. And in the long run, I don't understand how he can say that social democracy, that the societies we are in today, and that exist, whether it be the United States, whether it be the Nordic countries, all across the developed world, that have shown people the way to development, to high human development indexes, to growing standards of living, how he can reject all of that, for some unproven idea of market socialism, which, though it has been tried rarely, where it has been tried, chiefly in the former Yugoslavia, has really delivered relatively diminishing returns. So I have to say, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I look forward to hearing in what sense it would work, how it would work, and in particular, I look forward to hearing his explanation for how it would work better than what we've got now. Because fundamentally, my goal is individual freedom and the results that come through a capitalist economy, the improving standard of living that I think has made the world a better place, particularly over the last, say, 40 years. So that's where I stand.
Wonderful. Next, I will be throwing it over to Vosh for a similarly timed intro.
Yeah. So nobody is satisfied with the world as it exists. Everybody wants to make some improvements, and everybody wants to make those improvements in certain ways. Some improvements, if made in ineffectual ways, will beget negative results, and some negative directions... Oh, hold on, I hear an echo?
I'll mute my mic.
Okay, gotcha. And some directions one can pursue, even if well-intentioned, lead to negative outcomes. In my personal opinion, I believe that which I advocate for principally, that is to say selective decommodification and for market socialism, worker cooperatives, are incredibly empirically defensible, which is what I believe distinguishes me and the things that I advocate for from many other leftists online. When we speak of selective decommodification, we are speaking of no more than that which has been proven to be effective in Nordic democracies. When we say, and you as a capitalist should know this, that there are certain industries which do not respond very well to shifts in demand. They do not appropriately respond to market conditions. We know there are issues with American healthcare. We know there are issues with the decentralization of transportation networks that can be fixed with government intervention. Now, you said that you do not want the government to walk in and completely seize control of private life, and I could not agree with you further. It is freedom which I am principally concerned with. It is through freedom which I believe equality can be gained, not the other way around. Equality does not beget freedom, but freedom certainly can beget equality if appropriately structured, and I believe that selective decommodification, giving people the freedom to enjoy good health care or the freedom to develop urban environments in a way which allows them to go from A to B without the need for a car, or anything else which could benefit from government intervention. These are things which enhance human freedom. Now, to speak of market socialism, when we talk about worker cooperatives, it is true that Yugoslavia had its problems, but I think there were plenty of problems with Yugoslavia which did not begin and end with their market socialism-driven economy. There were plenty of other conditions, and to me it is as ridiculous to decry market socialism because of Yugoslavia as it would be to decry capitalism because of the Congo and the Congo exclusively, or because of certain sections of Africa or Southeast Asia. There are other socio-political conditions which influence the development of these economies in those areas, but market socialism at its core is essentially a government-facilitated operation of worker cooperatives across the breadth of the economy, that the government expects this be the standard form of governance. And there is a great deal of empirical evidence suggesting that worker cooperatives are not just functional, not just effective, but in cases sometimes more functional and more effective than traditionally operated private firms. And the reason for that is, and I'll wrap up with this, democracy is important. Freedom is important. And in my mind, democracy, and what we consider to be democracy, has been evolving for a long time now. It used to be only landowning white males, and today we have many more. But I think that in 100 years, economic democracy will be that point where we look back on the past and smack our foreheads and say, why didn't we do that sooner?
Okay, the match is live. You may engage. I got to use the bathroom, so no steel chairs. I'll be right back.
So what I don't understand is how you can write off the social democracies in one sense. When you say, for example, that they are sinkhole, that basically in your discussion with Hakeem in February, or rather in January of this year, you said these cannot work unless they depend upon, unless they benefit from foreign exploitation. I mean, that is your position, is it not?
Right, of course. Capitalism necessarily relies on some economic underclass. You have it domestically with slaves, or you have it abroad with sweatshop workers, but it has to exist somewhere.
How can you make the argument that, first of all, that sweatshop workers are in any way comparable to slaves, in the sense that sweatshop workers overseas who have managed to take jobs as a result of foreign investment that pay more than they would otherwise receive in their domestic economies are engaged in something tantamount to slavery?
Well, in the sense that they're
absolutely, I mean, you got to think about what it is you're comparing to. You've got to think about what the best alternative is. If private employment in a factory is still the better alternative to what existed before, that foreign investment is not some kind of slavery. I'll absolutely bite the bullet on this.
I didn't say I didn't say it was slavery, and it's certainly the case that sweatshops are preferable to subsistence farming. No, I said that it was an economic underclass, and I stand by that point. Whereas before, we were able to have the worst jobs done by people who were sold and bought as chattel. Nowadays, we ship off the worst jobs to places that have lower standards of labor and lower minimum wages. That's absolutely, undeniably how this works.
What do you mean by the worst jobs?
Well,
what are the worst jobs to you?
The jobs that we would best benefit from exporting to other countries.
You mean factory jobs?
Sure, but not just factory jobs. Factory jobs that have low pay and low workers' rights. You can get more money. You can exploit more wealth out of the labor of sweatshop workers than you can out of union-enrolled American factory workers. That's why we do it. That's why we move these jobs overseas, isn't it?
Absolutely. And yet the people who receive those jobs are still benefiting comparable to what they would otherwise have. On the one hand, they do better, for example, than the subsistence farming that they had in China prior to the industrialization of that country.
Is that the limit?
By foreign. That's the start. The limit is, where you go from there. But that's certainly the start. And it's important to remember that the start is important, because that is something that you would basically put an end to, if you could, in your ideal world, through your argument that social democracy, the kind of economy that I advocate for, not social democracy, but an economy with a welfare state, things like that, that basically depends on fundamentally unfair and destructive relationships to third world countries instead
do you think it's possible
mutually beneficial relationships?
Well, the myth of mutually beneficial relationships relies on the assumption that there's no implicit coercion in an economic transaction. It's entirely possible. Wait. It's entirely possible for two entities to benefit from a transaction, but the way in which that transaction is taking place begets not only a disproportionate benefit from one side, but also with one side controlling the terms of that engagement. So, for example, the United States of America, or if we want to talk broadly, Western capitalist countries, have an overwhelming amount of economic power globally, which we wield through institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, which you can say they force these changes. You can say they encourage these changes. They encourage reforms which make these countries more susceptible to our business interests. Now, is it preferable to have sweatshop labor instead of subsistence farming? In most cases, yes. Not always. There's nuance there, but often, yes. But that doesn't mean there wasn't a better alternative. Much in the same way that it is entirely possible to take a starving orphan in from the street and feed them nothing but peanuts. I mean, that's better than them starving on the street, that you've improved their life. There's no denying that. But you're only feeding them peanuts. You know, you got oranges
I can
in the
appreciate
fridge.
that. You know, yeah, sure. You know, I don't want to feed my kid only peanuts. But at the same time, I don't want to say something like, well, you see, is that the best we can do, without providing an example, an alternative, something that is based in some kind of empirical reality that we can say, okay, this is the best alternative. It's very easy to criticize. Indeed, there's a lot to criticize about modern capitalism in the United States and around the world. And yet the real question must always be, what is your better alternative? Because right now, in the broad sweep of human history, foreign trade, foreign investment, through market mechanisms, through competitive capitalism, seems to be the best way that we have yet discovered to reduce poverty, not only in the developed world, but in the developing world. And when we have the resources to combine that with a welfare state of some size, you want probably a bigger one than I do, but we both want one of some sort, right? Once you have those resources, you can build that welfare state. You can drive human prosperity forward. And what you're saying here, when you argue that social democracy depends on unequal exchange, exploitation, it's fundamentally destructive of the people, of the people of the third world.
That's all capitalism, mine, not just.
Not only is it false, the idea that our economies depend on this foreign trade. For example, the United States, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research, benefits from foreign trade to the extent of 2 to 8% of GDP. We'd close ourselves off from the world, and though we would suffer a decline in our standard of living, our economy, as it exists today, does not in any way depend on the existence of foreign trade. Even if we end it all tomorrow, and I'll send you the link. But that's the benefit of foreign trade to the United States. That is what all this has brought to the United States: 2 to 8%.
You're free to, but
GDP.
You're free to, but from everything that I've seen, I'm pretty sure that pretty much every country, every developed country at the very least, relies on global trade. I mean, that's the reason why our economies have developed the way we are. We've exported a massive amount of industrial work. We don't even get our resources domestically. I'm pretty sure that without we can. So these are empirical points that we can discuss the particulars on later, because whether or not America depends on foreign trade.
You're just disagreeing with the evidence, Vosh. I mean, it's one thing to say that yes, trade is very important. Of course, it's important. It is important for the purpose of improving our standard of living, making it higher than it would otherwise be. But the developed world could exist without the trade of the developing world. Now, not universally in the sense of, there are some resources perhaps at one time in the past or another.
That's
but
my
the idea
argument,
that we need this trade. All right, your argument is
wait, hold on. I'll tell you. Wait. I'll tell you my argument, because we're running off in a couple
of exploitative trade.
We're running off in a couple of points here. First of all, and again, this is tangential, but I'm highly skeptical of the claim that we're only engaging in foreign trade for marginal benefits. I'm pretty sure that we benefit pretty tremendously from our ability to participate in the global economy, but it's ultimately secondary to my argument, because I would like it if our countries were more capable of economic independence. We're talking about two separate things right now. We're talking about domestically worker cooperatives and what that can do, and we have plenty of empirical evidence suggesting those could be an improvement, at least in certain respects. But globally, we know that the reason why these countries are the way they are is because it's incentivized for them to facilitate the growth of their economy in ways that benefit our industry. If a country, a developing country, not very wealthy, not very powerful, needs money, and it certainly does in a very aggressive foreign marketplace, the best way for it to get that money, the best way for it to get its security, is to kowtow to Western business interests to make sure that they're capable of signing off their wealth of labor, their resources, to foreign companies. That way, not only do they get whatever money we give to them on account of that trade, but they also get the security of being essentially backed by Western business interests, which means that if they get invaded or if there's instability there, we have an incentive to involve ourselves in that process. This has absolutely happened before. I don't know why you're shaking your head. This is how...
No, what I don't understand is you seem to be under this assumption, right? That the United States as a whole pushes trade like as some kind of unified whole, right? Because it is so very important to us, and other countries in return are engaging in trade because they believe that they will get military protection or something like that. When in reality, what's going on is a lot more
we try to maximize our
simple.
benefit.
Right. We as individuals try to maximize our benefit. That 2 to 8% of GDP is a whole lot more than 2 to 8%, benefit with respect to the people who do engage in foreign trade. With respect to not only domestic trade, and I sent you the source if you want to take a look. You can check out, whatever. I sent to the chat that you mean, Dylan, right? It's a big benefit for the people who directly engage in it, absolutely, and it is a benefit to society as a whole. The question, though, I think that that seems to me to break your worldview here is that you say that our standard of living, a welfare state, all the good things that we both agree in some fashion we want here in the United States. I don't want to go as far as you do, but you seem to say that they depend on us being fundamentally monsters, right? We have to exploit in a destructive fashion the developing world.
You're assigning some moralistic language to me that I try to avoid when I make these arguments. I think
when you talk about social democracy as a sinkhole, when you talk about it as depending on exploitation of the third world, what else can that mean?
To be perfectly clear, the reason why I said that about social democracies is because, while I think they're certainly preferable to what we have in America right now, they don't overcome some of the fundamental flaws that I believe we have right now morally with how we engage with the economy. Right now, well, no, not just right now, all the time, everywhere, countries and individuals are looking to maximize their own interests. Sometimes they do that through... Henry Ford, for example, paid his workers more because he realized that once they made enough money to buy his cars, everybody benefited from the transaction.
That's
wonderful.
False. That's not at all true. That wouldn't even make sense. How could he pay his own workers for the sole purpose of them buying his own cars? That's a very small part of the economy. That's one of those myths people tell for the sake of trying to raise the idea of wages being good and going up organically. But Henry Ford didn't raise his employees' wages so they could buy cars. It would be a kind of endless cycle. That's like plugging in an electrical outlet into an electrical socket on the same extension cord and thinking you've created infinite energy.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. So I learned that in history class. If that's some mythical fable, that's entirely possible. I have to double check. But that was an incredibly silly thing that you just said. The idea that paying your workers enough that they can purchase the products that you develop is not like plugging an electrical cord into the socket that you put it from at all. There are absolutely economic benefits to making sure that like the swath of the population is capable of actually participating in the economy to the extent that they can buy the products you're producing.
But that's very different from what you described. I mean, you described a situation where he raised their wages so that they could buy his products. If you're saying you want to make products that many people can afford, sure, absolutely, that's good. But you didn't raise their wages. So
as I understood, he raised their wages because he realized that if they were capable of living a more comfortable existence, then they would also be capable of purchasing his products. So more of the money would go back to him. In essence, he would make money off of it because their standard of living would be raised for what was essentially them taking a cut to their wages.
He raised
that
wages
was as I was told. Anyway, this is highly tangential. When we're talking about social democracies and we're talking about their reliance on developing world labor, the only reason this was fundamentally brought up is because it was taking place in the context of a larger conversation about what can be done to facilitate the proper and humane economic growth of developing nations. So to my mind, the best thing that we could do realistically, not snap our fingers God mode, but realistically, would probably be international trade blocks that we could use to sort of push up the standard of living in these countries by saying, I'm not going to do business in a country that has, these types of labor rules. We're not going to do business in a country that has a standard of living this low. And that sort of thing would incentivize these countries to ratchet up their internal, standard of living without it compromising the business relationships they have with the global north.
And I agree that would be great. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, blessed Hillary Clinton, if only she had won and been able to implement that, that would have been wonderful. And yet, alas, we didn't get it because we got a candidate who wanted more economic independence. I don't understand how you can say you want more global trade blocks when you just said a moment ago that you want more economic independence.
I want countries to be able to be economically independent, but I think that global trade is necessary. It also helps facilitate peacetime. The more countries engage in global trade with one another, the less of an incentive there is to engage in boots-on-the-ground war with any developing countries.
I mean, that's certainly a good thing. But, something else that really surprised me with respect to your idea of development and, improvement in the third world is that on top of the idea that, and it seems like sometimes you want these countries to be able to seal themselves off, right, from the United States. Part of the long-term plan you discussed with Hakeem on
sometimes
January
that can
4th
be
was
to
this
their benefit,
idea. was this idea that over the long run, countries should experience revolution. They should basically stop trading with the United States until at some day in the future, first the countries of the developing world fall to bits, and then eventually the United States falls some kind of revolution from the developing world. I mean, that was the plan you laid out. And that seems very different from this idea of, well, let's have more trade, though. I mean, that's good.
Wait,
right?
Selective,
how can you hold both of those opinions at the same time?
Easily. Selective protectionist policies for developing countries can be very beneficial. We know this because of the Asian tigers. We know this from countries all around the world. Even America during the Gilded Age engaged in some pretty substantial protectionist policies, which can be effective. Now, America currently is the leader of global trade. I don't think we're in a position to meaningfully benefit from protectionist policies. But if there are small countries, like, for example, Bolivia, which just returned its IMF loan, who say, no, we do not want to engage in these reforms. We do not want to submit ourselves to the business interests of the Western world. We will find the way to develop our economy on our own. There are countries that are better for that strategy.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, I guess to the extent that you think countries should be free to refuse IMF loans, I mean, sure, they should be free to refuse IMF loans, as they always have been, right? That's never been, like, there are conditions countries may find themselves in where an IMF loan is a lot better than the alternative, but the IMF loan has never been
This is what I mean about coercion, though, Bastiat. If a country is desperately poor because of war and civil conflict, and then the IMF shows up and they're like, we'll give you $100 million as long as you neoliberalize your economy. This is a coercive engagement, is it not?
But for you to define that as coercion, to say that somebody shows up with a $100 million loan, no force required to force that loan on you. They offer you the option in exchange for reform. It is not a libertarian argument. Bosch, your definition of coercion basically means that nobody can ever engage in any kind of independent agency of any kind so long as scarcity exists in some form. I mean, it's a ridiculous notion to call it coercion.
Scarcity will always compel some degree of coercion. There's no denying that there's always going to be some element of that. But if you don't believe there's any fundamentally coercive element to, like, war-torn, poor, ravaged countries with desperate populations being offered loans as long as they're willing to succumb to Western business interests, if you don't think that's an interaction which has some degree of coercion, of implicit force behind it, then I don't know what you're even talking about. We can talk about the coconut on the island analogy if you really want to, but this is ridiculous.
We can talk about the coconut on the island analogy if
you
want to.
Then I ask you, we don't even have to talk about that analogy.
I don't think that's really an analogy that ends very well for anybody who's ever heard of it before and had a minute to think about it. I mean, the idea that proves something, the idea that two people on a desert island arguing over a stack of fruit proves something meaningful about the global economy is ridiculous. The only reason that analogy works is because you talk to a lot of ANCAPs who are, frankly, ridiculous.
I don't know. These arguments you're making sound fairly ridiculous. But we can run by it. Wait, then overcome the analogy.
Yeah, so if you're saying what you're saying is that fundamentally it is coercion. Anytime somebody has resources, somebody else wants those resources and they cannot get those resources easily except if they go through another person. It's like saying, basically, it's like if I told you, Vosh, you see, your idea of economic democracy is all well and good, but if we crash on a desert island and three of us decide to form a coconut co-op, and two of us say, you ain't gonna get that
to the analogy yet?
Person, you ain't gonna get that third coconut. Yeah, I mean, you get where I'm going here. It's ridiculous.
I don't think that the analogy I don't think your deconstruction of my example is very prescient. So hold on.
All right, go for it.
Right. You fly a plane, well, you're not flying. Plane crashes, desert island. You wake up, but somebody else, the only other survivor, woke up before you. And they have collected all the coconuts, the only food sources on the island. They have them. They're theirs now. And they say they'll provide you coconuts so long as you suck their dick. Now, the only question is, do you consider this a coercive exchange?
No. It's no more. No, it's not.
Really?
The fact that resources are limited, that somebody else got those resources first and doesn't want to give them to you does not mean they're coercing you by saying, I'll give those resources to you in exchange for that. Any more than it's a legitimate example to say that three people crash on the island, two of them decide that the worker coconut co-op that they are going to form, now they got three people,
we're only talking about coercion.
If they, that's the thing, right? There's no coercion in the situation for one.
So wait, what does coercion mean to you?
Example.
Wait. What does coercion mean to you?
Coercion is when you use force to deprive someone of something, right? To force them to do something, not when you dangle something.
I'm sorry.
And say,
what about teachers having sex with their students, Bastiat?
Yeah, that's rape. That's wrong.
Wait, Bastian, hold on. You're unironically like being loud and angry. So let's talk about it, okay? So a kid has a certain grade, not kid, let's say college, okay? Let's say a college student has a certain grade and the teacher kind of suggests, you know, that if they stay after class and make some amends, that maybe the grade can go up, but they don't demand anything. They don't pull out a gun. They don't threaten anything. Is that not coercion in a comparable way? I would say it's coercion because the teacher has an undue amount of power over the student that they can use to press the student into a disadvantageous exchange. Even if the student believe it's something that they want to do, it doesn't change the fact that the teacher is wielding power in an undue way.
And power is something that all of us wield every day in all kinds of different forms. And when you say that it's coercion,
do you think
first
that's
of all,
wrong?
First of all, what you've described, no, I don't think it's inherently wrong. I don't think it's inherently wrong for somebody who has more resources to offer to share those resources with somebody in exchange for some kind of benefit. That's what you're basically deeming
So you're okay with teachers?
No, Vosh, I'm not okay with that.
No,
and again,
but that's what the question was.
The fact that you have to retreat. No, the fact
It's
that you
not
have to retreat
retreating.
these examples, right? If
You
you're
don't
saying,
believe in coercion as a concept.
No, I don't, Bosch. I've described what coercion is to you, and you were describing something very different. But let me lay out a response to what you're saying, right? Trading grades for sex, right? That's basically between two otherwise adults, right? They're adults in this situation. Yeah, I again, if you're trading sex for money, if you're trading sex for, something else that is legal or reasonable, again, all other factors out of the mind, no. I don't find that coercion to
Wait, then
offer
why do
that,
you keep
right?
saying you do find it coercive, but then you explain it and then you say you don't find it coercive?
Right. Because what you originally described, a teacher having sex with their student, to me, that sounds inherently like rape because I'm thinking of like an elementary,
with college. So you think it's okay if it's college?
No, it's not okay for a variety of reasons, but it's not like coercion. I don't agree with that.
If it's not coercion, then what about it is wrong?
We don't want an academic system that is that where grades mean nothing.
Wait. Hold on. Teachers will offer extra credit all the time. Like if you talk with a teacher, you can redo tests that you flunked on. Like there are ways to get around that. So why is the sex element wrong if not coercion? What do you think? Wait, I'm sorry. I'm letting you dictate the conversation a little bit too much. Hold on, Bastian, just a moment. Very kindly.
You dictated the conversation by bringing up Coconut Island and sex and rape while we were talking about the more salient point.
Wait, the problem, Bastian, is you legitimately don't understand what coercion means.
No, Bosch, you've got a very different idea of what coercion is. That basically means that all human exchanges, right, are fundamentally coercive, and it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
There is an element of coercion in most human interactions, but some are worse than others. Yeah, this is This is our understanding of coercion with regard to a wide variety of social issues. It's not. Wait, hold on. It's not surprising to me that you would be attached to capitalism as a system if you're incapable of recognizing that there's something fundamentally unfair about exchanges of resources where only one party in that exchange is. Wait, really quick. Why do you keep interrupting me with yeah and sure?
Bosch, because what you are saying here right now is, again, another ridiculous kind of attack where you say—
Talking about the definition of coercion?
I understand why you're okay with coercion, or I understand why you're okay with capitalism when you can't even understand.
I need you to calm down a little bit, Bastian, okay? Because you're actually like chirping every moment that I speak. No, it's really distracting. Hold on.
What you're doing here is
so to you,
unfair.
coercion begins and well, I've had this conversation a lot, and usually even ANCAPs don't bite the bullet on the idea that there's no such thing as coercion without direct force. So
Can you define coercion then?
Yeah, I think that coercion is, well, you have explicit and implicit coercion. And explicit coercion, I think, would be like bullet to the head, like gun to the head, like, very obvious. But implicit coercion is when there is a power balance or a power imbalance, between two or more entities, which means that there's not really a way to fairly dictate the terms of an engagement between them. An example of this would be unionization. The reason we have unions is because collective bargaining is the only way that workers can actually barter for their salaries up next to a corporation. People, boomers, mind, have been saying for decades, you need to go in there, you need to tell them what you're worth, okay? Tell them what you want to be paid. This doesn't work. Unions work because through collective bargaining, you're able to bolster yourself. You're able to make yourself stronger. And that's the way you make that interaction more fair. Only through unions can we even arrive at what a capitalist would consider a fair wage for a worker. Because otherwise, if corporations had all the whim, then they would just take the governments and take the entire economy and pay everyone exactly what they needed to not starve. It's only through power on the end of the workers that we can arrive at a fair, even by a capitalist standard, end.
Yeah.
So with all of that being said, how can you not see, even if you believe that ultimately they do good, which you can bite the bullet on that too, how can you not see that the IMF and the World Bank have a coercive relationship with the developing countries they offer loans to?
Because I suppose we've got a fundamentally different idea of what coercion is. And let me tell you why your definition here of coercion is basically a power imbalance, where you can have either explicit or implicit coercion is such an issue to me, all right? The reason this is such an issue to me is that it seems to water down the very idea of real coercion, which to me is force, right? Violence, or the threat of violence, the threat of doing some kind of violence against somebody, right? As a way to get somebody to do an act, right? I don't see how you can say that that a power imbalance can be coercion, because power imbalances, one, exist throughout all life. You know, there are always imbalances of resources, or always imbalances of power, and to say that those are all fundamentally coercive seems to me to invite the kind of action that is it seems to invite to me real coercion, which is, say, state force. Like, for example, when you say that there's coercion in this situation, when you say that trading sex for something, perhaps trading sex for money, is fundamentally coercive, that to me is the kind of argument that people use then as an argument to abolish things like sex work, rather than to have these things decriminalized
when did
or
I make that
legalized,
argument?
right?
Wait, I'm pro-sex work. When did I make that argument?
Okay, give me a moment. I just wanted to clarify coercion quick with an example. Let's say one of you before the fight came up to me and said, "I will pay you $1,000 if you give me the belt."
Yeah.
Is that coercion?
No, it's a trade.
Okay.
Well, I don't think it would be necessarily coercion, because it would. I don't. Well,
why not?
Wait, hold on. Aren't you literally homeless right now?
Yeah, I mean, that seems like
that could be coercive, though it would be over a relatively trivial thing. Yeah, because you can make the argument that you'd be extolling something from you that you would otherwise not be willing to.
The difference
trade.
between, I think, Vosh and I is that I believe coercion is basically kind of a 1 or 0 situation here, whereas in Vosh's situation, it seems like it's sort of a sliding scale that depends perhaps on the numbers involved, the role of somebody in a particular
How do you feel about bosses flirting
situation.
with their coworkers, or sorry, with their subordinates in a workplace?
Yeah, I mean, that's bad for a variety of reasons.
Why?
Right? It's something that I'm glad we have a state policy against. But to say that that's inherently, say that's coercion, right? I don't agree. That is that is exploiting a relationship that exists. But to say that is coercion and force, when
Wait, how is it
ultimately you
exploitative?
can't leave the workplace.
Wait, how is it exploitative?
You are wait. You are, first of all, this is again derailing into the issue of coercion.
It's
which we can keep on
absolutely
doing
not
if
a
you like.
derailing.
We can keep on doing, right? But ultimately, I mean, the idea that it is coercion, if you offer to trade something, right, in exchange for something else, that's not coercion. Coercion
Flirting
requires
with
a threat,
a subordinate.
Right? It requires a threat of violence of some kind, right?
Okay.
In a
flirting with the
situation like that,
subordinate,
no,
is
right?
that coercive?
No. That is
Okay.
something that is
I
bad for a
would be
variety of
willing to
reasons.
bet
It might depend, by the way, on how it's done, right? If you
I
are
have
doing something
never
that makes
met
somebody
a
feel like they are
person-
in fear of violence.
I have never
no.
met a person who used the term coercion in the way that you do. And in fact, the way you're using it is, in my mind, so objectively incorrect. And I'm a linguistic descriptivist, so I hate saying this, but I feel that I could find people talking about any of these issues using the word coercion. If I found like press statements or like public figures talking about sexual harassment at the workplace, if I talk about any of these issues, or when I talk about like teachers flirting with students or anything like that, coercion would come up very, very frequently. Like that term would come up very often. This is reaching the point where I actually wonder if you're engaging in like a bad faith argument, because you know that if you acknowledge that coercion can involve like an unfair power dynamic between two individuals or two entities, that you would have to bite the bullet in a lot of my other arguments.
I don't bite the bullet. I'm not being bad faith. You basically pointed out that there are a lot of other people who accept an inconsistent definition of coercion.
It's not inconsistent.
There's a
wait,
difference
just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's inconsistent.
Coercion, right? No, just because I'm
What's the
proposing
inconsistency?
a consistent definition here.
Bastian.
Your idea of coercion depends entirely on the situation and has no
On
objective
power
reality.
dynamics.
And
On
that is why
power
you come to a
dynamics.
situation. Yeah, power dynamics, right? So you're saying basically that the ridiculous conclusion that you get out of the examples you keep providing is that if a loan, or that if the IMF shows up and says, we will give you $100 million if you decide to follow some conditions that we will not force you to do, but we will give you $100 million, well, hey, that's coercion, right? Even though a country has been offered $100 billion they wouldn't otherwise have. That's why your ridiculous definition of coercion is a problem.
Well, we haven't even settled on the fundamental definition.
It sounds real good.
Were Weinstein's victims
in
coerced?
reality here,
Couldn't they have just like left?
Bosch, what, if you
Your
wanna talk about
definition of
examples here-
coercion is empty, Bastiat. Nobody is stupid enough to believe the definition the way you're using it. It's power dynamics, and you keep claiming that it's inconsistent. How is it inconsistent?
There's such a fundamental difference between somebody like Harvey Weinstein, all right, who would, for example, do something, or like Matt Lauer, or these people who literally would lock doors and rape people, and somebody saying that in this hypothetical
there were
situation,
plenty of people who were just like flirted and pressed on. But hey, isn't that Weinstein's right as like a citizen?
Just to be clear, touching somebody without their consent is violence, is coercion, is all that. Yeah,
it wasn't just that though. There were a lot of people who just had like really inappropriate relations. Or
yeah, I agree. Those relations are inappropriate. They're bad. They're not coercion. Though. There's a difference. I acknowledge that there are differences between means
what is
of
the
work.
inconsistency with the definition of coercion?
Right? Because the inconsistency of the definition of coercion that you use leads to. First of all, you've accused me of being bad faith several times here. When I'm
Wait, you were mad before then. First of all, it was one. Second of all,
here's what you mean.
You were mad before then. Come on, you were mad before then.
If you're going to resort to "you're mad" because I basically cornered you,
you're actually shouting over me.
It's not. First of all, all right. Let's cool off for a little bit here because you've started to get mad. All right.
I apologize for my inappropriate behavior.
You've repeatedly responded, all right, to issues I brought up by bringing up ridiculous examples like Coconut Island or rape this or rape that, whereas I'm making a simple point to you that fundamentally the idea that coercion means just a power imbalance of any kind, right, is a ridiculous definition that means nothing.
All right, so maybe we should move away from the term coercion. Maybe we should move away from the term. So let's get at the raw idea underneath it, okay? So I'm going to bring up another example. It's not a debate tactic. I genuinely want your answer, but I'm going to move forward with that answer, okay? So let's say you're out in the town, you want to get your dick sucked, as one does.
Okay.
You know? And wait, no.
Is this capitalism and socialism?
Hold on. I genuinely need an answer to this because you forget the degree to which
socialism in the world is through one ridiculous dick sucking example after the next. That shows how empty the ideas you've got are.
That has nothing to do.
You haven't proposed anything in response yet, other than to fixate on the idea that what I've proposed here, that the IMF offering a loan is the same as Harvey Weinstein raping somebody in their office.
So we're going to try to get to that. If we actually can sit still, we'll find a way to connect these ideas.
What do you mean sit still? I've been trying to go back to trade for the last 10 minutes. And you keep wanting to talk about people getting their dicks sucked.
We're going to move away from the term coercion, okay? So let's say that you're out on the town.
I'm here to debate capitalism and socialism.
I would love to. I'd love to as well. I didn't realize that I
was
was working with a person who didn't use words the way that I use them. So I'm trying to fix that. So let's say you're out in the town and you want to get your dick sucked. You find a homeless person. They don't look well. And you toss $100. You toss 520s on them and you say, hey, those are yours if you suck my dick. So you don't think that's coercive because it's a trade, blah, blah. Do you think, do you think there's anything wrong with that? Apart from, I guess, public indecency, which would be the dick sucking. But do you think there's anything wrong with that exchange?
I think that is, I think it's pretty miserable that is basically the option that this person has. But in terms of like that being morally wrong, no.
Okay.
I mean, morally wrong. Somebody has traded $100 in exchange for an act. Both parties are consenting. Both parties are better off. I don't like it. That's certainly not my ideal. I wouldn't say yes. That would be the best thing, right? That'd be the best thing we could do for the poor, right? But then again, I mean, if your belief is that fundamentally social democracy is exploitative of the entire
hold on. We're almost there.
I suppose throwing somebody $100 is at least a domestic harm.
We're almost there. So you don't think it's morally wrong, but you think it's a miserable state of affairs. So would you agree then that even if an exchange between two entities of different power levels led to a benefit for both sides, that there may be still some underlying thing there, some cause to that imbalance that might be worth addressing?
Sure. Yeah. That, as I've said, people who are poor should, benefit from welfare programs. There should be options for people and all that.
Great. Then you agree with my argument, which is that right now, subsistence farming is worse than sweatshop labor, but we should do something to systemically address the fact that these developing nations essentially have no economic alternative but to whore themselves out to Western capitalism. You agree with my argument?
Yeah, I agree that we should strive to improve like standards of living. I agree that we should do things like, for example, engage in global trade. What I don't agree is that that example right there does anything to support your underlying argument, right?
I just wanted to make sure you understood. I just wanted to make sure that you believed there was something wrong with the fact that developing nations have to rely on these systems. But you do, so now we can move forward.
No. This is a very important point now that you've made, right? Because I am the one here saying that global trade is a good thing. I am the one saying that global trade is wonderful and it benefits both parties. And yet you are the one saying at the end of the day, hey, you know what? Maybe we should have, maybe we should support revolutions overseas, right? We should support violent terrorist groups.
We haven't gotten to that.
That would attack civilian populations. Instead of having, well, that's what violent terrorist communist revolutionaries do. That's what the Red Army faction did.
Hold on. You're pumping a lot of adjectives in there. You're sounding like a neocon complaining about Islamicists. Okay, now let's roll back just a bit. So we've agreed. So we both like global trade, and we both want to improve the poor people in the developing world. That's wonderful.
We do not both like global trade. I like global trade. You like global trade. You like global trade based on the argument and based on who you are talking to.
No, I like global trade all the time.
In the discussion you had with Hakeem on January 4th, you made it quite clear
that I like global trade.
That you like global trade some of the time. But really what you're interested in is in revolution and in supporting revolution wherever possible overseas by whatever means.
Well, hold on.
And you are
these aren't mutually,
first
of all, these aren't mutually
interested
exclusive.
in these countries eventually stopping trade with the United States altogether.
So first of all, those aren't mutually exclusive, so I don't know why you're adding them like they're a juxtaposition. I like some types of hold on. I like some types of global trade. There are some types of global trade that I dislike because I think they're coercive. Now, there are some types of protectionism that I think are beneficial, but these are usually in the case of like really struggling developing nations that are getting exploited by their neighbors or by Western imperialism or neo-imperialism. And I think that in those cases, it can be beneficial. Even America sometimes could benefit from some degrees of protectionism, though I am generally a globalist in this respect. So with all that being said, I am unquestionably a fan of global trade, so long as I think it's serving the interests of the global working population. Now, with regards to this revolution terrorist cell thing, I am of the opinion, and we haven't even gotten to the empirics of the benefits of socialism, but hold on. If you were to decommodify a country entirely right now, it would be cut off from the rest of the world in trade, because the only real market right now is participating in capitalism. This is one of the reasons why the Soviet Union had their own trade blocks and they had difficulty getting resources sometimes because, America mostly dominated the world market. So I'm not of the opinion that you can beget socialism just by cutting America off from the world, making it a socialist country. We would get invaded, we would get censored, we would get blockaded. It would be bad. So instead, what I think that we should do is we should encourage economic strength and independence, not complete protectionism, but the ability to be independent in countries around the world. And then should the opportunity for them to go socialist arise, since they have less to lose by removing themselves from the global market for a time, we as leftists in America should encourage our government to not kill their leaders and bomb their countries and forests and drop Agent Orange over their rain fields.
That's I think, first of all, I think you've really soft-pedaled what it is you described there. You were talking about how it would be absolutely appropriate, if you could do it, to attack the United States military, to attack American interests abroad, to do all of those kinds of things.
Well,
so it's not
American
just a matter
interests
of
abroad attack
keeping the
other
United
people.
States.
Can other countries not defend themselves against America?
Hey, and that's absolutely, if you think a country should, absolutely a country should be able to defend itself. Absolutely anybody has a right to defend themselves against violence. I don't think anybody should submit to the mob. But I will say this.
I don't think you understand that as well as you think to.
What you're talking about here, Vosh, is basically you're saying, it seems like you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. Because your fundamental example
Explain the hypocrisy.
We want to go, and we want to build social democracy, right? And yet social democracy is also fundamentally destructive, right? It is fundamentally destructive to the people in the third world. And the reason I have a problem with this is because
do you know why I think that?
I know why you believe it, Vosh.
Why?
And
Wait, can you tell me? I don't think you do.
You're wrong. Because you have this idea, right, that it's always destructive. And I get your point that we can always aspire to do better. But when you describe the idea of cutting off trade, or when you describe the idea of trade being in fact destructive, right?
Yeah, some types of trade are destructive.
That to me is really, I think that's pretty harmful.
Wait, do you think some types of trade are good and some types of trade are bad? Do you think it's possible to delineate some distinction between those?
Yeah, sure. Trade, for example, coercive trade. Yeah, that would be a problem. Trade imposed by force, for example, the kind of trade arrangements that colonial nations set up by force. Yeah, that's a problem.
So to bring it back, what about
generally
trade?
Speaking, though, generally speaking,
what about
though,
trade that
benefits both parties?
What about trade that preserves a state of affairs which you believe, in your words, is miserable? So even if you don't think the actual interaction, between the IMF and the World Bank and some developing country, even if you don't believe that's a moral wrong, you still believe underlying all of that, there's something unfortunate about that power imbalance, that they have to make that choice, that there's not more autonomy on their end. So what if certain types of trade reinforce that underlying system, that underlying state of affairs?
Yeah, I don't. I'd be curious to know what those examples are when they're not done through coercive means, because generally speaking, trade is something that is done between two parties who consent to the arrangement, right?
Okay, assuming so by coercive you mean with threat of invasion.
Let me give some examples here. For example, I would say that trade that is imposed, by force or threat of force would be one problem, right? Trade between two parties who voluntarily agree to enter into an engagement.
I think you missed my point.
They agree to enter that engagement because they believe it will benefit both parties.
So
generally speaking,
what about
the last
trade?
40, 50 years have shown that's true.
What about trade, which is by your definition not coercive, your lunatic definition I've never heard before, but besides that, there are types of trades which reinforce this underlying miserable condition. So examples of this, historically, the U.S. has invaded countries with regards to business interests, but we can speak more contemporarily since that seems like kind of an easy get. There are also incidences, for example, where corporations will only deal in a country if they keep their wages low or their labor rights scant. And even though those exchanges may be nobody's holding a gun to anybody's head that we know of. The fact that they keep happening means that the only way that country can survive is by continuing to kowtow to that system. Only through a rejection of these trade policies can they move into something different, you know?
Yeah, I don't know what example. I mean, maybe presumably you have an example of this. Because you've started with with saying my argument is kind of a lunatic
that
argument.
Have to adopt neoliberal reform because of the IMF and the World Bank.
What is the argument here of a country that has had trade that has been forced upon it, not through the force as I described it, but force as you describe it, right? Or trade that has been imposed in some way that does not lead to the country benefiting, that was not also imposed through some sort of force, right? So, what's the example?
Well, I would say that the IMF and the World Bank have had a history of going to developing nations that need that capital in order to keep their country afloat.
Yeah, and Bosch, I mean, that capital, if it were not there for those countries to have access to,
I feel like you're not paying attention to what I'm saying. So I'm not saying, I don't know why you keep retreating to the straw man. I'm not saying that these countries haven't benefited from their engagement with Western business markets. I'm not saying that. There are certainly countries that have. But we've also seen countries that relied on protectionism to grow beyond what these countries which rely on Western business interests have. We've seen this happen in countries like Singapore or in South Korea, where this very defensive approach to their economic development has led to them being more than just another country that has sweatshops. It's led to them being independent. It's led to them being strong. But that only happened because they weren't locked into, the debt cycle. It's an IMF loan that these countries get themselves into. They had to break free of that or not get involved in it to begin with. Now, I like the idea of a world where the countries we trade with do so only because they want to, not because they have to. Is that not a good world?
Sure, but what I'm saying here is that countries do trade because they want to. Like the examples you provided here of South Korea and Singapore especially, which is a city-state that could not exist without some form of international trade. That basically, in that sense, by your definition, right? This is a country that depends on trade so fundamentally. Perhaps they could even say that it's coercion.
I'm not saying.
But the reason I don't get that, the reason I reject that is so many of the implications don't make sense. Like, for example, the IMF meme that you keep returning to here. It's like you're saying that anybody who signs an agreement with the IMF is basically being exploited and that they are too dumb to negotiate something better, right?
Wait, now you're doing full-on conservative memes here. Hold on.
Instead, these are countries that have agency, right? I mean, these are countries that have agency, that are capable of making decisions for themselves about what economic systems, what economic programs
I'm not saying
are best
they
for
don't
them.
have agency.
And that's what they're doing.
Okay,
right?
so let's go back to the example. I unironically don't know if you're following what I'm saying here. When we talk about the homeless person who sucks your dick, we agree, well, I don't think it was good, but you say that's fine. However, there's something miserable underlying it. Okay, so even if we acknowledge, and I don't know why you keep returning to this straw man that I don't like global trade. I've been one of the most aggressive advocates of global trade as a socialist, I think, in the entire online community. I do so more than Bernie Sanders. I do so more than any of the populists who I argue with or against or for on a daily basis. I don't know why you keep returning to that point. Now, with regards to these interactions and the alleged legitimacy or coercive nature of them, I am not saying that nobody has ever benefited from an IMF loan. I'm saying that there are examples we can look at to see that countries develop further if they aren't reliant on that system. Not global trade. Global trade is good, but on IMF loans, neoliberalization, keeping wages, and keeping labor rights low. So that is the reason, and because we've been on this entire time, I don't think we've even talked about socialism yet. All of this could be done. Everything I'm talking about could conceivably be done within capitalism. The reason I talk about this is because capitalist countries, market-driven countries more broadly, don't have an interest in facilitating these changes very much because they benefit from them. It is good in an economic sense to have a reliable base of workers that you don't have to pay very much in foreign countries. That's, again, why we export these jobs. So my criticism of social democracy is that while these are certainly improvements to America, that we move in the directions of these Nordic countries, they still rely on systems of economic exploitation, which I'm not comfortable with. I would call them coercive.
Yeah. And so what I'm saying is, first of all, they don't rely on that, right? Their standard of livings are improved, or their standards of living are improved by global trade, but they do not depend, right? Social democracy as a concept does not depend on the idea that the rest of the world must be exploited, right? That's one. Again, I think the information I dropped, National Bureau of Economic Research study makes clear that the United States, for example, which spends 30% or so of its GDP on social expenditures, right? It does not depend on the 2 to 8% of GDP that it gets, that it benefits from, or rather that it has it otherwise would not have as a result of world trade. So the reason I bring this point up is to push back on your main point that these social democracies, countries with welfare states depend on a fundamentally a relationship of exploitation of the third world. They don't. Instead, what goes on with global trade is, generally speaking, a mutual exchange that benefits both parties in different ways. For example, if these countries
I would
didn't
never
have
buy that premise.
That they don't benefit both parties in different ways.
The idea that that's like the nature of global trade. Global trade is just an expression of national power.
Why would countries engage in global trade if they both didn't think they would benefit?
For the same reason a student would suck their teacher's dick for a better grade, because one of them wanted their dick sucked and one of them didn't have a choice. Well, I guess you don't have to get a passing grade in a class, but the point is different people need things.
I don't know how you can reduce the story of development in the third world to that example
because
time and time again.
You
want to call me a bad faith lunatic?
Because
Bosh,
you're
let's get real here.
I want to be clear about this. Bastian, your understanding of coercion as a term.
You're saying that the global trade.
Wait.
Okay. I'm slowing this down for a second, okay? As much as penis economics is something I would like to hear about, that has been the first hour, and we have 1 hour left. So, would it be possible to move away from penis economics?
I would like that. It's not so much the dick sucking analogy, though I seem to be driven to that in particular. It's the idea that like there's no coercion unless there's violence involved, which again I've never heard that definition used before. I have heard colloquially coercion used to refer to a wide array of power imbalances and the products that arise from them. I've heard this from not just from socialist sources, liberal sources. I think it certainly came up, I think, in the incest debates Destiny had with No Bullshit or something, the idea of like the coercive force of power dynamics between family members. So when we reduce coercion as a term to exclusively something which is being forced out of another, which is highly reductive, I don't know how to engage on that level linguistically, because it feels like we're stripping ourselves of the ability to describe the nature of a lot of interactions under capitalism.
I'm distinguishing between a power imbalance that I might view as a problem and coercion, which I would view as a worse problem.
Power imbalance
right?
is a problem?
I don't view power imbalances as coercive. I do view them as a kind of problem, right? I view them as not an ideal, right? But I also view them as something that is also a part of reality and is not something that's necessarily inherently destructive.
Then it's a problem. Then fine. Then it's a problem.
But I've been saying that the entire time. The central point you quibbled with was this definition of coercion. I don't understand why.
It's not the definition, it's the concept, because you keep running back to a really, really dumb and reductive analysis of trade relations. So it may be the case that what I call coercive, you would just call like bad because of power imbalances. But then when you keep going back to the, well, trade is just when two people want to do a trade, that's just what they want to do. What you're doing is you're implicitly suggesting that there isn't a power imbalance there that you would take issue with. You're retreating from the position when it's convenient, like when we're describing the language, but then when you actually talk about the issue, you go back to pretending that the power imbalance thing isn't a problem. That's the problem that I have with your language right now. Do you believe in unions?
The problem I have with yours is that every time I nail you on this point that you retreat from, right? We depend, that our social democratic type policies, our welfare states depend on exploitation of the developing world. You leave the point and you go back to some analogy about coercion or nonsense.
So to be perfectly
to
be perfectly clear, that point I'm not too capable of debunking because I'm not entirely familiar. You've provided me research. I'll take the time to look at it after stream. But it remains the case that all of these countries do it anyway. So you could say then that they don't depend on it; they just choose to do it because it's more economically efficient for their own industry. As long as it remains economically efficient for them to do it, they're going to keep doing it. So it doesn't seem like this is substantive criticism of my position either way.
This is a very substantive criticism of your position.
And you're taking one line out of a conversation that I had with one other guy. Like, that wasn't even an argument that I put forward. When I listed my initial arguments, I didn't say, and I believe social democracies are all inherently exploitative. Like, it wasn't a central tenet. I'm way more interested in your definition of coercion.
This has to be central, because if you believe that that's the case, then basically democracy, democratic reform is sort of a nonsense goal. It's doomed from the start. We're all going to be monsters any way we slice it, because our welfare states will depend on the destruction of the exploitation of the third world instead of being something that we can build in tandem with the developing world through the mutual beneficial relationship of global trade.
That is an absurd characterization of my position. So, because I believe that market economies exploit an underclass of workers, which historically is incredibly empirically verifiable, I must therefore believe that democracy is a spook and that there's no point to global trade because it's all... I genuinely don't understand what ridiculous views you're trying to ascribe to me here, but they certainly have nothing to do with what I believe.
The welfare state is fundamentally that we can only have it at the expense of the developing world. And that is the point that I am disputing here.
No.
That is the point you were making when you say that social democracy depends fundamentally on the on the exploitation of the developing world, right?
So, I'm sorry,
it depends on brutalizing an underclass.
Is social democracy capitalism?
It is a kind of it, sure. Like it is an element of it, is a variant of it. There's more welfare programs and things like that, sure.
And is capitalism a market economy?
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe market economies fundamentally exploit economic underclasses. So social democracies also would.
Yeah, and when you say that with respect to with respect to foreign trade, right? It sounds to me like you're saying that we cannot build a welfare state, a prosperous society, unless we simultaneously do harm to the developing world. When in fact we can both trade and benefit simultaneously while building up our own welfare states. And indeed, this is what we've done for the last 40 years.
So your argument is that
rising standards of living.
So your argument is that by implication, when I said that even social democracies fall into this trap, this pitfall, that I'm therefore indicating that there's no point in improvement within the democratic system because anything that we arrive at would also be exploitative.
It's fundamentally destructive of other people. To say, for example, to broaden the class of people, right, who enjoy a modern life, right, through the welfare state.
It was a yes or no, because I had a follow-up.
To do that while also insisting that that standard of living depends on doing harm to the developing world, that's a terrible argument. How could we ever build democracy? How could we ever build a welfare state if that's what it requires?
You're connecting a bunch of views that I don't think are necessarily related. I also believe that the existence of a government necessarily entails the exploitation or at very least the subservience of a broad population, but I still advocate for the existence and the bettering of a government. So if I criticize market economies for their propensity to exploit foreign workers, or even that they rely on such a thing, I'm not saying there's no point, democracy has failed. What I'm attempting to say, and I think what I've said many times on stream and in videos and everywhere, is that I think that these systems should be improved, not to perfection, should there ever be such a thing, but as much as we're capable of improving it. And I think that since you seem to agree that you don't like power imbalances in trade relations, that you and I would have a similar goal in promoting economic autonomy for the developing world.
It depends, I suppose, on what you mean by autonomy for the developing world. If you mean like autarky, if that's what you mean by independence, then no, I think that seems to be where it's been tried.
Why
usually
would I
destructive.
mean autarky? Why would
when
that?
you say, because you use a word like independence.
Independence, like they're not entirely dependent on sweatshops that are owned by foreign companies to survive. Independence, like the United States, where we have a lot of power to engage in trade relationships on our own terms because we're an incredibly wealthy and powerful country. I want them to be strong too. But why autarky? Why would that be what you go to?
Look, when you talk about economic independence, all right, when you talk about our standards of living coming directly at the expense of theirs, I mean, that's a problem. So if that's not what you mean, if that's not what you believe in, then that's a good thing.
Well, we would benefit from them developing, no?
Sure, we benefit, but they benefit too. I mean, the idea that global trade fundamentally does not benefit both parties. I mean, again, apart from examples around the edges where, for example, some kind of trade deal is imposed by force, colonialism, things like that. I mean, generally it benefits both parties. That's why parties engage in it. And that's why it's a good thing that we should encourage. And that's why it helps us, helps both sides, right? Helps the country that is developing use lower costs for labor to attract resources from the developing world, to attract technical expertise and technical capital and industrial capital and things like that. And it helps us with cheaper products and improve our standard of living. It helps everybody.
But there is sort of a...
One moment. Okay, so I want you to wrap this up, and then I wanted to move on to another section I don't think was covered enough, and it was one of the things that was brought up by both of you, which hasn't been talked about.
Then I'd like to just say a final thing. It may well be the case that these countries have benefited from their engagement with us. We don't have access to an AU machine. We can't peer into an alternate universe where the entirety of Southeast Asia forms some sort of protectionist trade bloc and see what happened then. All I can say is that there is strong economic evidence that there are types of policies these countries can impose on themselves, which seem to lead to outcomes which are beneficial to them but less beneficial for us, because we want from them things which they may not want from themselves, but because we're stronger, we tend to get our way. And I think it would be nice if we lived in a world where they were a little more capable of refusing a good deal.
And I would not argue with the idea that I would love for other people to have higher standards of living, and that they would have more bargaining power as a result of perhaps needing to trade less. But I think that's also something that you only get through development, and development is something driven by global trade. I think that's a good thing. And in terms of the idea of what a protectionist economic bloc would look like, we know what the protectionist economic bloc would look like. We've seen those in history. For example, the socialist countries in the 20th century that formed Comecon and traded primarily with each other, but not to any great degree with the rest of the world.
Wait, do you deny that protectionism can have selective benefits for the economies of developing countries? I don't have literature on that on hand.
I deny that it has general benefits. I don't deny that there are exceptions around the edges, but I would deny that, generally speaking, a protectionist-driven policy. Like, for example, when you brought up the United States in the 19th century, protectionism in the United States may have here and there helped. Generally speaking, protectionism in the United States kept the United States poorer than it would have otherwise been. So I wouldn't accept the argument that there are times in history, for example, where we want a lot of protectionism. Right. I would accept the idea that occasionally here and there might be an argument for it.
That isn't something I have on my doc, but I can look more.
Speaking about history,
yes.
I wanted to talk about history for a little moment. So both of you brought up contentious points about the other when it comes to this. One, Vosh brought up to Bastiat the idea that in the history of the world, capitalism continues to have certain problems, and in order to strive to solve these issues, we need to go away from capitalism. Bastiat brought up multiple examples of socialist-type systems failing and leading to what he would consider disaster. So when you look at history, what does history make the case for when it comes to an economic system going forward?
Simply put, history makes a case for looking at policies rather than broad ideological descriptors. If you looked at some capitalist countries, you could come to some very unfavorable and disrepresentative conclusions. And if you look at, I'll bite the bullet, almost every socialist country in history, you would come to some very, very negative conclusions about the ability for these countries to do well for their citizenry. What I'm looking to do is policy-wise. I talk about policy. I talk about international trade. I talk about multilateral trade agreements. I talk about unions. I talk about labor standards. And I talk about worker cooperatives. I like talking about things that have empirical backing because I found that, unfortunately, the past 20 years of the American left has mostly been canter-wheeling about ideological superiority, which I think is very, very dumb. It's entirely conceivable that the worst real socialist country, not whatever the fuck they were doing in the Soviet Union, but real socialist country, would be far worse than an okay capitalist country. We must argue not on titles, but rather on policy. And the policies that I advocate for, aside from the ones that we've already talked about here, largely have to do with decommodification and worker cooperatives.
Yeah, and I guess I would say that I would agree, generally speaking, with the idea that we should consider policies over saying purely systems. But what I don't understand about what you're saying is, yeah, sure, I agree. For example, that workers should be free to form cooperatives. Workers should be free to, democratize, engage in forming democratic workplaces and things like that. But what I don't understand is, one, why you would say something like, I focus on policies, when generally speaking, all the policies we've talked about have been implemented successfully in capitalistic, what we would review or what we would regard as capitalistic countries, and really not in socialistic countries, right? So these seem like, again, if we're talking about capitalism versus socialism, these are policies that have worked, at their best in capitalist countries. Whether we're talking about decommodification in the sense of what I think you mean, right? Removing somebody's dependence from market forces with respect to certain industries. Healthcare, being one primary example, right? I mean, the best healthcare systems in the world certainly are in really developed countries like Taiwan, Germany, Scandinavia, things like that. But yet these countries still fundamentally operate on a capitalistic framework that provides them with the resources that they can then spend benefiting people's lives. Whereas the examples that I think, when you talk about workplace democracy, I guess the real question to me is whether you think it's something that's good to encourage voluntarily, or whether you think it's something that should, in the final analysis here and there, eventually be imposed by force.
Is it imposing by force for the citizens of a country to vote on a policy? And for that policy to be?
Absolutely. Could be. I mean, if it's, for example, something that is imposed, like segregation, some kind of authoritarian policy against a vulnerable minority, sure, it might be done democratically, but it's still a force. The fact that we impose force after a vote doesn't make it anything less, any less forceful, doesn't make it any less coercive. It's still force.
Sure. Then
so
yes, I do believe in
itself is,
Then I do believe in democracy, yes. And then the only thing that I would take issue with is not the force by which it's used, rather, but the actual outcomes of whatever it is that's being forced. I certainly don't have an issue with governments using their ability to legislate to change societies. I mean, if we didn't believe in that, then you wouldn't have private property rights to defend any of the investments you hold. Hypothetical, the capitalist, I don't know if you, And I wouldn't, I don't know, whatever it is I do these days. So we obviously, the issue to me isn't here by force. I would like it if people would voluntarily engage in the promotion of like worker cooperatives. And that's what I do. I talk about them and I advocate for them. And I get emails from time to time from people saying, hey, you inspired me. We're opening a brewery. We're opening a library. We're doing X and Y, and Godspeed to all of them. I think that worker cooperatives are a more ethical form of economic organization, and there's a really strong body of evidence to suggest that they're more efficient too in a lot of really critical ways. Not just lovey-dovey socialist hippy-dippy critical ways, but also in more fundamental ways, like their ability to resist price shocks or their likelihood to survive the first few years of an economic downturn, that sort of thing. So I push for these things. Now, down the line, I would love it. I would absolutely love it if we could get some kind of state promotion of these ideas, like, for example, subsidies, or maybe banks could be encouraged to give preferable loan interest rates to worker cooperatives, because right now it's the opposite that's the case. A lot of banks are unwilling to loan to worker cooperatives because they're kind of considered like an outlandish system, even though mathematically they tend to pay back their returns much more reliably. So that's what I'm looking to do. And if in the long term they become popular enough that we start getting state mandates on that, I think that's lovely. But if it's to happen, it should be from the people, for the people, not because the Vosh party has achieved power and I want to flex.
Well, so I guess there are a few things I'd say about that. First of all, I would acknowledge that there are some, there's some cooperatives seem to have some benefits over traditional firms, primarily related to their ability to withstand pressures to fire employees. Instead of doing that, they might reduce wages. They might do other things to refrain from firing employees. But they do seem to make it a little easier for an employee to keep their job, as opposed to doing, as opposed to a traditional firm which might prioritize something else. So that's one thing you can say for cooperatives. I have not seen the empirical basis for the claim that they are generally more efficient, but I have seen a basis for the claim that they are sometimes, in certain circumstances, perhaps more efficient. Right? Sometimes I've seen the argument also made that they are less efficient. That seems to be circumstantial, depends on the industry, depends on the particular co-op. But beyond that, while I would say I could understand that sometimes they are empirically, demonstrably better for workers in the sense of, making it easier to keep your job. And sometimes they're empirically, demonstrably worse, for example, in the sense of sometimes having lower wages, things like that. I think the real issue is, to me, I guess how you want to get to them. Because if you believe that they should be voluntarily, 100%, yeah, sure, voluntary, I have no objection to that. In that sense, a worker cooperative to me is just another form of a capitalist enterprise. Sure, it's done, its managers are elected democratically. Perhaps even all the decisions of production are done democratically. At the end of the day, it still operates in a capitalist framework. It still engages and is subject to the same kinds of trade relationships as any other firm. So I've got no problem with that. What I have a problem with is, I suppose, what you mean by state promotion. Now, if you mean, perhaps we might say, well, tax credit here and there. Sure, we do that with different corporate forms already. I couldn't give you a real consistent argument as to why that would be right or wrong outside of circumstance. What I would say, though, is it seems like there's got to be a point where you are saying, it seems this way. And again, if I'm wrong, I would love to be wrong here. But what it seems to be the case is, you say at some time down the line, then we get a state mandate. Hey, that's good to me. And that is the problem. Because once you take these worker cooperatives and they go from being basically a naturally beneficial part of certain industries in certain times and places, and you say, this is the default, this is the standard. Well, apart from being, I would argue, a seizure of property in the form of the corporation, the other issue is that in those economies where people have tried to do this, and the primary example seems to be Yugoslavia, the advantages of the worker cooperative form seem to dissipate because a lot of things don't seem to lend themselves to a worker cooperative. For example, finance capital in such a situation, in such an economy. I can't understand how finance capital, investment capital would be distributed. And indeed, in Yugoslavia, the answer was it was done through the government, right? But the government ultimately, found itself in the role of picking winners and losers. The government had the same economic calculation problem that all the other socialist countries had in terms of being able to decide how to invest best when you take on the role of all investment. And in the long run, it shows politically favored enterprises rather than efficient enterprises, and the system ground to a halt. So that, to me, is the problem with worker cooperatives. If your belief is they should all be voluntary, then I think that's fine. I think that's great. Ronald Reagan apparently was down for voluntary worker cooperatives, right? So I don't know who's opposition, who's opposing worker cooperatives in that sense. But if you are saying that they should eventually, here, there, eventually we force them, that's a problem.
Yeah, well, I'm okay with people voting for such a policy. It wouldn't be by referendum, but if people start to push for mandatory worker cooperatives, and those are the candidates that get elected, I don't see any issue with that. Now, what you're saying, so there were 2 points right here. One of them was a moral argument, and one of them was an argument from practicality. The argument from practicality is that when you take a look at Yugoslavia, there were elements of the market socialist state which were not optimal, which I agree with. Though there were, to be fair, there were some parts of it that were pretty impressive, but there were other parts that were cripplingly ineffective. I would like to believe that America is not Yugoslavia, that we are, well, I don't know how much faith I should have in the people of this country.
Exceptional, perhaps.
Well, exceptional. I live here. I don't know. It depends on how optimistic I'm feeling every day. But the issue with that is that, again, we don't know what problems in Yugoslavia were caused by the elements of the policies they enacted and which were caused by other forces which were mired in the entirety of that country. They were an autocracy, for God's sake. And second of all, I wouldn't advocate for any kind of blanket promotion of worker cooperatives if any evidence was found that it would destroy certain markets. I'm not pursuing this for a strictly ideological reason. Economic efficiency is a I like my iPhones, okay? And I think that we all do. I think socialists do too, much as they pretend not to. I want an efficient economy because an efficient economy means we have more resource wealth to spread around and make everyone happy. If it turns out there are industries where worker cooperatives will not function appropriately, then I would hope they find another solution. We're never going to know how these actually pan out in a first world wealthy country until we start, you know, fooling around a little bit at the margins, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. That might take a little bit of selective government pressure, like, again, those subsidies or tax credits, but we'll see what we can do. If it turns out there's a broad benefit to it, then hell yeah, absolutely. You talk about the seizure of property. I don't particularly care about that in concept, because to me, this is an extension of democracy. To me, the government democratizing these workplaces is comparable, not identical, but comparable to the dissolution of slavery, in the sense that the government is stepping in and they're saying, all right, I get that, quote unquote, this is your property, but no, 5-check failed. And, you know, we do what we can with that. Now, I do believe that democratic workplaces are a morally important issue. I believe that there are significant benefits to one's personal health to live in or work in an environment where they are a part of it. I mean, I'd make the same arguments there that I make for democratic countries. But again, things have to be tempered with time and experience. So hopefully that's something we can reach out for and explore with time, you know?
Oh, so I mean, I get that idea of, again, you know, with tax credits and things like that basically we already do with different business forms. Sure. What I don't get, though, is I guess there are 2 points you made here. One, the seizure of property. I recognize, again, that you're approaching this from a socialist framework where basically private property has no, you know, intrinsic value. But what I don't understand is why you would draw a comparison there with slavery and a worker co-op. In one case, I'm saying that that a corporation, right, that is forcibly democratized by the government, that is a seizure of property. The slavery example, on the other hand, is property that you can't own property, another person, right? That's something different here. Whereas a corporation is just a legal entity, right?
What is or is not property?
The comparison seems very inopposite. And I don't think, you know, the idea that what is and is not property, you know, I think people are born fundamentally with human rights.
Yeah, I don't disagree
and those
with
basic
that.
human rights, I mean that, you know, you can't have property in another person. They can't have property in you. I don't think that's really a fair point. But beyond that,
what society does or doesn't consider property
you made a point to me that suggests to me that in some circumstances, I suppose none of this morality stuff matters, because as long as we have an election, it's okay. As long as we have a referendum, it's okay. As long as it's done democratically, it's okay. And I want to know, how far are you willing to go on?
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. So first of all, to that latter point, I don't think anything is okay just because it's democratic. I just like for my changes to society, the ones that I want, to be done democratically. I think that if an autocrat were to snap their fingers and make worker cooperatives more prominent, that would also lead to a utilitarian benefit in society. But I don't want to change society that way. I don't think that has good long-term benefits. I don't think that's structurally effective. So nothing is good just because it goes through democracy, but that's the preferred way for things to get done, right? And as for the slavery property thing, now I do believe that humans have inviolate personal rights, but what we treat as property is 100% up to the state. Property exists only insofar as one has a certificate and police will come and help you if somebody else takes it. And whether or not we agree with that now, at the time they did think that slaves could be property. And obviously I think that was wrong. And I think, and I do genuinely believe this, heart of hearts, that 100 years from now, the idea that a person could own a facility in which they do not work, but in which others work, that to me will seem, again, not to the same extent. Slavery is obviously much worse, but in a comparable way, a similar kind of, wow, we really let people get away with that. There is a fundamental absurdity to the process if you think about it for long enough. The idea that some individuals, I guess the easiest example would be the church, not the Church of England, sorry, the monarchy. They own these vast swaths of land. And the concept of ownership in that respect is entirely arbitrary. There's just these sections of a planet that belong to them, even though they will never visit them, they will never touch them or smell the air above them. These things matter only insofar as we say they matter. And I think that a system where ownership has more to do with one's personal relationship to a property than who bought it first would be a better one.
Yeah, and I don't see why it would be better in an empirical sense against societies that have tried to do that. I acknowledge you're not arguing for those societies, but again, empirically speaking, it seems like societies that have tried to move away from that sort of relationship to other sorts of property relationships have led to worse outcomes, generally speaking. So empirically, I don't see the support for that. I can see the emotional argument that you might be making that, it feels unfair. It may feel unjust, but I mean, the way it feels compared
I think it is unjust. It's not a feeling argument.
It seems irrelevant in the sense that it is unjust. And basically you're saying that people making contracts with one another, which is ultimately what a company is, a series of contracts that people make with one another, that's fundamentally unjust, it's fundamentally unfair. And again, I don't acknowledge that.
Wait. When did I say that making contracts is fundamentally unjust?
That's employment. That's a workplace. Somebody agrees to trade resources for somebody's labor.
You're doing it again. This is reductive to absurdity. Just because I think some types of contracts are coercive or exploitative, just because I think some labor relations produce bad human outcomes, doesn't mean that I am principally opposed to the idea of a contract. A market socialist country would still have employees. Though every employee would be an owner in their own right, they would still be an employee, responsible and beholden to the collective interests of the firm they work at. And they would still have contracts. I'm not opposed to this. I want better power relations. I want equal power relations, or at least as close to equal as we can reasonably get. The anarchist dream is the dissolution of unjust hierarchy. And while getting to the extreme on that point can get you really far from where we are today, I think that simple steps in that direction now, steps like the ones I'm advocating for here, are practical and honestly not even particularly disruptive to the way we live. I mean, the change from feudalism to capitalism was a bloody, bloody mess, and it left quite a few people dead with black lung, and, mistakes were made. I think the changes that I advocate for are generally pretty understated and reasonable.
It depends on the changes you're talking about, Bosch. I mean, again,
but I've said them here.
Yeah, the changes you're talking about in some senses, right? First of all, I like the mistakes were made. I like that. That's a good way to sum up the Industrial Revolution. The idea that okay, sure, hey, let's try and incentivize people to do something. Yeah, that's one thing. That's something that we do in our existing economy. And depending on how we design those incentives and how we respond to the results of those incentives, sometimes that can be a good thing. Sure. Yeah. The thing I object to is you brushing off so casually the idea that, look, if we just seize the enterprise and we forcibly democratize it, it's not going to be a big deal. I mean, it's not going to really change.
I really don't think that's a fair characterization of how I've described this.
Slow, methodical
steps towards the normalization of worker cooperatives, along with states making like selective policies that can promote the development of them. And then if they become popular enough, we make a move towards democratizing the whole process. Summarizing that as, we're going to force them, we're going to have the state force cooperatives, I think that's a ridiculous characterization of my argument.
If you pass the democracy referendum and I'm running my corporation and I say I'm not going to democratize it, what are you going to do?
What happened when OSHA was created? If they pass that. If they pass that and you're like, I'm not going to stop stacking ladder on ladder to get up at the top of the warehouse. Okay. The government does this all the time. When you live in a country, you should know this. You're a private property guy. When you live in a country, when you pay taxes to that country, you do so with the implicit acknowledgement that you are beholden to the laws of that country. And especially with regards to property rights, which are entirely dependent on our conceptualization of them is entirely a legal framework. Presently.
So how have I mischaracterized this then? I mean, I'm saying the government is forcing you to do this the same way as forced OSHA standards. Right. No, I'm not saying I disagree with the use of force categorically.
Okay.
Right? Force exists, right? It can be used for good causes and for bad causes, right? And what I'm saying here is you're saying that if I refuse the democratization referendum, you will use the police to force me to democratize my enterprise, right?
Yeah, that's how law works.
So why would you have an objection?
I'm sorry, because I'm trying to be careful with my language here, because earlier you didn't think that a teacher fucking a college student was coercion, but now you're saying it's forced to pass laws. Now if you
use the police to beat somebody in the face if they refuse to comply with the law, that's force, is it not? It's very clear.
Well, I doubt a person would be beaten in the face for not complying with what are essentially labor laws, but yeah, I mean, sure. So do I support legal ways of making the world better in my eyes through my arguments? Yes, of course I do. But everybody believes this. We believe this with regards to protected classes, the idea that you can no longer fire a person for their ethnicity or gender, race, or whatever, million categories, characteristics, and if you don't adhere to those laws, and if you defy the government, then you will eventually, well, in that case, well, hold on, actually, you don't get arrested for these things. Usually it's a civil thing, but there are consequences as a product of the state's ability to decide what is or is not just. But we do this with a ton of like social progress. I think that referring to it as force, while accurate in a slim way, is a little bit reductive. Does that make sense?
Okay. No, it is not at all reductive, because at the end of the day, I think it's important to recognize the reality of state power. And you would do this in just about any other context, I would think. To say that, to deny that this is force when the state uses violence to compel you to make a decision as a result of an election.
It sounds like a conservative argument where I would say something like, I think the government is okay to tell corporations that they can't deny service to a person because they're black. And then the conservative would say, so you're okay with using force to silence my free speech. Now, technically, technically, that's true. What I said is technically me using the force of the state to prevent another person from what would otherwise be a lawful exercise of their business rights. But I think it's reductive because it's trying to characterize my argument as authoritarian, which I believe it's anything but. I'm advocating for democracy here.
The fact that you impose something that is authoritarian upon somebody by an election that they perhaps had the right to vote in, but ultimately lost, the fact that there was an election over it doesn't make the ultimate decision less authoritarian. Taking their property, right? Perhaps even, as is sometimes done in democratic societies, implementing a system of the law that followed to its logical conclusion to lead to somebody losing their life, the death penalty, right? Perhaps it is done democratically, but the ultimate result is still fundamentally authoritarian. All right. So I don't think that it is just that when you do something democratically, it is fundamentally better, right? Democracy does not on its own carry any moral value, right? We have democracy as a tool for achieving ends, greater freedom, greater individual protection for
but then if we agree by the system,
democracy
then why are you
in and of
impugning
itself conveys. First of all, I'm impugning you because one, you were calling all the things under the sun coercion, but you had a hang up over calling the idea of seizing somebody's property.
I stand by my
force, right?
by my
and that's
definition.
fine. But again, if you're going to duck out of the idea that seizure of property is force,
no,
I mean,
hold on, wait. No. So to be very clear, I'm not backing out of that. I don't know if you're listening to me. I've said multiple times that I acknowledge that is a term that could be applied here. What my issue with was the characterization, the implication. And you've already said multiple times that you don't have an issue with force being used by the government through democratic means inherently. So I don't know why we're even talking about this. You're impugning me for using a system that you're comfortable using.
Yeah. And here's the thing.
Before we continue, we've been doing this for about an hour and 30 minutes. So I want to let you all know we have 30 minutes left until the debate is over. So if there's any points you have in your back pocket, any trump cards, any of you got pocket sand in there you're gonna throw out there, you got like some brass knucks in your back pocket somewhere, now is the time to do it. You got 30 minutes left, and I'm gonna go get water. So for the next 1 minute, you gotta say nice things about each other to calm down before we continue, okay? 100%.
You know, Dylan spent the week, the 2 weeks hyping this up.
The
2 weeks hyping this up. I mean, come on. I like your new shirt. I think I saw you were selling a bunch of them too.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm selling out. I'm a capitalist shill now. But yeah, it says politics is dumb, but what the fuck does it say? But very important. Yes,
that's true. Here's what I suppose frustrates me about the way you're describing democracy and the way that it seems to me, I mean, you're calling my use of the word force. I think it's acknowledging reality. The reason this frustrates me is thus. I believe that the state should be limited through certain anti-democratic means, a constitution, right? A series of laws.
These were not just you guys saying nice things to each other.
We did say nice things. We did.
He said my hair was nice. I said his shirt was nice. Yeah.
Wow, that's all. Okay,
Dylan. To be fair, I mean, you pumped this up. I mean, this is a hippy dippy championship. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but you could have been like, I love that you're an amazing liar and grifter. You could have said something like that.
Vosh and I have had some really pleasant conversations. We're trying to give you a good show, and I think we're doing a good job. Right?
100%. You may continue.
So look, the reason this bothers me is I don't view democracy as an unmitigated good. I think democracy in the political sense absolutely is a good thing, especially compared to the alternative, right? And yet, it is not always a good thing, right? It can be used to exploit and to oppress in ways that are so fundamentally obvious. You know, the history of the United States, for example, involves a majority that had democratic voting rights using its power to exercise state power to oppress people. Police in the United States.
I don't think democracy is inherently
right.
I don't think democracy always begets positive outcomes. There was a hypothetical that was brought up. I don't remember the context of it. I don't think it was in my community, but the idea was if you have a worker cooperative, no government, no state, whatever, just a worker cooperative, what would prevent the majority white workers from mistreating or firing the black workers? It could well be the case that a democratic majority could legitimately produce a racist outcome. I'm not in democracy. I'm not for democracy, like, in its totality. I recognize there are bad outcomes. I mean, we live in a country where 70 or so million Americans think Trump won the past election. I know democracy doesn't always beget good outcomes. He could have well won that last one. But I just, so if we don't have an issue with the means here, then I don't know why we're discussing the means. The means, to me, this is just the best way to do a thing. I mean, better this than any other method, certainly, right?
Yeah, and I fundamentally reject that notion. I think that voluntary implementation of co-ops is one thing. The implementation by force, by the state, is a problem, not only because of the seizure of property I mentioned, not only because of the empirical results of the closest example we have to this being done in the world, as it exists, but also because I think that the wide-scale seizure of property by the government of the United States or by state governments or whichever government will be doing this is itself such a transgression on liberty that it would really, I think, lead to a government that feels like it can trample all over people's individual rights. I mean, such a seizure would not only violate the Constitution,
but this is the argument that people made about protected classes too, because that was the government imposing laws which restricted the ability for private citizens to use their private property in the way that they wanted. But we have to recognize, and I'll tell you, the world would not be a better place right now if businesses were given the opportunity to opt in to abiding by our protected class statutes. Like, we recognize in this case, force is necessary because these are ills that can't be dispelled without, and frankly, after dispelling these ills, we'll find, as we have, that basically no harm was done. You know, sure, we may have treaded on the private individual property rights of these people, but
I don't concede that at all. First of all, the idea that
for protected
the idea that seizing all the property would do harm. Now, if you're saying that protected classes do no harm, yeah, sure, I agree.
Wait, don't jump ahead of me. There would be undeniable negative outcomes to a mass seizure of property, which is why I'm trying to be very careful with my advocacy here. What about a system by which incredibly preferential treatment is given to cooperatives, and the government says after X year, all new businesses, all new LLCs, whatever, are going to be formed with like a cooperative requirement?
Right. Yeah, that was done. Something like that was done in Yugoslavia, where they said new businesses must be socially owned, right? Must be sort of worker type cooperative enterprises. And what that did was suppress the rate of creation of new businesses. I mean, that is really the problem that you get out of that. You get less innovation, you get less productivity, you get more preference for existing actors, for existing systems. And that is empirically beyond the seizure of property, which again, I'm not conceding that is
well, that wouldn't be seizure of property, right? That would just be if you only restrict.
Okay, yeah, you're right. In that sense, that wouldn't be seizure of property so much as a limitation to do with your property, I suppose, what you see fit.
But that's why I need that exploratory period. This is the problem that I have. All the worker cooperatives the world around are these either we have tiny bistros owned by 14 people, 3 of whom are related, or you have megacorps like Mondragon, which are barely even cooperatives. They're scarcely cooperatives. You know, they toe the line. My problem is that we don't have enough data, and unfortunately, I'm not talking about some little petty civic law here. I'm talking about a fundamental restructuring of how we think about private property. I need data, and I can't just get it from little businesses. I need it from companies with 50, 500, 5,000 people, and the only way that I can get that is by promoting these ideas. Now, I want to make it very clear that absolutely no federal mandate should take place with regard to any of these issues until long after we have arrived at conclusions which could support the best federal action. I would never advocate for just plugging your nose and diving on in. If we found ways to do this in minimally disruptive or in highly effective ways, or even if we just had to take a half measure, maybe only businesses under a certain size, or maybe this or that, maybe minimal ownership where it's not total co-op, but it's like everyone gets minimal input on select issues, something like that. I'm flexible, I'm open, I'm here for it. I love the discourse, but I can't get any of it unless we move in the direction. I want to walk the road, you know?
Gosh, look, I agree that there isn't the data to implement this change by force. The thing that gets me though, thing that gets me though, is you propose to do a sort of experimentation through perhaps some limited seizures, right? Like, I don't know. Like, here's the thing.
No.
There's
like
a
tax
Rubicon
subsidies
to
and stuff.
cross here. That stuff I have no objection to. I don't even care if it works, right? I mean, that's something that we could think about down the line, but that's something like very different from the seizure of property.
Well,
And
that can't be done until we know that it would work.
Gosh, it wouldn't matter fundamentally.
So wait, that we have two different.
If it would work, we could therefore take everybody's businesses because hold on.
Wait, hold on.
Experience what was done didn't work.
The government.
And you're saying
hold on. The government wouldn't be taking
them.
them. Wait, the government wouldn't be taking them. Just to be clear, right? Be democratizing them.
No, when you say democratizing them, right? You are saying they must be taken from the owners and given to worker owners.
Taken from one entity to others, but not for the government. Property. I'm not saying it's not seizure of property. Just when you say take the property, it sounds like the government's nationalizing all of this, which I do not support for a number of reasons. So the only reason I'm saying all of this is to dispel the argument of pragmatism, that I wouldn't advocate for any seizure of property until I felt as though we had the data necessary to arrive at the conclusion that it would be effective and good. What you're talking about now is the moral argument. The seizure of property is an immoral thing. Now, you can alleviate that with policies like what I described earlier. You can alleviate that by saying stuff like only new businesses. You can alleviate that by saying partial democratization. You can alleviate that with huge payouts to corporations. Say, hey, here's your golden parachute. Take 10 million, go. It belongs to the workers now. There are a million ways that you can alleviate these problems. I'm open to them. But on a fundamental level, I believe our current system of private property ownership is immoral, so I don't care that much. I think that this is a logistical problem to overcome. I don't think that the seizure of property in this respect is itself a fundamental wrong.
And I guess the thing is that you want to have the state at some point to do some kind of experimentation that goes beyond tax credits and things like that. You want to have a much more hands-on sort of experimentation to get the data that you need. All right. And to me, I find that. Yeah, like taking, for example, you wouldn't just start by taking all the co-ops, right? You'd take some of them, right? You'd take some amount of them, right?
I think there's enough room for further enterprise in this country that we could rely on non-seizure methods, at least for the short term, at least to develop.
Gosh, if you are saying basically I abandon the idea of seizing the property, then I guess
down the line, the government should absolutely, again, wage slavery, as far as I'm concerned, follows in the same ideological trend of traditional slavery. Again, I have to be clear about this, not as bad, not even close, but fundamentally it relies on a power imbalance in order to extol wealth value from the workers who contribute their labor. I don't like that.
I cannot imagine calling power imbalance a kind of slavery, but
you've heard the term wage slavery, right?
Yeah, to call that slavery, again, it is, we're going to go down the coercion road here, but I just don't understand.
We're absolutely going to go down the coercion road.
I don't understand the need to, again, continually use this kind of language. But
the term wage slavery has been around for how long is the term wage slavery?
And it's a ridiculous point.
There's actually a lot of really salient underlying comparisons. The problem that you get with people espousing wage slavery.
I was going to ask Bastiat a question quick.
Oh, sure.
Why do you find the term wage slavery to tick you off so much? What's wrong with the term, Bastiat?
I mean, because we're talking about consensual arrangements between adults, all right? And to call that slavery by default, to say any kind of employment is a form of wage slavery, I mean, even if I conceded to your point, Vosh, that at least some forms of them might be coercive. I mean, you're defining all wage employment, all wage labor as wage slavery. And I gotta say, it doesn't make sense.
Well, the goal of the term wage slavery.
When we've seen situations where we've seen economies that have managed to raise wages, improve living standards. I mean, to say that these people are still fundamentally enslaved,
wait. Be careful with that, because even if you give a real slave a gilded palace, they would still be a slave. Raising the standard of living has no impact whatsoever on whether or not something is or is not slavery. Freedom is the key here. The term wage slavery has been around apparently since 1836. I didn't realize it was, I assumed that it was newer than that, but the reason why that comparison arises is because if you look at things on a very fundamental level, not with regards to a person's characterization as property, but just on a very fundamental level, the premise of being a slave is you work or you die. Very fundamental. It's reductive even. And likewise, if you were a textile worker in 1872 in London, The premise for you, likewise, is that you work or you die. There are differences, of course, obviously, which is why, and if anyone ever compared wage slavery to slavery in like the severity of these systems of economics, then I would scold them for that.
Why would you use the word slavery then, if you're not trying to implicitly draw the comparison?
Because the comparison should be drawn to indicate that there is a coercive element, but you won't agree with that because your definition of coercion defies my comprehension. That's the reason why. Also, it's meant to be, what's the term? What's the term? When you say something and it's you provoke a reaction. It's,
I mean, to use provocative language that you concede is inaccurate. I mean,
no, wait, hold on. That doesn't make it inaccurate.
You're saying on the one hand, I would never compare it to slavery, and yet I am trying to use provocative language to raise the imagery of slavery.
I'm again asking if you're actually listening to me. I didn't say it's not compared to slavery. I'm saying that it isn't comparable to slavery in its severity. I said that very clearly twice. Now,
so then you could say something like wage coercion or compulsion, but to say slavery, I mean, why would you use the term unless you're trying to draw a comparison with slavery?
You are trying to draw a comparison. I'm saying the comparison shouldn't be drawn in the severity, that they're not as bad. The comparison is that in both cases, freedom is being taken from these people because they have to work or they die. Now, nowadays, the term is a little bit more muddled because we have welfare states. A person doesn't have to work or they die. You can not work and just live like a shitty existence, I guess, in America at least, because we don't have that. But back when the term wage slave...
Socialism about this situation. What would change under socialism about the situation? You'd still have to work to acquire resources. If you had a welfare state, I suppose. I mean, you know, you might be able to avoid that, but you've got the same situation. It's just that now you've got a vote in your workplace that you still have to work at to acquire resources to live.
A great many things, and I don't know how you can believe that the presence of a vote isn't a significant difference unless you see no fundamental difference between a monarchy and a democracy. I think a vote's actually quite key. But the term wage slave was, I'm reading this now, was invented by labor organizers, the Lowell Mill Girls from 1836. The reason they coined that term was because they were trying to persuade wage workers, not slaves, that really they shouldn't look at themselves as being better than the slaves, because this is a problem we have. You know, middle class workers will think, oh God, thank God I'm not working at McDonald's, and then wealthy people will think, oh thank God I'm not working as a teacher. What they were trying to say was, hey, you may think haughtily of yourself, factory workers, because you're not slaves. You're really no different. You're the same type of cog in the same type of system, one rung up. So what we should really do is not find a way to keep you a rung up. We should find a way to dismantle the system altogether. So that's the origin of the term. I don't know what you would call the verbiage, provocative or insightful, not or incendiary, maybe. I don't know. But it was meant to bring about an emotional reaction. The term has survived for 200 years, so clearly it has some holding power in our minds.
A lot of, as the right wing proves very often, a lot of inaccurate and ridiculous terms and concepts persist because they're rhetorically effective. Doesn't mean they're in any way accurate.
Well, I don't think I don't think you can say a term like wage slave is inaccurate. It's not making empirical claims about
Look, I mean, again, if you think it's possible to use the word slavery, right, but not actually imply that you were talking about slavery.
Colloquially, we use the term slavery to refer to lots of things that aren't chattel slavery. You can say, like, you're a slave to your work.
We're often wrong. I mean, to say, yeah, sure, but you would never use that to then say, hey, look, it's wage slavery, right? Because of this colloquialism, therefore, it is absolutely appropriate.
Hold on. This isn't, hold on, wait, hold on. You're mixing a lot of things. This isn't how language works, okay? So colloquially, words are what they are. People can say you're a slave to your work. That's not wrong. I mean, you're not literally a slave, but correctness by technicality isn't how linguistics work. If a term serves a rhetorical function, then it's being used appropriately, or at least it can be used appropriately in that sense. If a person says X or Y is a wage slave, they're trying to call negative attention to the state or the condition of their employment, which I think is fine. I don't think well of the economy as it exists, so calling negative attention to it is...
Hey, look, if you want to call negative attention to it, that's fine. But at the end of the day, to draw the comparison between wage labor made by parties who are consenting to transaction, to draw the comparison between that and slavery, particularly the chattel slavery of the time, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, I think it's really...
makes sense. I mean, again, we're not saying they're the same.
And to use that kind of language to therefore back up the idea that, hey, look, at some point down the line, right? At some point down the line, hey, look, this private property is unjust, and we're going to take it.
Well, we don't need the term wage slave.
3 minutes left.
Okay, then I'll make my final statement. We don't need the term wage slave to arrive at the conclusion that there are instances where the state seizing property is just. Whether people like to post hoc moralize it or not, people thought slaves were property. The government stepped in, the government said no, and we're all better for it. I do believe that that was ultimately justified because it was done in the service of freedom. Not that black people ended up having the best lives ever in America after slavery ended, but it was better than slavery, and it was only through the power of the state that that final change was able to be made, in the way that it was, at least. I don't think there's anything wrong with that process as long as you have a democratic consensus and the outcome you're arriving at is positive. I think there are a million ways you can make the changes that I want to make to the world, and I would never be so arrogant as to assume that I could make those changes without needing more ground, more time, more space, more data to develop the understanding of these issues that I would like to have. That's what I want for all of us. Not just me, not just socialists. I want all Americans, all people, to be more willing to explore alternatives to the systems they live in. That's what we did with gay marriage and weed, after all. You know, it gets legalized in one state or another, you get these little tastes, and then eventually, nationally, people become more amicable to it. We may even see a world where private property owners are themselves amicable to the idea of cooperative spreading, not because they personally would benefit from it, but because they start to believe themselves that there is a moral imperative in affording people democracy, even in an economic setting. That's the world that I want. I hope we can get there. And I think that among most of those points, Bastiat's going to be an ally of mine, because apart from his perceived belief that I'm like a totalitarian wearing a democratic cloak, I really do think that he is also interested in seeing what cooperatives can do and how well they can do for our economy and our people.
And I would say that, generally speaking, I suppose Vosh and I are, in the political reality that exists today, generally speaking, on the same side. Again, with the political reality that exists today, dealing with the fact that the Republican Party and the conservative movement, the MAGA movement, and increasingly a fascism-type movement is the real political threat to the economy, to the country, to the people of the United States. So in that sense, sure, I agree with that. What I don't agree with, all right, is the idea that that you can make those comparisons and that you can, especially if you can see that really the evidence isn't there, make a coherent argument for socialism over capitalism. I can admit to a lot of warts under capitalism, and indeed I do. Typically, what we spend our streams talking about are all the ways in which we'd like to improve the system, in which we'd like to do things like, I know you've talked about this recently, housing policy, right? You'd like to make change
I would
zoning
certainly
laws,
love some good housing policy.
right? Yeah, that would be a great thing. Yeah, right on. I'm glad you said that, and I wouldn't have brought that up, but I get your point. So housing policy, all kinds of good things, right? But we've got evidence for these kinds of things. All the things we need to do in this country, right, to fix the problems we have in this country, right, to fix increases in the cost of healthcare and the cost of housing, right, and the cost of education. We've seen examples in other countries where they've been able to do that, where they've been able to do that effectively, and where they've been able to do that without reshuffling society based on theories that have little to no empirical support to them. So instead of rolling the dice, at this time, we've learned some lessons. We're going to do some tests, and eventually it's going to work. Why do that? Why settle for that when we can work on trying to make the world as it exists better using policies that we know will work, rather than trying to I think, build a sort of a society on the hope that it will eventually lead to some sort of a utopia that can be implemented forcibly, but nevertheless democratically. And I will say this, Vosh, I don't think that you intend totalitarianism. Right? I don't think that at all. I'm not trying to say you're secret tanky. What I am trying to say is that I think that a lot of the ideas that you promote, the idea that, for example, anything or a lot of things can be justified so long as they are good and democratic, I think to me that makes very little room for the idea that there should be a space in this society for the individual, that the government should not have a massive sway over the individual, over society, right? That democracy itself should have limits in the Constitution and our set of laws, right? So that the individual's rights are fundamentally respected. And when you talk about democracy itself, democratizing, and minimize the argument, minimize the reality of how state power is ultimately coercive force, that to me suggests that while you are not shooting for totalitarianism, that perhaps totalitarian arguments are easier to make on that basis. So fundamentally, while I don't think your system has an empirical basis, and I don't think it makes a lot of sense, I will say that I think it is a good thing that we at least both seem to agree that we want a broader welfare state in certain ways. We want global trade, all those good things. I just fundamentally, it seems to me like you're basically liberal in that sense, rather than arguing for socialism. You're arguing for deeper liberalism that at some
2
indeterminate
minutes. We've gone 2 minutes over.
at some indeterminate point might someday become socialism.
Okay. So, oh, 1 second, I'm buffering. Oh boy. But we're getting sent. Oh, you know why it's buffering? Because the judges are sending in the votes. Sending them in.
Who are the judges?
Got one. I'll say shortly. We got 2. And oh, it's taking a while to type. I didn't need a paragraph, I needed a vote. And we got the last one. Okay. So we have the votes and they're in. It is a split decision. 1 vote for Bastiat from Danabo. 1 vote from my editor, Mr. Geek, for Vosh. And the last vote is from celebrity guest judge Destiny for Vosh, giving it 2-1 for Vosh, making Vosh the hippy dippy champion, Destiny being the tie-breaking vote. Vosh is the inaugural hippy dippy champion. Congratulations.
Well, yeah, you know, I saw the twist coming the whole time, frankly. Wait, in all seriousness, I'll get an explanation on that one later. Bastiat, I seriously do appreciate the conversation. I disagree with you on a lot, but I found that this sounds so fucking pretentious, Jesus. I found that I have a much easier time formulating my arguments when I'm speaking with people like you, intelligent people with whom I disagree, than, well, conservatives. It's just better.
No, I appreciate that. It is good to know that you were gracious in victory, that I'm no longer a bad faith lunatic. I appreciate that. I will say this.
All's fair in love and war.
I will say this. Yeah, it was a good exchange. That being said, I really do appreciate you hosting us here, Dylan, and it was a lot of fun. And Vosh, I really enjoyed that exchange. I hope we can continue it sometime because I think what is interesting about talking to you is that I think you do seem to want to create a better world, and you do seem to be interested in doing things like that rather than sort of, I suppose, building up politics of malice and jealousy, which I seem to get from a lot of other folks on the left. So I appreciate that, and I hope we can talk again sometime. Thanks again for the discussion, and Dylan, thanks again for having me on this inaugural Hippy Dippy Championship.
So I wanted to say thank you very much, Bastia. Where do you go from here?
Well, I think I'm going to have to figure out how Destiny managed to rig that. I think I'm going to be taking this to court, and I think ultimately it seems to me like the votes were rigged. I don't know how you. I mean, did you count? I don't know if you counted the votes properly. I've heard actually a lot of people saying that Mr. Geek voted for Bastiat, but that the votes were tampered along the way. I look forward to investigating all of this. Until we can figure out how I actually won.
Stop the steal. Right? Stop the steal. 80
Thank
million judges.
I hate to do this, but I want to have a small interview with the winner. I want to thank you for coming on. And you will now be removed by security.
Oh, shit. I love you. Thank you.
Take care, Vosh. Take care, Dylan.
So,
holy
Vosh, you are the first hippy dippy champion.
Yeah, I hope you got a generous waistline on that belt right there.
It is quite generous.
Hey,
very, very, very generous. So now that you're hippy dippy champion and you're going to get this physical bet sent to you after it's COVID cleaned, who are you looking at? Who would you want to go against next? To defend this belt?
Oh, Jesus. I've been playing so many video games off stream lately. My mind is muddled. Whew, let me think.
You could challenge anyone. They'll surely see this.
Can I challenge you?
Could you challenge?
Yeah, can I challenge you?
Technically, yes.
Okay. You know who I want to challenge? No, I know it. I know it. Wait, can I say a little smaller creator? Is that okay? I can do that, right?
Yeah, you can challenge smaller creator. Sure.
They
have to make the way up still, but yeah.
I want to talk to Soaked on Left. They emailed me recently, and I think that'd be a fun conversation. I think I want to talk to Soaked on Left.
And what do you think of the surprising vote that Destiny voted for you over Bastiat?
Yeah, I don't know. It's you know, it's that long-term, what do they say? New friends are silver, old friends are gold. I knew he'd come in for me. I had a feeling all of it would line up at the last minute. In all seriousness, you know, I appreciate the the incredibly important opportunity to wrap that thing around my waistline.
I'm very happy that you did so.
Can I say something, by the way?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So I want to say, by the way, this isn't entirely tangential, and I just want to say, I know that you've been roughing it lately, and I mean, I said this to you lately, or I said this to you prior to coming on, but all of the streams monies today, I want to put it towards you for a down payment to a new apartment, because you are an incredible content creator and an incredible guy, and I think that though I am sparse in the details, what has happened to you has been enormously unfair, and I hope that you can get up and running again as soon as possible.
Hey, I really appreciate that, my guy. I've been talking to local landlords, your favorite type of people, and yeah, it's speeded along fastly. Thankfully, I've with COVID, all the students are gone, and I really appreciate that a whole ton.
Yeah, of
Vosh.
course,
I really do.
absolutely, and I hope things work out soon. Though, judging by your background, though, you're pretty comfy right now. I gotta say, it's looking pretty tropical over there.
The pineapple, people have been talking about the pineapple a whole lot.
Yeah, it looks good.
I mean, why'd you do coconuts when you had a perfectly good pineapple analogy right there?
Honestly, yeah, that was my bad. Wait, do pineapples grow on like desert islands?
You know what? I have no clue. This pineapple just showed up one day.
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
Awesome.
I won't fault it.
You have a blessed day, Vosh, and thank you for coming on. And I'm telling you, there's a long list of people who want to challenge you.
And I'm ready for it, okay? Just give me a week's notice so I can tell myself I'll do research and then not actually do it.
Wonderful. Can't wait to. And who knows how we're going to choose the next challenger? It might be through a gauntlet. It might be through a 16-way tournament. Who knows? But one thing is for certain, that this isn't the last you've seen of Vosh in a ring to defend this title. He is the inaugural champion, the first in line. Let's see how long his reign will be. This will be arriving in your mail after you send me, the information where to send it.
And yeah, absolutely. Hey, have a wonderful night.
Thank you. You have a good night, okay?
Have a good night. Be well.
See you later.
Oh, wait. Let me leave the thing. Hold on. Let me just leave the thing. Wait. Is chat back up? No, chat's not back up. Okay, we got DDoSed. Whew, we got to get that Cloudflare. Eesh. Wonder if that was a DGGer. All right, well, I have no explanation for anything that happened at any point there. Let me close chat. All right, we're looking at YouTube chat. How you all doing, people? Yeah, I'll throw it over to Dylan because sorry. Got a lot of respect. Got a lot of respect for Dylan. God, I hate not having chat next to me. Oof. Fucking hurts. Anyway, yeah, we'll toss that over. I'll be honest with you guys, okay? I'm getting an autism flare-up right now. We are peaking. In that I am not good with like planned scheduled events. The whole like do prep, like get into it, that thing. Oh god. It's not good for me, my heart, even though it's like a fun thing between friends. I admit I am still absolutely baffled by Bastiat's coercion, by his understanding of coercion. I want to think about that for a little bit because I want to take some time to see if I can construct like an internally consistent world where a person believes that about coercion. It's definitely possible. I just need to think about that. And holy shit. Wait, can you all hear that? Wait, can you all hear, wait, did you hear that thunder? Wait, hold on. Y'all good? Wow. Wow. That was really loud. You hear that? Yeah, hit it. It's right over us. Yeah, probably scare the shit out of the cats too. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, okay, guys. I want to say a couple of things right now, okay? First of all, I had a lot of fun. That was good. And I think we got more into the... Usually when I talk about worker cooperatives, it's like a nothing talk. I'm still going to be streaming for an hour, okay? I'm going to stream for an hour, and I want you guys to donate. And all that shit is going right to Dylan, okay? Yeah, so throw that in. The next hour will be spent with post-debate analysis, by which I mean I'll ask or I'll answer your questions. Sorry, I'm closing a couple of tabs here. There's some stuff that I need to look into there, like that trade thing. Like only 8% of American GDP comes from trade imports. I need to look into that. I'm sure there's a thing there. Anyway, yeah, please donate. It goes to Dylan. Also, wait, do I have the Streamlabs link in the description? Because super chats get 30% cut off by YouTube, which is normally not something that I try not to complain about it normally, but in this case, no, I don't have the donation link there. And my site's been DDoSed, so we can't use that. All right, super chats it is. Hey, yeah. GDP isn't really an indication of whether or not something is important. Yes, that's true. Especially since... Okay, stay with me here for a second. I need to think about this, okay? So GDP, gross domestic product, is a combination of the monetary value of all goods and services that take place within a country over a year, right? Excuse me. That's what a GDP is. That's what that means, right? So that means that you can have a higher GDP than you actually have money within a country. So for example, if you have $5 right here and you spend those $5 on an ice cream, okay? The $5 don't just go away. Those $5 then go, oh God, sorry, my cam. Oh, hold on. Let's get that back in there. Okay, there we go. Okay. When you buy that $5, those $5 don't actually just like disappear, you know? The $5, it goes to the person you bought the ice cream from. So let's say the person who you bought the ice cream from then uses that $5 to pay wages to one of their employees, right? And we'll just draw a smiley face. They're happy about their wage labor. And that person can spend the $5 on X and Y and X and Y and X and Y. And a single $5 bill, not the real $5 bill, but $5 can make its way through the economy a dozen times in a year, 100 times in a year. It circulates. The fluidity of money, I think. The volatility of money. And what that means is that $5 can mean more than $5 in GDP. Whereas, if you get $5 from a foreign trade, like from a foreign, like you get it through an import, it may be the case, velocity, yeah, the velocity of money, sorry. It may be the case that you get that $5 bill in from another country, but only that $5 bill will count towards whatever percentage of your GDP comes from imports, right? And then from that point on, when it circulates through the economy, it would only be considered a part of your domestic GDP, right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So, even if it only makes up like 8%, foreign trade can still do a lot. Okay, never mind. Hey guys, how you doing? So let's think about that conversation. There are a couple of things I want to think about there. I want to think about how to best pointers. I do like Bastiat. I still can't believe Bastiat's definition of coercion. I guess that's possible, but sorry. Vosh, I feel like when you said you need the data for worker co-ops, it's conflicted with your opening when you said they were very empirically justifiable. That's true. What I meant is we need data on larger worker cooperatives. We have a lot of data on small worker cooperatives, businesses in size from like 3 to 20 people, and we seem to have a very strong understanding that these things are good and justifiable and good and justifiable, you know? But what I'm really interested in is data on, you know, on types of cooperatives that aren't as common. Is the imposition of democracy authoritarian? It really depends on your definition, you know? Like, Technically, yeah. I mean, I guess, but I wouldn't consider it an authoritarian action. I mean, you can say that, like technically, you know, the government, like, responding to a hostage situation and, like, taking out terrorists and freeing hostages is, like, an authoritarian imposition of force. But people don't really talk about it that way because it's being done in the service of, like, humanitarianism. You know? I can't get on the coercion thing, because the coercion thing is essential. The coercion thing is, like, key to understanding at least my arguments for socialism. Because I'll be honest with you guys, I would argue for socialism as I describe it all the time, even if a switch to worker cooperatives had exactly zero net impact on the economy. No benefit, no loss. The economic benefits are great. They help with swallowing the pill. But fundamentally, I think it's also morally good to have economic democracy. And the only times where I would abandon that belief is if economic democracy ended up being harmful or destructive in some way. Like, if we could pursue economic democracy, but it would lead to some social collapse, then I wouldn't pursue it. That would be unfortunate, deeply unfortunate, but I wouldn't pursue it then, you know? What if it was like a 1% reduction in the economy, but everyone's democratic? I mean, maybe that's better? I don't know. We accept these arguments with authoritarian governments, right? You know? Where we can say, hey, maybe an authoritarian government is capable of acting faster or responding to a situation faster or something like that, but it's still worth the democracy, you know? What would Vosh and Soak Done Left disagree on? I think guns and methods, mostly. Soak Done Left is more reformist than I am. Though I came off pretty reformist in this discussion. I mean, I do believe that. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with some crazy revolutionary approach right now in America. Maybe in developing countries, they can approach this in a more radical way. But in America right now, don't you think Bastiat's argument is equally anti-union as much as anti-co-op? I kind of feel that way, because if you don't believe that there's anything coercive about a relationship between an employer and an employee, why would you push for unions, since their only job is to facilitate collective bargaining, which allows... Well, maybe that's because they don't require, like, a private property yoink, you know? Why didn't you press him on how threatening to withhold necessities that may lead to death if withheld is basically not much different from violence? Because I think that I feel like he wouldn't bite the bullet on that. He would probably say, like, no, you know, you're born with this and whatever. Like, if you don't get it, that sucks. You should have made the voluntary decision to sell your labor to X Corp or something like that. Have I talked about the Equality Act in the stream? I'll talk about it if it passes the Senate. I don't like getting people hyped up over shit that goes through the House. Thank you so much for the donations, guys, by the way. I really appreciate it. Dylan deserves it. Was on Discord, this ANCAP said that unionism isn't socialism because it can exist in a fully market society. What's your take? Well, unions aren't necessarily socialist, but socialists tend to fight for unions, you know? Yeah. You should have pressed him on the foreign investments point he made against co-ops. Foreign investments against co-ops? Like from other countries? I'm not entirely sure what you meant there. Hold on. I only know Dylan through... Thank you for the $50. I only know Dylan through watching debates. Maybe you can help me. I'm a little confused about his delivery mannerisms, almost like he isn't taking himself or his work seriously. Am I missing something? Happy to support him, though. Dylan Burns is very... He comes off very happy-go-lucky. I know he cares very passionately, very deeply about the stuff he advocates for. But he has this, like... Is the term I'm looking for effervescent? That can't be it. Effervescent. No. Vivacious and enthusiastic? No, not necessarily that. Almost like, bouncy? I don't know. Yeah, I do want larger worker cooperatives. That's my real fear. I don't actually, you didn't go hard enough on the pro-rape stuff. I mean, I do think that his opinion that teachers sleeping with students isn't coercive is super weird, but that's not really, like, the point of the argument, so... I mean, he still said it was bad, so maybe he just takes issue with the use of the term coercive. But, you know. I don't understand how worker cooperatives are considered your sell on socialism. Individually, worker cooperatives are not socialist. Collectively, they are literally the most direct way to ensure democratic ownership of the means of production. So the goal would be to universalize them in the way which is most effective and least disruptive. That's the goal. You know, not an easy goal, mind. You guys are putting out a lot of donos. Fuck, thank you so much. I'll respond to the donos that I can. It's going to be a little bit quick, but I really appreciate you guys putting it forward. It means a lot to me, and I know it will to him too. The dude didn't get that IMF loans come with obligatory conditions. Conditions of the quorum IMF loans, Lamau, they come after the loan the moment you have to pay. Yeah, that's the point. I mean, they wouldn't give them a loan for nothing, right? You know. Wouldn't that just be a dictatorship of the proletariat? Well, a dictatorship of the proletariat is a worker state, which is a state controlled by the workers, which is democratic control of the means of production. Because if there are no bourgeois, then it has to be a worker state. There can't be anything else. Have I seen the Evangelion 4.0 trailer? Yes. Do you honestly feel that he heard your argument? I don't know how you managed that at all. He overstimulated my ASD hardcore. No, dude, I don't think Bastiat's a bad person, by the way. I know that my community is going to have mixed feelings about him after this, but I really don't think that Bastiat is a bad person or anything like that. I think that Bastiat's perspective on some of these issues is heavily informed by a different set of preconceptions with regards to economics that I have. And I do think that mine are better. I mean, I think mine are more moral or whatever. But... yeah. You know, were you surprised by Destiny's vote? Yeah, I was. I thought I was about to get fucking cucked there. I thought it was like, okay, it's a split vote. Now here's the surprise guest, Destiny, the guy you just very publicly argued with. You know, well, there's a cynical and a non-cynical way of interpreting that result. The non-cynical way is that Destiny watched because he was interested, he felt that I performed better or, you know, well or whatever, and that he awarded his vote appropriately. That's the way that I'd like to interpret this, and I honestly think it's the best explanation. The cynical explanation would be that Destiny monetarily benefits from there not being a feud between my community and his because I have a large community, I have an overlap with his community, and future opportunities to collaborate could procure money for both of us. So him smoothing over relationships through means like this would increase the likelihood of us being able to do that. Now that's the cynical possibility. Now I don't think that's the answer, but that's the cynical response. So one way or another, you know. I mean, Dylan's chat voted 81% for you. Well, Dylan's chat's going to vote for me because Dylan's a socialist. So he's going to have an audience that overlaps with mine. Also, I think... wait, I talked with Dylan before Destiny did, right? Yeah. The first interaction that I had with Dylan was well before his first interaction with Destiny, I think. So there's a likelihood that his audience is going to be a little biased with respect to that. Where are you going to hang the belt at? I respect Dylan. I'll hang it right back there. I'll have it prominent in my stream, yeah. I'm sorry the website went down, by the way. It's just, it looks like it was a DDoS. I wonder if it was from somebody in Destiny's community. You know? You know? Yeah. I watched your Destiny streaming, honestly thought you did a better job. Oh, well, okay. Again, I want to reiterate again that I still do have a lot of respect for Bastiat. Until we have overtaken him and he becomes yet more fodder to leave by the road. Until the socialist agenda can overtake the collaboration with liberalism. Adam Moore, fantastic. I do hope you get into a worker cooperative. That'd be awesome. And Vosh, do you think that liberal democracies not being able to survive the inevitable climate crisis would have helped your argument? I do believe that. Unfortunately, I think that argument was way too nuanced to get into there. That's not me besmirching Bastiat or anything like that. Just the argument, the relationship between climate change and capitalism is a lot more complicated than you guys think it is, unfortunately. Like, for example, the Soviet Union was actually really bad about climate change as well. And socialist governments don't, like, pop out of nowhere. There's a long and arduous especially if you're moving quickly, militaristic process of significant economic reform that can have its own downsides, its own problems. But it's worth looking into more in the future. Dylan is soaked them? Ah, of course he is, yeah. Wait. This, just so you guys know, this gesture isn't just an anti-Semitic dog whistle, okay? It also means I get you, okay? Just so you guys know. I just want to make it perfectly clear that that's not the only... that's not the only... Alright. Nice. Site chat is up? If it's up, it's not going to be up for long. They're getting that. We're probably going to bring Cloudflare onto it, onto the website, which will prevent DDoSing. It should be fine. And it might also prevent some other things. We'll have to see what we can do. Well, anyway, I hope you people aren't like mean about it. Who's Danabo? I have no idea. I'm not going to talk about engaging Makas in the 1997 because I have no idea what you're talking about. Just been watched Dora Hetero and Demon Slayer. Good taste. What do you suggest I watch next? Dude, I don't know. Go take a look at my anime list. It's under the name Irish Lanny. Bring up labor expropriation for capitalists to own other surplus value. A better argument for socialism. Just bring up co-ops alone. Yeah, I like that incremental approach. It sells better, and I believe it too. I mean, I wish I could just be like revolution now. Because I want that's it's cool to be like that, but I don't think that can really work here. I mean, I do want these changes. They matter a lot to me, but Can you finish the potential history vid? We'll have to do it later. Right now, we're farming donos. Can you go back to the YouTube video? We'll watch it later, I promise. Do you think you could be more proactive talking about mental health on your platform? I feel like it's a very underrepresented part of politics. Yeah, I feel like I try to talk about it a decent amount, but I could always do it more. Bosch, I acknowledge this very much the political equivalent of hair splitting, but isn't the co-op / one big union approach to abolition of property more of a syndicalist take than a socialist one? Well, I think that syndicalism is kind of like a subset of socialist, Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely in that trend. I mean, I called myself an anarcho-syndicalist before. Do you support communism over socialism, or do you think it should stop at socialism? Well, Marx didn't distinguish between the two. He just called it low order and high order. Was it communism or socialism? I don't know. Vosh, people cherry pick that Hakeem video a lot. That Hakeem video, man. Oh, man. The problem is, I feel like my perspectives on these issues, I feel like my understanding of these problems, I feel like they're fairly consistent. I'm not perfect. I know I'm not. There's always something to work on. But I feel like they're fairly consistent. The issue is, when I try to talk about X issue to one person, it comes off like one thing, but when I talk about it to another person with different interests, sometimes I talk about it in a different way, but I'm always talking about the same thing, or at least to my knowledge. I'm always describing the same system. I'm always advocating the same types of reform. I'm not changing the arguments, I'm not changing the content of the arguments. Sometimes the way I deliver the information changes, though. That debate with Hakeem was different. I was talking with like an MLs, which means that there's going to be a whole different, let me see. Vosh Hakeem. How many views does that video have? 107,000. That's nice. Fewer views than his video making fun of me, but yeah, well, whatever. We all get what we can. Vosh, do you think there must be a social democracy before socialism? I don't think there necessarily needs to be, but that seems like the most likely movement, yeah. Oh wait, Shu? Hey, Shu! Hey, what's up? Donation from Dylan, debate me in the ring, Vosh. Yeah, Shu? You want to come on the hippy dippy debate? Yeah? Alright. I wouldn't say no. Dylan probably won't say no to... Bosch, is there any huge difference between anarcho-syndicalism and socialism? Socialism, colloquially, is an economic system with two things. Economic democracy, workers own the means of production, and decommodification. Now, that level of decommodification varies. Market socialism may have like some decommodification. Some systems may have almost total decommodification. In practice, I don't think any modern society has ever succeeded in fully decommodifying their economy. And that's socialism. Anarcho-syndicalism is a post-state anarchic society where the predominant governing bodies are syndicates. You can think of them like super unions. Anarcho-syndicalism is socialist, but socialism doesn't have to be anarcho-syndicalism. Anarcho-syndicalism is quite a bit more radical than socialism is. You should debate Schuon whether intersectional feminism is good. Yeah, EDR life with the GDP import thing, I would need to do more research. Bosch is caught between being too radical for a lib and too soft for an ML. Yeah, dude, that's how I feel sometimes. I feel like I'm on the cusp of being able to talk to most liberals, but on the other hand, I can't relate to like the left. I don't even think it's because they're more radical. I just think it's because they're too stupid. There are a lot of online lefties who are incapable of engaging with any nuance outside of revolution now. ACAB, revolution now. I mean, I'll say ACAB, I agree, ACAB, sure, whatever, but they don't think about these ideas. They don't contemplate the meaning of what they're saying. They just say it. It's dogmatism. It's not good. In my opinion. Look at Discord chat, What am I... Just a heads up, Pole was malding about you earlier today, so it might be that too. Oh yeah, of course, Pole's always malding about me. Fuckers always have a threat on me. And I can't blame them either. Whew. I'd be mad too if I was a Nazi. Oh god. Can you imagine being a neo-Nazi and like waking up and seeing me on your recommended feed on YouTube and being reminded that all of your arguments are garbage and you're compensating for like personality deficiencies, but you'll never actually feel happiness because it's not actually possible to compensate for personal weakness by throwing your weight behind an authoritarian government. You know, they get reminded of that when they see me. Like, they must get so mad. Yeah, I see you, Discord. I see you. I see you. Should have hit out the literature out on structural adjustment, but it was a great combo. Bastiat's a nice guy. Yeah. Bastiat did come into that argument a little angry with me. I wonder why. It kind of felt like from the beginning, too. I wonder if that was Bastiat being a little performative. Or, you know? I got that impression a little bit. Did any of you guys get that impression? Not just, like, further into the debate, but, like, to begin with. I don't know. It could have been a performative thing. I don't know. I've tried to be a lot more calm since I started this channel. Can we just mention that Bastiat mumbling whenever you spoke was fucking annoying? That I don't get. Whenever I was talking, he'd be like saying, yep, yep, yep. I don't know. Hold on. Sorry, just staying alive, you know? Damn, I missed my website. Will you leave the stream up for Dylan? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. You mean keep it running so you guys can keep donating? No, I'll stop at 10. So far, I'm doing some rough head math. I actually don't know how much money we've raised because, again, my website is down. But if I had to ballpark it, I mean, if I had to guess, I would say that it's probably 1.6 times 0.7, 6, 400, so... I'd be asked probably about $1,400 for Dylan Burns, which I think is awesome. That's yeah. Will I debate J-Reg? Dreg? Whatever the fuck, however you pronounce that name. No. I don't know if they're an ardent debater. What do you think of Vietnam as a country? I think there are some things Vietnam has done that are pretty impressive, but I do consider them like a fairly authoritarian government. They have like their political prisoners and They have introduced limited like market liberalization, and that's allowed their economy to catch up. I'm just not a fan. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm just not a big fan of central planning. I don't know. I think that there are some things. I think there are some things that where government control can be good. Healthcare, transportation, but these are mostly services. When it comes to the actual distribution of goods, it seems like there's this consistent and massive problem with central planning just not being able to meet human needs. Not at a good level, you know? Not at a high enough level. I've never been impressed by what I've read about central planning. Every time I read about central planning, I'm always thinking, please give me something good. Please give me something good so people will stop calling me a liberal. But I can never find it. Always feels like it always feels like something goes wrong. What about a decentrally planned economy? That's fine. Or an AI-powered planned economy? I don't know if I would ever trust like an AI. I don't know. That sounds really yikesy to me. Gotcha, Mouthy. I see. Hey, Shu! We can rapid fire debate on whatever subjects the chat throws at us for charity someday. Yeah, Shu, I would love that, honestly. Oh, Shu! Wait, Shu, you DM'd me on Twitter, didn't you? Yeah. You got one of my shirts. You got there in time. Thank you, Shu. They were really nice. I keep saying, because good shoes, bad shoes, not shoes, Jesus. Good shirts, bad shirts. This is a comfy shirt. Vosh, getting pretty comfortable with your status? What status? Can I be honest with you guys, okay? I don't feel any different right now than I did 2 years ago when I had almost nothing, like with this channel. It always feels like I'm so much smaller than I need to be to like make real change, you know? It's a little bit sad, but it's like an ambition thing, right? You're never satisfied with what you have. Because objectively I know, what do I get? 10 million views a month on my channel? Like I have the reach of news stations, small news stations, mind you, not huge ones, but I have a lot of reach. But it still feels like, oh my God, I'm still so much smaller than all of the problems in the world. Of course, nobody can actually be bigger than those problems, which is the problem. You know? What do you think of the people who say that you are the left-wing Richard Spencer? They either know very little about me or very little about Richard Spencer. That's what I say about it. It seemed like Bastiat wasn't willing to abstract specific characteristics of slavery from slavery itself, so he reflexively rejected any comparisons. Yeah, maybe. I understand how that can come off like offensive reflexively. Like, wage slavery? Wow, you're really gonna say that, like, getting a job at McDonald's is like being a fucking slave? Okay, wow. Like, I can understand how some people would reflexively reject that term, but I think the point is to underline the... to underline a synchronicity in the relationship people have to their economy, you know? Not in its severity, not to say that it's as bad as slavery, because it's not. Vosh, would you ever debate PewDiePie? If I had the opportunity to talk to PewDiePie, yes. Yes, I would. That would be a bit of a career break for me, you know? Bosch is already rich, don't buy us crap. You mad. You mad. Did the co-op you buy from deny the Holdemer? So, from what I understand, and again, I'm only working with limited info because I found this out while I was streaming. But from what I understood, there were people in the past who had called Goods for the People, which is the cooperative that I had these shirts produced from. There were people who said that that cooperative were tanky-ish, and I looked, and they have some stuff on, like, China there, and they have, like, the hammer and sickle, but they also have the anarchist flag. Hold on, 1 second. Give me the Goods for the People site. Please, Google. Please. Goods. All goods. I'm just trying to find the... Yeah, here you go. See, it's very, holistic, you know? I really like their lineup, the designer they get, you know? The hammer and sickle, you get the anarchist flag, you know? You have the hammer and sickle for their G, for the Goods logo, fully luxury automated space capitalism, that stuff, you know? Got all the, you know, like that kind of stuff, you know? See what I mean? I really like their designs. Their designs are so nice. But anyway, so I thought, I don't know, maybe a little tanky. But then people linked this Holdemer article, and the only thing that I have heard before was they had like talked about China in like a positive or affirmative way. But I saw that and I thought, oh, okay. But then I got a message from the person who I work with, my contact at Goods for the People, who said, holy shit, I didn't even know that was up. And they took it down and apologized to me. And from what I'm guessing, it seems like a lot of people had their hand in Goods for the People at some point, and a lot of people have website keys, but now it's more centrally controlled. And the people who did that are no longer working there. So that's the understanding that I have of this issue. Holdemer is a Nazi propaganda. Congrats on subscribing to Nazi propaganda. My dude, the Holdemer is not... Okay. Never mind. We're not. Did you debate Scott Morrison? I'm afraid I don't know who that is. Anyway, yeah. Yes. Can you explain how communism is anarchistic if the final result is some form of state? Communism is stateless, so... Yeah. Any comment on that lunatic that paid you $200 infrared going on Destiny next day and now runs a mini cult? Yeah, I saw that. I shouldn't have had that infrared person on because they're clearly... They're either not well themselves or they attract people who are themselves not well. But I said, no free clout, and then somebody donated 200. So, okay, I mean, I said no free clout. I'm not going to lie, you know. You know what I mean? And then he came on, he was a lunatic. And, now, yeah, he's got some little angry community. I don't know. Yo, Vosh, give me last donut. Yeah, we got a lot to read, apparently. Oh, boy. I can't believe the shirts sold out that hard. Like, that quickly. Everyone was telling me they would sell out faster. Everyone was telling me they would sell out like that, you know? But I didn't listen. And now I kind of feel like a little bit of a goober. One might say, you know? Damn. Well, we'll get production ramped right back up. So wait, I have a question for you guys. I'm looking at YouTube chat. I actually want an answer on this. If y'all want, I can increase stock, but I don't have that stock. That would just be me opening up the store. It would be a while before you could actually get those shirts. You think that'd be okay? Or do you think we should hold off until we've filled the first wave before filling the second wave? We want stickers? We should get stickers. Stop, no, please don't. All right, I'm being informed by my my merch business counterpart that we should hold off for a little bit, okay? Yeah, we've been informed. We've been informed. All right, Vermin. It's okay. It's all right. All right. All right. I'll work on getting those orders filled as soon as possible. And then we'll see. The next order we do will be a big one. Bosh, is that fraud? No, that's not fraud. We'll fill it out. We'll fill the orders eventually. We're still, yeah. We'll wait a bit. We'll wait a bit. Hoodies and phone cases? Oh, dude. This would be a pretty cool phone case, wouldn't it? Wait, hold on. I don't know. That'd be pretty cool, like on a black phone case or something, maybe? I don't know. I think that'd be cool. It'd be a little cool, at least. Phone cases. I haven't even thought of phone cases. It's, you know. Sorry, I'm looking at the Discord. This is how Destiny felt as he cast that vote for Vosh. You fucking pee. Whew. What a good day. Sorry, I'm a little tired. I'm actually quite hungry. What have I eaten today? I ate 3 hot dogs and a protein bar, and that's it. That's all I've eaten today. Will you acknowledge the existence of Australia, or are you red-pilled and know it's fake? I'm with you, brother, okay? I don't fall for those lies. Dumbass. Watch you get my dono. Oh, we have to read donos, don't we? Okay, we're going to read these quick. Please understand, though, I can't read all of them. My website is down. I can only read the super chats. Wait, hold on. Rem was saying in Destiny's chat that he'll be doing a cancel video about you. I'm sure he will. You guys ready for it? It'll be pedophilic, racist, transphobic, ableist. Honestly, what are these people doing? Also, personally, my personal opinion, but since Rem's in Destiny's community, I feel this is a fair comparison. I feel like Destiny's cancel video would be arguably worse than mine, or in the ballpark, you know? I don't know. That's not me specifically impugning Destiny. Again, I've done plenty of cancelable stuff. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, you know, there's meat in there. Destiny's been doing this for 10 years. I've only been doing things for 2. Aren't you already canceled, Vosh? That's what people don't realize about me. I can't be more hated. Most of the not website traffic, most of the internet traffic that I get is from people hate searching me. You can see this on any social media platform, okay? You can see this all over the place. I am undeniably the most hated person on the online left. Easily. Yeah, 100%. I have attracted more derision than anyone else. You think some cancel video is going to change people's opinions about me? You think that's going to get me? Like, it's like, there's already one more needle to the haystack isn't going to do it. Didn't a college thing split over you? Oh yeah, a fucking socialist college club broke up over their arguments over me. That's what they did. But what people don't realize is, while all the negativity may be frustrating, at the end of the day, I think I conduct myself well. Okay? I do. I absolutely do. I think I conduct myself well. I think I give good arguments, and I think I have a good community that I treat well. So you can make all the hate threads you want about me, but people who hate me, when they search me, they might be convinced, hey, maybe I'll take a look at this guy sometime. Maybe I'll see what's so bad about him. And a lot of those people end up becoming my fans. I saw them in chat. Honestly, the whole Vosh derangement syndrome stuff, I care more about the effect it has on the online left than I care about the effect it has on me. It's so destructive, you know? Anyway, we got 20 minutes left in the stream. Let me read through some donations, of which there are quite a few. Wow, quite a few. Okay, hold on. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Take, secure, dispose. I'm sorry you're no longer ignorant and happy, but I appreciate the 10. JPEG Kohran, yeah, Dylan is a champ when it comes to foreign affairs. Nihilism, we'll get to it. Subhumanoid, thank you for the very kind $10. True. Max Page, Justin Barros, Royalty X, Sam, and Melanie Fox, thank you all for the incredibly kind $5. I really, really appreciate that. Would small business ownership still exist under socialism? It depends on what you mean by small business ownership, but I don't think that... I'll put it this way, okay? I don't think that what I do necessarily requires a worker cooperative, because it's like having a YouTube channel. The way in which this business operates, it's not one where everyone contributes labor in the same way. It's more like a collection of contractors. So I think there are instances, that said, I try to pay everyone with me very well. So that being said, I think that it's entirely possible to have what we might call traditional economic organization, even in a socialist government, but only in very small and limited ways. Drusus Webb and Balthazar, thank you for the very kind $10. Sorry, Balthazar, we'll have more soon. Dale Wilkerson, thank you for the 10. Praxis Theory, thank you for the very kind 20. Dale, I'm incredibly sorry to hear that you had to put down your childhood dog today. Seriously, that really, really sucks, and I hope we were able to take your mind off it for a little bit. Are you going to mod ContraPoints tonight? Is ContraPoints in my chat? If ContraPoints is ever in my chat, then sure, I'll mod ContraPoints, but I have a feeling that she is better stuff to be doing than moderating a Debate Bros chat. Cat of the Wall, thanks the 5. Let us play. Thank you for the very kind $20. Shout out to Dylan for sure. Matthew Grzinkowitz, thank you. And Reference, thank you for the very kind 5. Both, maybe Matthew. Shionhead, thanks the 20. Much appreciated. Vincent, thank you for the very kind 5 Canadian. That's a tough one, comrade. I can really say off the bat. Breaded Hussar, Lil Subslut, nice. And Characters in a Foreign Language. Thank you all so much for the very kind $10. Sammy Das and Nicholas Webb, thank you. Nihilism with the incredibly kind $50. A good argument about coercion is this quote from Anatole France. The law, in its majestic equality, forbids the rich as well as the poor from sleeping under bridges, to beg in the streets, and to steal bread. Societal pressure is coercion. Yes, I completely agree with that, 100%. And it's a spectacular quote, too, you know? It's really about how things can't begin and end with the letter of the law, because it affects everyone differently, depending on your ability to circumnavigate the consequences of breaking the law. And, you know? Yeah. Are there always people in my YouTube chat dissuading my fans from donating to me? Is that like a consistent thing? I've noticed a couple of them today who are all saying like, Vosh is wealthy, don't give money. Which, hey, to be fair, that's true. I am doing well. You don't have to donate if you don't want to. Please keep that in mind. Though today's donations are going to Dylan Burns, somebody who is, to my knowledge, not wealthy. So that doesn't really hold true to today. But yeah, no. But I still appreciate them, obviously, you know. Anyway. Von Tux, Andrew Space Tuck, and the Espers, thank you for the very kind $5 all. I really appreciate that. Isn't Bastiat's perspective on coercion the core of neoliberalism? I would say that it's a tool that prevents people from understanding the immorality of these market economies. Shionhead, thanks the additional 20, one of these days. And Luxy with the incredibly kind $20. As a sexual assault survivor, non-physically coerced into giving retroactive consent, Bastiat's takes on coercion were unironically extremely triggering. He clearly doesn't know what being powerless feels like. Yeah, like the feeling that you like don't want to, I don't know, man, with like the boss and the employees, like where you don't want to do something, but there's like implicit consequences if you don't. I don't know. Evan Baisley, L.A. Nowitzki, Matthew Grzinkowitz, and Cyborg Kendrick, thank you all for the very kind $5. I really, really appreciate that. What about the kayfabe interpretation of Destiny's Vote, where he wants you to rise high to meet him in the ring? Oh, dude, when Destiny came out as the final vote, and then Dylan Burns was like, who do you want to debate next? Of course, the obvious answer, like the implied answer there is Destiny, but I think I've had enough of debating Destiny for a little while, and I just really have not been feeling those conversations to be particularly productive. What I'm really interested in, I mean, what I'd like to do, ideally, is debate conservatives, but there aren't many conservative streamers who would participate in stuff like this. We'll see. We'll see. Shay Welton, thank you for the 20 a Canadian. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, that's true, Shay Welton. Unfortunately, that whole global trade line of argumentation is unfathomably complicated. Like, I need to do a lot of reading on that for sure. Photosynthesis and Kieran Girald, thank you for the very kind $5. True, yeah. Prairie File Kowalski from Nebraska, thank you for the incredibly kind $10. The co-ops in the Great Plains have been consolidating lately. The voting aspect is practically gone and resembles a corporate structure. Pretty sure they're just avoiding taxes, need real co-ops. Yeah. What if it turns out to be the case that the best forms of human organization aren't ones that we trend towards naturally? The natural state of human economic organization in a market economy is just going to be a traditional autocratic firm. But it's not better. It's just, you know, like what if we have to press for something that people don't naturally gravitate towards? That would be very unfortunate. Of course, that wouldn't make it bad. A thing can be not natural and still be good. But Christian Parenza, Anthony Ruffs, and Karma Beast, thank you for the 5. Jason T.O. with the 40 Canadian dollars. Thank you so goddamn much. I really appreciate that. Vosh, why'd you choose socialism done left? Well, to be fair, that was kind of a spark of the moment judgment. It really didn't have anyone in mind. But also, I think socialism done left and I disagree on some key points. I would be interested in exploring his perspective on some issues. It probably wouldn't be a very blood sportsy debate, though, so maybe that would actually be a bad choice. Maybe, I feel like Soak done left and I agree on enough stuff that maybe it wouldn't even be an entertaining conversation. Fuck, maybe I shouldn't have said him. Maybe I should just have him on stream, you know? I don't know. I'm astonished, but I actually don't see any threads in the Destiny subreddit calling me a dumb fuck. I'm actually really surprised by that. Well, you know. Well, okay. Huzaifa Wahid, Saif, Katarina J, and Quinn Boer, thank you for the incredibly kind $5. What about some kind of quotas for states or target goals for co-ops? Yeah, stuff like that. I just think it'd be really nice. Why is there so much transphobia towards trans women specifically? Because it the existence of trans women challenges the hegemonic sexual expectations generally of cis straight men. The basic fear, the primal fear, I think, almost, not to justify it, but is like you have a straight guy and he likes bitches, he likes big titties, he likes big fucking milkies, and he's out on the town, he flirts with some hot chick, and then it turns out, whoop, the hot chick's trans. Now, to the guy, to the transphobe, he's just flirted with a convincing simulacrum of a woman. He's flirted with a man. And the idea that he could be tricked into doing so is threatening to him. It's a threat. That's why the term trap is considered a slur, because it evokes that logic of transphobia. No, nothing wrong with boobas. Neptune and Fluxtina, thank you for the very kind $10. Really appreciate that. Monty Monteg with the very kind $20. Do you think you should have pushed back on his interpretation of you supporting terrorist groups? Yeah, that felt really out of nowhere. I would never condone terrorist activity against a civilian population, like, ever, you know? To mind, I mean, America makes attacks against civilian populations all the time, so it's not like this is out of the realm of possibility even for our government. But yeah, I don't think that's good, you know, and I don't think that's a good thing. Giovanni Ruffinoni, thank you for the €5. Were you surprised by Destiny's vote? Yeah, absolutely, I was. Matthew Grzynkowski, thank you, the $1. William Sharp, thank you for the very kind $20. I really appreciate that. Can you elaborate more on the negative effects that coercive trade has on less developed countries? Yeah, it's actually like fairly simple. So as I understand it, there's a lot of nuance behind it, but the simple argument is basically this. Everyone pay attention, okay? You have a developing country. The developing country is poor, okay? In all likelihood, the developing country is also not a very good democracy. Poorer countries tend to have lower indexes on the democracy scale. You know, they tend to be more autocratic. So You have a country, generally an autocratic one, that's not very wealthy, maybe doesn't have very much in the way of natural resources, talent, labor, education. It's just not looking good economically, okay? Then the IMF or World Bank come in. The IMF or World Bank say, hey, yo, my dog, I'll give you $1 bajillion. However, you are going to need to, A, pay that back, and B, you're going to need to adopt some policies. And then the problem with that is the goal of these IMF loans is to facilitate the economic development of these countries in a way that maximizes the benefit the West gets, not the country itself. Now, it may be the case that the country benefits from the loan, but the exchange that's made is usually not one which is optimal for the country accepting it. Usually the autocrat accepts the loan because they tend to embezzle a portion of the funds, and then the rest of it can go towards civic stability and making their population subservient to the interests of Western corporations, you know? So they get some money, they get their palace, they get their military, and then the rest of the population, fuck you, sweatshops, have fun. Again, this is simplified, but this does happen. And this is a predatory relationship. Essentially, there's a reason why IMF loans tend to be accepted by countries that aren't particularly democratic. Recently, Bolivia, they rejected an IMF loan that was accepted by the fascist interim government that took place after Evo Morales experienced a coup. So the Bolivia, under a democratic government, an elected government, does not want the IMF loan and all of the predatory preconditions thing. You know? Advosh, were you surprised when Bastiat brought up the Submit the Mob meme? Well, I knew Destiny would be watching that, so it felt like the Submit the Mob meme was like to play a fan favorite for them, but it's frustrating because I don't think anyone understands my argument there. Well, you guys do, but I don't think, you know. Pilots from Mars, thank you for the very kind $40. I really appreciate that. Christian Safford, thank you for the incredibly kind 50. And George Kerlakopoulos, thank you for the very kind 20 Canadian. I really appreciate that as well. D Trick, Ryan Warner, and Derek Martin, thank you all so much for the very kind donations. I really appreciate that. Is it just me, or was Bastiat's position on freedom and government intervention based on the presupposition that capitalism is already the perfect balance of both? Yeah, well, that's like a kind of a capitalist realist take, or like a normative position. Like the belief that what is already is must be like the just or the best way of organizing things, if that makes sense. Oh dear, we have a lot of donations to get to. All right, people, we're going to speed this up a little bit. I'm sorry, and I love you, but I am only human. Howard Daniels, thank you for the very kind 5. Brittany Bale, thank you for the 3. Jacob Gargus, thank you for the incredibly kind $50. I really, really, really appreciate that. Joseph Guy and John Lemaster, thank you for the very kind $10. Both much appreciated. Zixis Observer, thank you for the 20. Susanna Parent with the $5. Cran Baby with the very kind $10. Thank you. What's up? Well, we just got groceries, right?
Yeah, I just haven't cooked anything. That's why I don't know if you want like a big meal.
Do we want to watch Breaking Bad?
I want.
If Kanye agrees to watching Breaking Bad, then yeah, let's order something. Then it's like a whole thing then, you know? Could you say how much chat raised for Dylan? Yeah, I will as soon as I'm done reading. Chill. Cranbaby, thank you for the very kind $10. Thank you. Wow, you've been around for a while. I really appreciate that. Josh M and Maddie J, thank you for the very kind 5. Just that guy from that thing and 5. Thank you both for the very kind $10. I really appreciate that. Gales might be lazy and Schlibity, thank you for the $10 both. I really appreciate that as well. Yeah, nobody should have to experience homelessness. I'm happy to be able to help in any way I can. Though in this time, it's you guys who are helping, you know. Infidel Castro with the $100. Jesus Christ, comrade. Thank you. I'm too lazy, so if you have time, please do what sociologists are good for and tell us if there's any merit to the report Children Are Not Colorblind by Erin Winkler of University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee and the studies she cites. Well, I'm not familiar with those specific studies, but I will say that children internalize narratives about race and gender basically from like the womb. Well, from the womb would be gender. Obviously, like you need to see race for the most part, but like very, very, very early on. Fred Wiley, thank you for the very kind 5. Dysanthropic, thanks to the 10 Canadian. Tom Washington, thank you for the very kind $25. That's like basic anti-colonial theory. Yeah, well. Agreed. Ron Levinas, thanks to the 10 Canadian. Kalinier, Justin Barros, and Kuhul Chahuri, thank you for the very kind $5. Igmal Mazzola, thank you for the 2. Stone Dreadnought, thanks to the 10. Anita Hooper, thank you for the 5. Love you. Ryan Edwards, thank you for the very kind $20. Glad you enjoyed. Bryce Stoffel, Athena, and Victor Ocasio, thank you for the $5 all. And then John and Mifshli Shlai, thank you both for the $50 donations. I really appreciate that from both of you. Thank you so goddamn much. Seriously. Lisa Benedicts, Andrew Smith, B. Dizzy, Dracarius King, really unfortunate. Thank you all for the 5. And Garth Brubaker, thank you for the very kind $10. What's up? Sick. Yeah, I'll mute myself. Hold on. Sorry, just ordering food. Don't mind me. Lisa Benedicts, Andrew Smith, be dizzy to Chris King. Then Garth Brubaker, thank you for the 10. Chris Sakai, thank you for the 20. Orion Budinot, thank you for the incredibly kind $50. Thank you. I appreciate that, comrade. I hope you're doing well, too. Hank Anderson, Susanna Parent, Epic Prawn, thank you all for the very kind 5. Pilots from Mars and Benja B Show, thank you for the $10 both. Sandra DeVito, thank you for the 1. Balthazar228 with $25, thank you so much. Sorry, comrade. One of these days we'll do okay, buddy. Vosh, I promise. Joseph Duncan and Endless Strictures, thank you both for the $5. Benja B Show and Aiden Clare, thank you for the 10 both. Clayton Downey and Pancake Joy, thank you both for the $5. Lamau website goes down in 2 days. Yeah, it's DDoSes both times. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Look at Bashiat's tweet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Aw. Look at this. Look at Dylan Burns' choice of picture for my... Look at Artemy here. God, what a little fucking moron. Look at him. He's so cute, guys. Oh, God, the cats are so goddamn cute. You have no idea how cute they are. It's unbelievable. They'll just, like, cuddle with us when we're in bed. They'll plop on down next to us. They'll... just today, Artemy was in the bathroom while I was trying to poop. Because he scratches at the door because he wants to be next to me. And he jumped up onto the sink and he laid down in the sink. The bowl, the basin of the sink. He just laid down there and he filled it perfectly. It was like the square peg in the square hole. He filled it perfectly. It was a... And he just plopped there. And of course, the bottom was wet because I'd recently used the sink. So he got his stomach all wet and he just... No. Anyway. We gotta move faster. Oh, God. They're so cute. We have very good cats. Very, very good. They're so good-natured. I've seen cats before. They're not always nice, you know. Some cats are mean. Some cats are, you know, they're nice. Melissa McDonald, thank you for the very kind $20. A name, thank you for the 25. Mike from Earth and Jonas Kirky, thank you for the very kind 5 both. Nura, thank you for the 2. Cam Sky, thank you for the $5 very much. Purple Maggot, thank you for the very kind $25. Alex Dillon and Bubbery, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Likewise, Safe. Gabinator92, Corin C, Brian Burton, Scruffy EA, Buckhorn25, and Dalton Cash. Thank you all so much for the very kind $5 donations. Christian Stafford, thank you for the 15. Really appreciate that. Adam Moore, Dude Man, and Dude Man again, thank you for the incredibly kind $5 donations. Yeah, I don't get the mutual exchange thing. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Dude Man with a very kind $2. Michael Capellis with the $1. Thank you very, very much. Shay Johnson, thank you for the 2. Super Saiyan 0 with 1. Alan Etol with 2. Really appreciate that. Cam Sky again. Warframer Gaming, Dead Pirate Tattoo, Dead Pirate Tattoo again. Liam and Dead Pirate Tattoo a third time. Thank you so much. All of you with the incredibly kind $5 donations. I really appreciate that. And then Dead Pirate Tattoo again with a $20 donation. Slave labor is slave labor. Better really? This guy's disingenuous about exploitation. Yeah, well, we got different perspectives, that's for sure. Okay, we're getting there. Josh Linton, thank you for the very kind 20 Australian dollars. Really appreciate that as well. I don't know anything about what's going on in Australia right now, but I can take a look. J Lord, Evan Pearson, Evelyn 1, Trevid Brown, and Nicholas Webb, thank you all so much for the very kind $5 donations. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very, very much. Z and EE, thank you both for the $10 donation. Stop defending Nazis in chat. Wait, me? What? Do I do that? Music Combo, Frantic32, and EE, thank you for the very kind $5. Oh, you're referring to chat, sorry. So say June, Killing Floor 70 Nihilism, thank you all so much for the very kind $10 donations. I am so happy to have you guys, my audience. Jordan Floyd, thank you for the $2. Alexander Speaks, Viscera Contusion, Loki Felrath, Davidio, Alan Atoll, and Cosmosity 53. Thank you all so much for the very kind $5 donations. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Vincent, happy birthday. Evelyn 1, Lord Shirisaka, thank you for the $5 donations. I really appreciate that. Jacob Destino and Trevor R, thank you for the $24 and $20 respectively. Really appreciate that as well. And Jacob Destino with the $5. Thank you. Now we've caught up all the way to the back, but now there have been new donations that I have to take a look at. Obama's, thank you for the very kind $10. Emma Chris Home with the 25 Canadian. Really appreciate that. Sorry about the cuckoldry. Furcifer, thank you for the $5. Jinta with the $10. Thank you very much. Duly noted. Balthazar with the incredibly kind $20. I really appreciate that. No, it's based, comrade. You go have fun, okay? There's nothing cringe about that. Devin Murray and Alan Keller, thank you for the respective donations. I really appreciate that. You should go another round with Perspective Philosophy. I think Perspective Philosophy ended up being bad faith. I thought that in my original convo with Perspective Philosophy, he was fine and good to talk to, but some of the ways he characterized me afterwards while talking to Destiny really rubbed me the wrong way. I really don't respect people who speak one way to my face and another way, like, elsewhere. Squirrel Dude with a very kind $20. Thank you very, very much. Nick Archuleta, 852 Derek, and Meme Guider. Thank you all so much for the very kind $5 donations. JT Hood with the 10. Philip Roberts with a very kind 2. Sindri Bergson with the 3,000 ISKs. Thank you. And Thomas Carter with a very kind $20. Okay, people, I've got to go. But I just want to say, let me do my quick little math here. Again, I don't have all the numbers because my website is down, but I'm going to guesstimate that I probably got around $400 in site donations before site went down. Yeah, I'm going to guess that today, thanks to you guys, thanks to your incredible generosity after YouTube takes its cut, we have raised just about $1.7 thousand for Dylan Burns. 1.7 thousand, which I know that is going to make a huge, huge difference. I can't thank you all enough. I had a wonderful time in this stream. I really appreciated it. And I am happy to command the attention of an audience that is willing to be so generous with its time, interest, and with its money. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Yeah, we'll host Dylan.
Is he still alive?
Is Dylan still alive? Let me see.
And then Demon One was in the game.
Well, you have to. I don't know how to use the host. Wait, we can't host.
Oh fuck.
Vibes,
yeah, we
man.
can't even host. Never mind. I love you guys. Be well.